is catching. That's my concern here right now. And there it goes. It looks like the main YouTube channel is a go. Bill NY Skywatcher is a go. We should be also on the other YouTube channel, which I'm going to check right now. Now, the peak is not really till tomorrow night into Wednesday morning and Thursday morning into Friday morning. But we're going to try tonight because the weather looks like it's going to cooperate. Now, I've got to change the description on Trovo. Edit. Okay, at least I saved that. Let's check the other channel. We're definitely live here. Let's check Skywatcher. And yes, we are live there as well. Very good. So we're live on both YouTube channels, Trovo, Twitch, and hopefully Facebook. And I'm going to put the clock on in a second. And yep, we are live on Facebook. Okay, let's get the clock. What's up, one man? All right, so obviously, it's been active for a few days. It actually was technically active since the end of July. Now, the peak are really the mornings of the 11th, 12th, and 13th. So that means tomorrow's the 10th, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday nights. It is prime time. So we're going to try tonight because the weather's clear. Let's see what we see. Let's see if the weather stays clear. So any night now through Thursday night, I'm going to stream every night, depending on the weather conditions. So being that it's kind of clear right now, I said, what the heck, let's give it a shot. So we're going to, again, tonight, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, I will be bringing on folks to come on with me, some guests, and the first one I'm really going to get on is April, the psychic housewife from New Jersey, because I was with her, actually, and the rest of the EVPI team, Entity Voices Paranormal investigation team, at the Kreischer Haunted Mansion on Saturday. And she's the psychic medium that was there. Speaking of Entity Voices Paranormal investigations, they are going to be live tonight from the White Hill Mansion. That's their final destination of this 4-day, 4-night investigations at 4 mansions. I went to the one in Staten Island. They're at the last location. We are going to carry that audio live, but I really highly recommend you go to kgradb.com. It's available on the member site, the video. For the time being, you can go to KGRA YouTube, KGRA Facebook page, and you'll see the show live from the location. We will carry the audio because we'll be seeing the sky. But if you want to see actual video imagery, I don't know if they're going to have clips. I don't know what their intention is when they go live. But I would highly suggest, at least for that time, or any time actually, Go check it out. Now, we're going to play KGRA programming all night. Maybe for the next hour. Peter Robbins is having his show right now, but it's midway through. His guest is Christopher Munch, film director, producer, filmmaker. But we're going to start with EVPI at 9. Richard Dolan is Jimmy Church's guest tonight on Fade to Black. So we will do that. And then at 1 a.m. Eastern, we'll see where it is, where we go, depending on the weather. But I'm planning to stay up all night, if it stays clear, for the next 4 nights. So it's going to be tough, because I do have shows to do during the day and night. So tomorrow, I should be back around the same time. Restoration, I see that. It's been a whole year. It feels like it's been a whole year since I streamed on this channel. What happened is, I'm streaming to 5 platforms right now. I had to move to another platform because of the restrictions of certain platforms. I had no choice, because I like to listen to music and game and Skywatch with music, and I can't do that anymore on certain platforms. So I had to find alternatives, which I did. And I'm streaming on one of them right now. So it's unfortunate. It stinks, I know. And what's up, Jade? But it is what it is, and I had to do it. I had no choice. Because it gives me more, like I said, more options to stream and do what I want to do. Yeah, selfishly, what I want to do, and not be restricted. So, for those who know what I'm talking about, and Jade is going to stay up too. Jade, I told you the other day, you're stuck with me. That morning, you're going to help me out for Pine Bush. Also, I'm going to leave you in charge to break down all the equipment while I head over to the convention hall to get my equipment set up for the stream there. So you and Charles are really going to be the ones, and Keith if he wants to. But I have the utmost faith in you both. So I kind of assigned that. Now it's lost my thought now. So yeah, we'll be doing this for the next few nights. And we are streaming on Bill NY Skywatcher. It's been a while. We're also streaming on the Skywatcher Gaming channel. We're live on Trovo, on Twitch, and on my Facebook. So we're all over the place right now. I don't know how it looks on YouTube, but I know it looks great on the other platforms. I'm looking at them right now on my 3 monitors. So everything does look pretty good. I'm pretty pleased. And Jade has said yes. Speaking of that, I can now... Well, let me go to the website. I got to see if he updated it. I'm going to actually call him for permission. Okay, it's not here yet. Let me try the other site, and I'll explain what I'm doing in a second. I'm actually going to call him because I don't want to do anything inappropriately. Okay, Al Santoriga is sending me some messages. All right, I need to call the person in charge at Pine Bush, because I am not spilling the guts until okay. I'm going to temporarily mute when I connect with him. if he answers.
Thank you.
All right, let me mute because I'm live on air. Hold on. Okay, so I was talking to Lance from the museum. And yes, I can officially say that Richard Dolan, Lee Spiegel, and Mark D'Antonio will be the 3 speakers at Pine Bush, September 4th. So there you go. Richard Dolan, Lee Spiegel, and Mark D'Antonio will be the speakers during the nighttime at the Pine Bush UFO Fair this year. Tickets will be available at the pinebushmuseum.com site sometime this week. I would say toward the latter part of the week. So yeah, pinebushmuseum.com. I highly suggest you purchase your tickets there, and I am. And I'm going to tell everybody who's going to be here to do it, because Heidi knows what happened a couple of years ago. How that went down. So I'm going to make sure that he tells me the day that they go on sale so that I can tell the people that are going to be here, get online, buy your tickets. Do it now. We already got a tour locked up for Thursday, 5 p.m., September. I'm not going to say because you never know if people show up to meet us at the museum. I'm not even going to go further. Yeah, scarves. Double scarves. But yeah, so it's starting to fall into place. There'll be speakers during the day, of course, at the tent. So yeah, that'll be an interesting weekend. Now, I'm not going to call her yet, but she's really cool people. April, the psychic housewife from New Jersey. She's on a lot of television programs. Oh, I like that one. Oh, I like that. It's a new toy to look at. I'll look at that later. I got to put that on my wish list for now. So after I went on this investigation, this paranormal investigation, I've decided that I am going to go to a lot more. Definitely representing KGRA, but I'm getting this thing. I'm definitely getting this. There's no doubt. It's just a matter of when I order it. But it's going to happen. It might happen today, it might happen tomorrow, but it's coming. And I can't tell you what was happening on the day of the investigation when I went with them. I got to go outside and bring up the camera again. But it was amazing with the Rathmans and the team. It was amazing. And they're going to be live in 45 minutes from the White Hill Haunted Mansion that was built in 1722. This is 300 years old. And that's where they'll be tonight. Let me add this to my wish list. My wish. Okay. One item added. Good. So that's done. Anyway, let me go outside. So yes, Richard Dolan, Lee Spiegel, and Mark D'Antonio. I'll be right back. Let's hear the sounds of outside. How about that? As if something happens and you hear me scream, Heidi, it reminds me something out of Blair Witch. Only Heidi knows really what I'm talking about. What a beautiful night out here. Little clouds coming in though. I gotta worry. It's clear to the west, which is the most important because all the weather's coming from the west. So it looks like it's gonna clear up completely so far that I'm looking with the naked eye, but I don't know what lies behind the hills. So we'll see. But it definitely looks better from here. Now I put the gain up a little high so I don't have to keep going in and out to adjust it. Because it is a pain. And I'm sure you heard me on the microphone built into the camera. So, I want to say hello to Mr. Spiritus. One man, of course, Daryl. Gabby. Restoration. Dagger, of course. Heidi. Jade. Let's see who's hanging out in Trovo. I don't see anybody in Facebook. James, ex-lady Jose. This is the tricky part. Looking at 3 chats. And that doesn't include Facebook or Twitch. It's a little interesting. Daryl, I saw that, Daryl. Yeah, no producers because Race is feeling under the weather. And he's producing right now. And I asked him if he wanted me to do it, but he said, no, I got this. So he's producing the shows right now. So I just hope he's okay. So we're going to definitely, in about 42 minutes, listen in on the EVPI show live from White Hill. And following that, it will be Jimmy Church with Richard Dolan as his guest. And then we'll see where we are at 1 a.m. So that's hours from now. That's like 4.5 hours from now. So for those that are just joining, it is way too early. You might want to step away, Go do whatever you need to do, and come back in like 3-4 hours. I'm being honest. You don't have to really stick around now. And you don't have to stick around at all. I'm just saying. And tonight is not peak. I would say the best nights to start viewing is tomorrow night, Wednesday night, Thursday night. If I had to choose, I would say any three. Pick the middle one as the median, Wednesday night of your choice. I don't know, but depending on where you visit and what you read and what you hear and what you see, mornings of 11th, 12th, and 13th are peak, considered like peak. So today's the 9th, tomorrow's the 10th. But we should still see a few. So that's why, since the weather is good, why not? Because I don't know what the weather's going to be tomorrow night. Matter of fact, I think the forecast for tomorrow night is poor. I think Wednesday and Thursday will be better. But, yeah, go grab a nap, one man. Definitely go grab a nap. Because if it's clear, I'm staying up till 5 a.m. Get 5 hours of sleep, and then do a show at 12 tomorrow. And that's going to be the pattern for me for the next 4 or 5 days. So I'm in for a rough haul. But it's okay. I could sleep in the pool after Chris Dunn show. So I'll find ways to rest in between somehow. Martin Willis has open lines tomorrow night on his show. I will be joining him like we did the last time. Wednesday, I have to check who AJ has on, and I'll do that later on. Of course, iDetective is live on Wednesday. And his guests will be retired LAPD Sergeants Moses Castillo and Dennis Zine. And they're talking about the crime. They'll be talking about the crime in California. That's going to be the iDetective. It's a show that the hosts are all retired police officers. So it's from a police officer point of view, perspective. And they usually bring in law enforcement type folks on their show to discuss the issues that are going around in cities, around the country, and law enforcement in general. So that's iDetective Wednesday. Anyway, I am going to play a quick show so I can sit back and relax. I'm going to put, for the next 38 minutes, I'm going to put an episode of Somewhere in the Skies with host Ryan Sprague. And I'll be back because I've got to do some show-related, KGRA-related work in the background right now. And make some phone calls. So I'll be disappearing off the camera too. Let's see. And it's great to see everybody again. It really is. Especially those on Bill NY Skywatcher. It's really great to see some of these familiar faces from the past here. And I'm sure we'll see all facets of people tonight. Both a lot of positive, the vast majority of the positives, and then you get the few trolleys too. But that's okay. It's all good. Let me put the show on. We don't live in a perfect world, and I'm definitely far from perfect, so I guess it's all good. Let's see. Right. I would love to play part of this. Let's listen to a little bit of him interviewing Avi. We won't be able to hear the whole episode, though.
Your alternative talk.
The philosophers at the time said, no.
Stream, challenging the norm, and theorizing, which is such an important part of science to begin with.
Well, it's the unfortunate aspect of people changing the pattern of their behavior from being kids to being adults is that they are starting to care more about themselves, and about their ego. And in academia, you see that a lot. Professors, once they get tenure, they have students and postdocs that behave as if they are in an echo chamber. They echo whatever the senior person says, and that amplifies the message. But this is, chasing awards and honors is really not what science is about. It's not about us. It's about understanding the world, nature. And that's what we do as kids. And I just refuse to change that attitude. And I don't really care about how many likes I have on Twitter and whether I get prizes and whether, the community around me applaud, or not. It doesn't really matter, because what we are after is figuring out how the world works. And if you look at the history, you see situations like with Galilei, who is a hero of science. He argued that the Earth is moving around the sun. And the philosophers at the time said, no, we know the truth. The sun moves around the Earth. And, that's consistent with our religion and everything. And they put him in house arrest as a result. But that didn't change the fact that the Earth moves around the sun. It only maintained their ignorance. So, my view is that reality stays the same, irrespective of whether you ignore it or not. It's the one thing that persists. And if we ignore reality just because we are chasing our egos and, trying to get honors and awards, that's the wrong approach for finding the truth.
That's such a good point. The truth does not care about our feelings, right? I think is a good way to say it. Well, let's rewind just a little bit, Avi, if you don't mind. Could you tell us a little about how you first got involved and interested in astronomy, cosmology? What led you to where you are today, that burning curiosity? When did that all start for you?
Well, it was purely by chance, or circumstances, I should say, because I was born on a farm, and then I used to collect eggs every afternoon and drive a tractor. I was mostly interested in philosophy because it addresses the most fundamental questions that we have. Unfortunately, it doesn't answer those questions. And then I grew up in Israel, and you have to serve in the military at age 18. It's obligatory. And I prefer to do intellectual work, the thing that is closest to pursuing philosophy. And so I was good in physics, and they recruited me to an elite program that uses physics for the defense of the country. And I finished my PhD at age 24, the first one in this program. And actually, the project that I developed was the first international project funded by the Strategic Defense Initiative of Ronald Reagan back in the 1980s. And as a result, I came to the US for visits because we were funded by the US government. And in one of those visits, I visited the Institute for Advanced Study, where Albert Einstein was a professor decades earlier, because someone told me that it's a very interesting place to visit. And I met a person named John Bacall that gambled on me, offered me a 5-year fellowship under the condition that I'll switch to astrophysics. So even though philosophy was my true love, I said, well, that's an unusual opportunity. I should not give up on it. So I went into astrophysics, had to learn all the vocabulary. I didn't know much. I didn't know how the sun shines, let's put it this way. And so I learned it. And then Harvard University offered me an assistant professorship. Nobody else wanted that position because the chance of getting tenured was very small. And so actually they chose someone else as number one. And that someone said, no, I don't want that job because I will not be promoted. So they gave it to me. And then I was promoted 3 years later. And after that, about a decade and a half later, I became the chair of that department, the longest serving chair, I should say, since 2011 until 2020, last year. And at that point, I realized, that in fact, even though I had an arranged marriage to astrophysics, the person that I'm married to is actually my true love, because in astrophysics you have very fundamental questions, philosophical questions that we can address with scientific tools, such as what is our origins? How did the universe begin? And are we alone? Is there life out there? These are really fundamental questions that you can find a discussion about in almost all religions. If you look at the Old Testament, the Bible, the first chapter discusses these questions. Now we can address those questions with scientific tools. So I'm really happy to pursue astrophysics, even though I was forced into it by circumstances.
Such is life. I completely understand that. Well, I mean, and you've come such a long way since then. You even started your own institute, which I'd love to talk to you about before we get to, the elephant / object in the room, Oumuamua. But before that, Avi, the Black Hole Institute. Could you tell us a little about what this is and why you decided to found this institute? This is fascinating to me.
Yeah, so this Black Hole Initiative was inaugurated in 2016. And the idea was to establish a center that brings together physicists, mathematicians, astronomers, and philosophers that are all interested in black holes. Black holes are these extreme structures of space and time that represent the ultimate prison. Even light cannot escape from them. And Einstein wrote his theory of gravity in November 1915, published it. And then a few months later, Carl Schwarzschild was the first to derive an analytic solution, a simple solution to those equations, and that was a black hole. And 100 years later, the first direct evidence for a black hole came in the form of gravitational waves, when two black holes collided at the edge of the universe and sent ripples in space and time that our LIGO observatory discovered, for which the Nobel Prize was awarded a couple of years later in physics. So it's quite remarkable that it took only a century between the idea of a black hole to when it was discovered. And that was just around the time when we established the Black Hole Initiative. We didn't know about the LIGO result when we decided to establish it, but then it came along. It was publicized around the same time. And since then, I should say this year, the Nobel Prize was given again to the study of black holes. So we should have, in hindsight, 2020 hindsight, and 2020 is also the year when the Nobel Prize was awarded again for black holes, we actually forecasted that it will become a major frontier in the study of the universe. And I should say that Einstein himself doubted that black holes exist in nature. In 1939, he wrote a paper saying, black holes are just mathematical constructs. They don't really exist in nature. And he was wrong on that. But this just illustrates that, science is a learning experience. Even Einstein was wrong, actually 3 times late in his career. And it's a learning experience. When you work on the frontier, sometimes you make mistakes, you have to take risks. And as I said before, it's just like kids, you stumble, but through that process, you learn something new. And, all these fossils, all these people in academia that try to pretend as if they know everything, or they want to protect their image by never being wrong, by never taking a risk, they're betraying the promise of science because they're not considering possibilities that might be true and revolutionary. And for example, the detection of gravitational waves from black hole collisions, that was a revolutionary concept. And a lot of people in the mainstream doubted that it's possible. But now we use it. So that's why I don't care about the number of likes I get on Twitter, because many of the people that pioneered things in science were not particularly liked. Their ideas were not liked at the time when they proposed it.
Absolutely. And we're going to get into sort of that rebellious nature that I highly respect about the work you've done, and many other, scientists in all different fields as well, who aren't afraid to throw the darts at the wall and see what sticks.
I should say one thing, though, that just before we inaugurated the Black Hole Initiative, about 4 months before that, actually half a year before that, I met Stephen Hawking in London at some event, and his caretaker said, "Would you mind saying something to Stephen? He's bored. Would you mind speaking to him?" And I went to Stephen and said, because everyone around was not really a scientist. And so I went to him and said, "Look, we're about to inaugurate the Black Hole Initiative." Black holes were the focus of his career. And I said, "We would love it if you were to come and visit us for the inauguration." And then I left because it took him a long time to respond, and I was not patient enough to wait like 10 minutes for his response. So I thought, well, nothing will happen as a result. But then a few months later, he asked his doctor to travel across the Atlantic for the first time in 4 years and come to the inauguration. The only problem was that this journey would cost $500,000. But I found a way. There was a way to get that funding, and he came, and he actually visited my house for Passover. He's not Jewish, but he came for that, and it was quite remarkable to have him, to host him at our home.
Wow, what a story that you'll always have to treasure. I mean, having Stephen Hawking in your home, I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine what that would be like. Oh my gosh. Well, okay. So let's move to 2017. And this is when news broke of this object, Oumuamua, and the whole world was talking about this, whether it was in the world of science or religion or us in the quote unquote UFO world, UFO community. And the possibility that, oh my gosh, this could be the first object to come into our solar system. So I guess, would you mind kind of walking us through those first moments, Avi, of when it was discovered? We heard about it later than when it was actually first discovered. So could you kind of walk through the entire Oumuamua origin story, if you will?
Yes, so it was spotted on October 19th, 2017, and by a telescope in Hawaii on Mount Haleakala called Pan-STARRS. And because it was discovered in Hawaii, it was given a name from the Hawaiian language that means a scout, a messenger from far away. That's the origin of the name. And it's because the object is the very first one that we spotted from outside the solar system. It was moving too fast to be bound to the sun. That was recognized immediately, that it's an interstellar object, an invader of the solar system. It was spotted only when it was moving away from us. If we would have detected it in July that year, at that time it was moving towards us. As it turns out, I was visiting that mountain in Hawaii, in Maui. We were on vacation with my family, and I went to give a talk at that observatory, and they gave us a tour of that site. So if at that time we would have spotted it, then it would have been possible to send a camera on a CubeSat that will meet it halfway and take a photograph of it. But since it was discovered only when it started moving away from us, it was too late. It's sort of like having a guest for dinner, and by the time you realize that the guest is strange or weird or interesting, it's already out of the front door into the dark street. That was the experience. Now, why was it strange? At first, astronomers thought it's just like any other rock that we have seen before in the solar system. So most likely it's a comet. And then the problem was that there was no cometary tail. There was no trail of gas behind it as a result of evaporation of ice on its surface. So then people said, oh, well, okay, so it's not a comet, but maybe it's just rock, just an asteroid. The problem with that was that it showed an extra push in addition to the force of gravity coming from the sun. And such a push is given to comets from the rocket effect, from gases pushing them forward as the gas goes backwards, and just like in a jet plane. So there is this extra push, but we don't see a cometary tail. So what gives it this extra push? The other peculiar fact was that as the object was tumbling, the brightness that we received from it as a result of reflected sunlight changed by a factor of 10. And that meant that the area of the object on the sky was changing as it was spinning around, was changing by a factor of 10 every 8 hours. And that means that its geometry is very extreme, because even if you take a razor thin piece of paper and you let it tumble in the wind, you don't see it edge on most of the time. And a factor of 10 change in the area of this piece of paper means that it really is quite flat and long. Now, the best fit to the amount of light that we received as it was tumbling is that of from a pancake shape, from a flattened object, not from a cigar-shaped object as it was depicted in many cartoons. So we know that most likely it was a flat object that was pushed by some force. And we suggested in a paper that we wrote, in a scientific paper with my postdoc Shmuel Bialy, we suggested that maybe it's the reflection of sunlight that pushed it. And for that, you need the object to be extremely thin, sort of like a sail on a sailboat that is pushed by wind, except here it's being pushed by the reflection of sunlight. And if that is the case, then it must be artificially produced, because you don't get such objects in nature. And so the suggestion was that just like our civilization is developing light sails for space exploration, these are sails that are pushed by light, where you don't need to carry the fuel with you in order to move the spacecraft. Perhaps another civilization already mastered this technology, or maybe it's some surface layer of a spacecraft that was torn apart, and it's just very thin. I should say, in September this year, 2020, there was another object discovered that looked a bit strange, in the sense that it also showed a push by sunlight, except that it was bound to the sun, moving roughly at the orbit of the Earth. And so when astronomers extrapolated back in time, they found that in 1966, it actually came from the Earth. And then, of course, they went to the history books and found there was actually a lunar lander called Surveyor 2, a mission that actually failed. But the rocket booster from that mission was kicked into space, and that is the object that was discovered. And that was a hollow, very thin object, and that's why it exhibited this push. So we can tell the difference between a rock that cannot be pushed by sunlight because it's full. The area of its surface relative to its weight is not big enough. Only for a very thin object you can get a push. We can distinguish a rock from a hollow or a thin artificial object. In the case of this rocket booster, it was made by us. In the case of Oumuamua, who knows? And who knows what the purpose was? So, we just put this possibility on the table. And to me, the most surprising thing is we didn't arrange for any press release or going to the press. And then there was a viral response from the media. And at the same time, a big pushback from the scientific community. There is a taboo. You're not supposed to discuss an interpretation that relates some anomalies that you see to intelligence, extraterrestrial intelligence.
Right.
And the question is why? To me, this is really unjustified, and I can explain why.
Well, let's discuss that. Now, you mentioned artificial and interstellar, so I think a lot of people's minds would naturally go to alien. And of course, this is what the media is going to latch on to. This is what I would assume, mainstream scientific community would push against. So, I mean, I guess before we get into the possibilities of why this could be from a extraterrestrial intelligence, what was the reception when you first published this paper by your peers and your colleagues, and overall, how did they respond to these theories that you were bringing forth?
Well, the strange thing is that the mainstream scientists came together and most of them said business as usual, forget about it. They wrote a big paper saying, there are all these anomalies, but in principle, there might be a natural process that explains them. But then a few of the mainstream people tried to explain these anomalies, and they came up with something that we have never seen before. They said, oh, maybe it's a dust bunny, a collection of dust particles, a very porous object that is sort of like a cloud, very porous, 100 times less dense than air, a cloud that is being pushed by sunlight. That was one proposal. The problem with that is such an object would not survive the journey, most likely. There was another proposal. Maybe it's a hydrogen iceberg. We've never seen such a thing. And in a paper that I wrote subsequently with a colleague of mine, Tim Huang, we showed that such an iceberg would evaporate very quickly. It will not survive the journey as well. So you can tell that people that thought about the anomalies and tried to explain them as a natural product of some natural process had a very difficult time doing that. And yet, the majority of people that didn't really look at the details were dismissing it and were ridiculing the actual possibility that it might be artificial. And that I find inappropriate and unhealthy. And I'll explain why. Because to me, the existence of another civilization is not a speculation. We know that roughly half of the sun-like stars have a planet of the size of the Earth, roughly at the distance of the Earth from the sun, so that it can have liquid water on the surface and the chemistry of life as we know it. So there are billions of such Earth-Sun systems in the Milky Way galaxy alone. And if you arrange for the same circumstances, what's the chance that you will not get the same outcome? If you roll the dice billions of times, you definitely should have a lot of, systems in which you have life as we know it. I would find that to be the most conservative assumption, to say we are not special. We are very common. When my daughters were young, they thought that the world centers on them, that they are very unique and special. Then they went to the street and saw other kids. And then as a result of that, they got a better perspective and matured. Many of my colleagues and our civilization is not mature yet. Many of the people think that we are unique and special. And the only way to change that misconception is to find evidence for others out there. And I not only believe that we are not alone, but I don't think that we are the sharpest cookie in the jar, that we are the smartest kid on the block. We are probably typical, and there are things that are much smarter than we are. Because, if you open the newspaper every morning, humans may make a lot of mistakes. We waste a lot of time and energy and money fighting each other, doing things that are not necessarily for the better good of everyone. So we certainly do not behave as the smartest, kid on the block. And if you just think about it, if you look at recipe books for cakes, and you can see that out of the same ingredients, you can make very different cakes depending on how you mix them and under which condition and what order and so forth. So what's the chance that if you take the soup of chemicals that was on Earth, that by random processes made us, what's the chance that we are the best cake that you can imagine? Very small. So we are one of those typical cakes. There are cakes that are much more intelligent, much better than us in many respects, I'm sure. And we just need to find evidence for them. Now, of course, you can bury your head in the sand and say, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to consider that possibility. That will only maintain your ignorance. But reality will not go away.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we're so young as a species, as a planet. And I tend to agree with you that we base everything, Avi, it seems, in the sort of mainstream perception of science on our limitations here on our planet, our limitation of our own physics, our own dynamics, our own science, where the possibilities are literally endless of what kind of life could be out there, how it originated, how it thrives, and how it survives. So
Right.
I agree with you.
It may be very different than we are. When you go on a blind date, it's a fair assumption to assume that the person you would meet would not be very different from you, because we share a common genetic heritage, all humans.
Mhm.
But when you meet life from another place that had nothing in common with us, it could be very different. And the technologies could be much more advanced than ours, that they would look like magic for us. But the lesson from Oumuamua is similar to what I experience when I go on vacation on a beach. Most of the time I see seashells that were swept ashore, and each of them looks different, and they were naturally produced. But every now and then I stumble across a plastic bottle that implies that there is a civilization out there that produced it. It's an artificially made object. And my point is, rather than just looking for radio signals from space, we might check objects that come to us from outside the solar system, and perhaps we'll find a message in a bottle. So the search for other civilizations could go in many different directions. It's possible that many of those civilizations that existed are not around anymore, that they are dead by now. But that doesn't mean that we cannot find evidence for their existence. We could search just as we do archaeology, where we dig into the ground and find evidence for civilizations that are not around anymore. We can do the same thing in space, finding planets with burned up surfaces where the civilization did not take good care of its climate, or went into a nuclear war. So we can find artifacts that are left behind. We can find evidence for dead civilizations as well. And that would teach us an important lesson to behave better, so that we will not share the same fate. Altogether, I think we can learn from the sky. Okay, if we see evidence for other civilizations out there, we can learn from them. If we see a technology that we can import to Earth, it would be huge. It could be very profitable. Instead of going to Wall Street or to Silicon Valley, if you learn something from the sky, looking at the sky.
What's up, guys? Ryan Sprague here, and I'm just dropping in to remind you about our Patreon campaign. Somewhere in the Skies is always free to consume, but it's not free to create. So if you want to help the show on a monthly basis, we have tons of rewards for you in return, including shoutouts on the show and website, bonus content and episodes, and free merch. Want to be my guest or pick a topic for the show? You can do that too. So if you'd like to learn more and to help support the show, visit patreon.com/somewhereskies. Thank you, and keep looking up.
The technology that we see displayed by, I'm talking about those who claim to have seen unidentified aerial phenomena here on Earth. The technology being displayed by these craft or these anomalies or phenomena. If we could harness that technology, like you said, I can only imagine how it could benefit humanity instead of being weaponized, instead of being, used for bad or for destruction, like you said, a fate that we might have someday that another civilization had. So I guess kind of closing. Yes, please.
Yeah, I should add to what you just said. I participated in a debate about just a month and a half ago about the question of whether the space race between the US and China is good for humanity. And all of the debaters were focusing on the military threat from space. So if there is this race between China and the US, it brings the risk to national security and so forth. And I just couldn't understand it, because space is all about going away from Earth in the third dimension. You don't just hover above the surface of the Earth. That's not where most of the space is. It's very far away. It's going to Mars. It's going to another star. And there is no military risk from that. If you go very far from Earth, you're not risking what's going on Earth. And to me, it was very narrow-minded, the view to think about space as a military threat. It's the one thing that can unify us. We can have an ambition going to space that will benefit the global economy. So rather than fighting among each other, space, I think, could be a unifier.
Right. And that kind of connects to my last question here in terms of what Oumuamua could represent and what these possible artificial objects could be coming into our solar system is technosignatures. Avi, I know you've done heavy research on this in the past as well. We covered this on a website.
All right, I have to interrupt the programming because we're going to be going to kgradb.com live. Entity Voices Paranormal Investigation live from the White Hill Mansion. I was with them on Saturday at the second of the 4 mansion tour, the Kreischer Mansion in Staten Island, and I got to tell you folks, it was incredible. And they definitely captured something, but I can't really go into details because they're going to have to do that themselves. But it was amazing to be with them on Saturday night. And as well as April, the psychic housewife, actually, from New Jersey. Anthony Simonelli, Dennis, a bunch of folks were there. It was really a great experience. So Tony and Cherie Rathman, I want to thank Ron Iacovetti and Lourdes Gonzalez, all of them. Anthony, the whole crew, everybody there. I want to thank them for inviting me there. So we're going to be going and listening to their show momentarily. I would advise to go watch this on video at kgradb.com, the members area, or you can, for the time being, see it on KGRA YouTube channel, KGRA Facebook page. And this show is going to start, I would say, in approximately 4 minutes after Peter Robbins' show ends. And I want to say hello to everybody who's watching. I see Brothers Grimm join. I see Chris. What's going on, Chris? Bob. That's, of course, Fantasy. Fantasy's probably hard at work right now. I'm sure he'll be joining us later if we're still streaming. It depends on the weather now. It's all about the weather for the next few days. It should clear up a bit tonight. There's a low pressure off in the Atlantic. It's, I think, near Long Island, so it's spinning these clouds up in upstate New York. But it should be... Those are fireflies, by the way, or lightning bugs, as I would call them. And I've also got some station work I need to keep an eye on, so I'm all over the place. I am seriously multitasking right now, which I have to keep an eye on Peter's stream when it ends so that I can get EVPI started. Now, obviously, Race is producing right now, and I want to send my love to Race because he's not feeling well tonight. He's dealing with a double ear infection, and he's a trooper. He's doing the shows. He's producing. So, and also to Don Ecker, host of Dark Matters Radio. He has a really bad back injury, and he's not going to be doing any shows for quite some time. I would say at least for the next 4 to 6 weeks. So it's going to be a tough stretch moving forward for Don Ecker, but he's doing well. He's recovering. He's comfortable, well, kind of, because he is in a lot of pain, but he's dealing with it. All right, so we're gonna. He just ended the stream. End event. That means the other one's gonna start. Let me fix this up. On demand. Save. All right, now let's go to KGRA. And EVP. This should start in about 2 minutes. I mean, I have to give Race time to do the switch over. I just got a message in there. All right, anyway. So we're momentarily going to start the Entity Voices Paranormal Evidence show, but right now it's Entity Voices Paranormal Investigations because they're at the White Hill Mansion. And in any minute, we'll be joining them live. Oh, I got a wrench in there. I forgot about that. No, I should not be a big part in there. This is not about LOL, Eric. This is about White Hill, not Kreischer. You will. Oh, here we go. It started. Is it working for you? Because it's on. Here we go, folks. Enjoy.
Paranormal evidence.
Tonight, see what truly exists inside the world of the paranormal. Join the discussion and review some of the best paranormal evidence captures from a wide variety of experienced and up-and-coming investigators. See and hear what they capture, where they captured it, and how they captured it. Right now on Entity Voices
Paranormal evidence.
Live.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Chris Allgood.
And I'm Audrey Keeler. Hello, ladies and gents of the paranormal community.
And welcome to Entity Voices Paranormal Evidence. We have got a really special show for you tonight. So if everybody's been paying attention, Ron, Lourdes, Tony, and Cherie are up north.
Without us.
And there's a couple reasons for that. One is we've got some very big things coming in October. My son's getting married, so we had a big trip planned going down to Phoenix, so we couldn't make this trip. And the other reason is if you get Tony, me, and Ron into the same location up in New York, they've been asking us to leave faster than they're asking Cuomo to leave, Governor Cuomo. So we're down here. We're hosting from North Carolina, and they are actually they are up at White Hill Mansion up in
Fourth and Final
in New Jersey. The Fourth and Final. They've done 4 straight days of investigations up there. They've let me go through the list here for you guys. They've, if I can find it. They started at Kingsland Manor on Friday night. Then they moved to the Kirshner Mansion on Saturday night. And then they went to the Selma Mansion on Sunday night. And tonight they are at what is the White Hill Mansion in New Jersey. And they have been going nonstop. They've literally been investigating till 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, getting to bed about 5 a.m. to 7 a.m.
Kudos to them.
Getting up at noon and turning around and doing it again every night for the last 4 days straight. So the good news is we're going to do a little bit of history on the White Hill Mansion where they're at tonight. Mm-hmm. And then we're going to bring them in live. It's going to be a little bit choppy. It's going to be a little bit choppy, but they're definitely going to be with us. I see Tony's already trying to plug in. So let's, Audrey, you want to tell them a little bit about White Hill Mansion where they are tonight?
Not really.
Yeah,
but y'all can guess it.
Yeah.
So it looks like, I'm reading this, sorry folks, I don't memorize everything. It's was built in 1723 from Robert Field. Is that what that says? Or by Robert Field?
Robert Field was the original owner. Robert Field was second.
Owner. Okay, the second. So it is situated on top of a bluff overlooking the Delaware River. White Hill Mansion is a location that has been ingrained in history since the beginning of our nation. It is so cool. From what is that word?
Lenape
Winter settlement in a hotbed of Revolutionary War activity to American inventors. You can take it from there.
During the Revolutionary War, Mary Field, who was Robert's wife, was reported to be a loyalist by the rebel supporters. And then because of some rumors that she had dinner with a captain of the rebel supporters. Ooh. But upon her death, she turned the property over to her son, Robert III, in 1797. It changed hands many times. It's been occupied by inventors, doctors, maybe even estate senators, rum runners, even a bordello of entrepreneurs took hold of rum runners and some bordello. It's, in 1923, Henrik and Katrina Glenk turned it into the Glenk's Mansion restaurant, and that served as a restaurant for 50 years.
German cuisine.
Yeah, German cuisine. In 1972, the Glenks sold the restaurant, and when another company purchased it with the intent of using it as a corporate office, they found out that they planned on demolishing the house, and the property was bought by another company. Currently, the White Hill Mansion is now on the New Jersey State Register for Historical Sites, and it will not be torn down. So what haunts the White Hill Mansion? There's rumors of a young boy in a striped suit, a little boy with a woman in the attic. Revolutionary War energies are there. Some of the rum runners that spent much time there during the Prohibition. There's history of recordings of the bordello and speakeasy noises and sounds and the haunts. It's a shadow man. Black shadows have been captured. Conversations down in the cellar. Children playing in the nursery. Sounds of footsteps on the stairs in the middle of the night. And some say that they've heard Mr. Glenk, the old restaurant owner, talking in the attic. So it's pretty neat. Pretty neat place. 1723, which means that over 50 years prior to the Declaration of Independence being signed in Gettysburg.
So crazy, the history.
This place was built. So I see Tony and Cherie Rathman. Let's go ahead and bring them in.
Hi, guys.
I see you, Tony and Cherie. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. We are exhausted. This is investigation number 4.
Our final
one. We've been getting to bed about between 6 and 7 in the morning. It's always light by the time we go to bed. We sleep for about 3 hours. Get up and do it all over again. Now, don't get me wrong. It has been fantastic. But
awesome adventure.
It absolutely was. We have hit some of the most incredible locations. And for any of the audience watching, hoping our video is coming through and our audio is coming through. Signal is not real strong here.
Bear with us.
Yeah, so bear with us. But we have captured some amazing stuff on these locations. And for anybody watching on kgradb.com, we are going to put together episodes of each of the 4 locations we did. And once complete, those will be allowed to be loaded to kgradb.com, and you can actually watch them and what we captured there. So it'll be really cool.
Right, but don't forget to subscribe in order for you guys to see
them.
Episodes.
Yep. It'll be these are some amazing locations, and being from the Southwest coming out to the East Coast, the building we're in now, like Chris said, was circa 1723. Mm-hmm. So that was 52 years before this country was even the United States, which is just absolutely amazing. I know Ron right now is trying to figure out if he can show you a little bit of the building because
he has a better signal.
He's got a better signal than we do, but this building is absolutely incredible.
I wish you guys are here, Chris and
wish we were too.
But
be nice.
Yeah, well, we do. It's not the same without you guys, and I know this one was bad timing on things you had going on, and we'll definitely do another one. What we probably won't do is 4
days.
days.
No.
I don't think I could hang with that one. I don't know.
Between the energy drain from the paranormal to the lack of sleep to the it's been insane, but
Talk about a paranormal hangover, man.
Yeah.
Woo.
Yes, it is a paranormal hangover.
multiplied by 100. But you know, there's going to be some great stuff coming out of this, so it was definitely worth it. And it was really cool because we started at Kingsland Manor, and then we went to Kreischer, then we went to Selma, and now we're here at White Hill. But the places got older and older as we went on, and the activity increased as we went on. Last night, while Kreischer was fantastic, Selma was just off the charts, especially EVPs. And we're being told we got history from people that are familiar with the building, and all that will be in the episodes. But what we're being told happens at this location is off the charts. So fingers crossed.
Right. Also,
Well,
I wanted to mention, Team Dalton is joining us tonight.
Yes,
He's
he is.
actually here. Yeah, what team is Team Dalton?
He's part of the original Warren group, which I'm drawing an absolute blank on. Where's Mr. Anthony? What?
Anthony,
I see an Anthony Simonelli behind you.
And we have Anthony Simonelli.
Yes, and we definitely want Anthony to come in here for a minute. He has been amazing. He has been setting up cameras to record automatically in rooms, capturing evidence for us. All these people have been a tremendous help. They are actually going to supply what they get to add to the episodes. It's going to be awesome. So, Anthony, thank you so much.
And happy birthday.
Anthony's birthday, everybody.
Happy birthday.
2013.
Make sure you guys spank him later for us.
Will do.
I might enjoy that. Hey, Chris, forget about it.
How you doing? How you doing?
Forget about it.
But
I gotta get back to work now for cameras. These guys
See you, Anthony.
But yeah, we have had just a slew of different investigators from all sorts of different groups that have joined us on each individual hunt and changed people from location to location.
We meet wonderful people.
Yeah, just amazing people in the field, and it was so nice to be in an area that we've never been before, to experience an investigation trip where it's just been one location after the next and you know, the history behind these places just far exceeds anything that we have in the Southwest, because you've got hundreds of years versus maybe 100 if we're lucky. Just incredible. I mean, this building has been through so many civil wars and
Revolutionary War.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Just incredible. But what an adventure, and we are so looking forward to seeing what else we can have come up. But has Ron popped in yet?
Yeah, Ron is down at the bottom. I was getting some feedback. He's got great video. If you guys want to join him for the walkthrough, that'd be fantastic.
We can definitely do that. Let me pop out, and we'll go join him for the walkthrough.
Let's see if how's our signal.
We don't have to take ours. We'll just go with him on his camera.
Join in with them.
All right, I'm just gonna log out, and bring Ron in first.
I'll bring her on
before I jump off.
I see
Hey,
it, Ron.
guys.
Ready.
Hey.
Hi guys.
So it's hard for us to hear. The audio is a little hard to hear because we're outside right now. Tony, you could stay logged on if you want to, or you can come join us if you have a good connection. But we're out in front of White. There's a train going by now.
Of course.
Oh, I hear it.
There's a river here. There's train here. So you have all the conduits that people in the paranormal say will aid communication, will aid activity. You've got that here. Not to mention the history. If you look behind us, there's your circa 1723.
Can you see it? Yeah.
at the entranceway. Those lights are not flickering from paranormal activity. Those are actually lights that are meant to look like torch lamps with a flame. So, I mean, everybody looks good from us as far as the broadcast. Tony and Sheree look clear. Chris and Audra look clear.
Yeah. You guys look great.
I love the Fantasy Island background thing you got going on there.
That's for anybody that's been watching the lives, there's a little hidden message behind that one.
Yes, somehow I think Tony's involved with that one. From Price. So we can try to walk through. I mean, just to give you an idea, here's the outside entrance, and we can I'll walk through with us on camera, but I may flip the camera to the other side, which hopefully doesn't knock me off. But because if you see us walking through, we could be walking through a cafeteria at a high school that you don't really see the place. So maybe I can flip camera. There's Anthony Simonelli of the Simonelli tribe.
Hey guys.
All right.
Mr. Tim Dalton.
Hi.
Pleasure to meet them both. Pleasure to meet them both.
Chris and Audra.
Yeah, I don't know if I can change cameras now. Yes, I can. All right, I'm going to try to flip camera to the other side.
And I'm here. I'm joining you guys. Magic. Magic.
All right.
Oh, look at that.
Cool.
There it goes. I can even turn my light the other way, so maybe it helps illuminate the path. Or I'll hold it up. Maybe I don't know if it's working this way because it's not on the phone. There it goes. Hold on. Can I clip it here? Here. Without knocking my phone spotlight on? No. Just this.
So, Ron, as you go through some of these rooms, tell us some of the evidence you caught here.
So, we've been here in the past.
I think his audio went out.
Of the evidence we got downstairs. I can try to go to the basement.
We're back on.
I'm back.
You're back. Sort of.
Yeah, unfortunately, the signal here is super weak. This thing is on a huge piece of property, and there's houses that run along the side of it now, but none of those were here, obviously, when this was built. So it literally is probably, I don't know, 2,000 feet from the road that goes by.
I'm enjoying this, folks. I am.
It goes right up against the river. And the railroad tracks run between the river and this house. Okay. And just in a
we lost like
just an amazing location. Are we breaking up?
No, you guys are coming through clear. Ron's kind of
he's a little sketchy.
We don't have any audio on Ron, and we keep getting little glimpses. We do see a bar though, which
went to the basement. That's probably why. But this building is 3 stories. 3 or 4? 3. 4 basement. Basement. This level, second level, and third level.
Oh, wow!
And they've got all these weird rooms, crazy doors.
I have my picture.
And it just, you open up what you think might be a closet or just a little towel rack kind of cupboard, and there's like steps leading up. It's insane. There's these tiny little doors, and you open it, and then there's this hallway and additional rooms.
It's the bordello.
Yeah, that was, I guess, used as a bordello. We're gonna try to get back there. There were 2 underground tunnels that go down to the river. They would use those to transport goods coming in off the river, including alcohol during Prohibition. Because obviously, as you saw where Ron was, there's a bar down there.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
That is fantastic. Even if Loki keeps popping in back behind you, even if we don't have audio on Ron, have him continue, because we're seeing some video that is fantastic.
Yeah, we can see you on screen here. Yeah,
correct.
correct.
Do you have me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're catching
You
your
do.
video, Ron. Just your audio keeps cutting in and out. But keep going with the video.
So the basement's
we can see your video, Ron, because there's no audio, but that's okay. It's still a view of the building. It looks like he's on the second floor right now.
Yes, that's correct.
Oh, there we go.
This is the second floor, if you can hear me.
Yep. Can hear you.
So you can see, people that are watching, you can see some of the remnants of the older days where you've got the old plaster walls and some of the old 2x4s above the fireplaces. But the radiating heat that you see in there was probably added in later when they turned it into a restaurant. That radiant heat wouldn't have been there in 1723 by any means. Yeah.
No, it was all heated by fireplaces, and we've seen that consecutively in the last 2 or 3 buildings. Fireplaces everywhere.
Yeah,
There were 4 of them in the basement of Selma, and then you had them on every level. But of course, they're usually covered now with the radiant heat.
Yeah.
And then even those probably aren't functioning anymore, and they've got new systems put in, gas heaters or gas heat or electric heat, right? Furnaces.
She's over here. Hello.
There's a Loki.
We miss you.
We miss you guys too.
Oh, Ron went out again, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But hopefully, like I said, the places that were booked for this was just absolutely amazing. They did such a great job, and that was a combination of Ron and Lourdes, Anthony, and some others to help pull this all together. But what a treat that was. And we know, especially from the last 2, only because we had done a little bit of review of some of the EVPs, some of the information that we were getting, that between and God knows what we have that we're not aware of.
How long do you think we're going to have the review?
Yeah, I was trying to get the light on the camera to show, but I can't.
6 months.
It's gonna take a while.
A long time. Yep.
Okay, it looks like they are on.
They're in the bathroom.
Okay, and that's called the bloody bathroom.
The bloody bathroom.
Yeah, not in the English sense.
The red, yeah, the bloody bathroom is here?
Yeah, not in the English sense, like that bloody hell. Not like that.
So explain why it's called the bloody bathroom.
Well,
there are stories that have to do with that tub that psychics and different mediums that have been through here suggest that there was a death, some say suicide, that happened and someone was found dead, bled out in the tub. It's never been substantiated through any historical record that they know of. This right here was called the squishy room.
The squishy room.
What's that?
Can you go back to the tub?
This is a squishy room. This was called the squishy room just because when they had fixed the place before, the ceiling had gotten wet and it was starting to fall in, so they had to do some repair work underneath here.
And there was a carpet.
So there was a carpet from the 70s, like a really thick shag carpet up here, plus the floor getting really saturated. So
it was squishy.
So they called it the squishy room.
It's funny.
Do not enter.
It's usually where Chris goes.
Back in the bathroom. What do you need in the bathroom?
And those stairs were used for what? Did you get to see the stairs?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
All right, well.
So Ron,
You got me again?
Yeah. So mediums and psychics that have been in there, have they said anything about slashed wrist or like a female? Maybe one of the bordello girls.
I think that's a possibility for at least one of the myths or legends or whatever the story is behind it. Yeah, that it was a because there is the alleged bordello up on the 3rd floor where we're going to go, where we'll be sweating like Mike Tyson in a spelling bee, but we're going.
But it's never been confirmed. It's never been confirmed.
Yeah, it hasn't been confirmed, but a female bled out here, slit wrist, is definitely part of the lore from this specific room.
It doesn't help that it's red.
Yeah, the red theme doesn't help. Hopefully, back into the squishy room.
Back to the squishy room.
This tile is some of the original tile work.
Wow.
Oh wow.
That is incredible.
And the board downstairs too.
Yeah, so we're moving into the 1723 part of the house. Actually, Chris will appreciate this real fast. The exposed brick right there, that was the outside of the 1760 house. When they put the houses together, this is the part where they feel they joined them. So that brick used to be the exterior of the 1760s house right there.
Cool.
That is fantastic.
This room has been traditionally active for a lot of teams. We actually got some really good ghost box stuff in here in the past. It was, I think, believed to be a kid's room. Possibly. I don't remember if that's accurate or not, but there's a fireplace
Well, the kids' room is on the other side.
and a creepy closet. Do not enter. I tell you one thing, man.
The kids' room is on the other side.
I can't wait to tell my cell phone carrier that they need to find out that New Jersey has a southern part. Those are what they called way back in the 1700s, and I think the correct term, I'm not sure if I got this right, stairs. Those are fucking stairs right there. Those are. Did I say that?
It's not a grand staircase, that's for sure.
Yeah. This was not. While this was not a royal family that lived here, there was a throne.
Oh no,
So
And this actually, I'm going to put the camera. This actually was a stairway to go up to the attic, but you're not allowed to pass up there anymore. But if you can see.
So what's the reason they don't let you go up there?
You see it?
Yeah. Is it just?
That's the reason they don't let you go up that.
That's
is 'cause
Loki.
There's a safer way to get up there.
Yeah.
He blinded me with the light.
I blinded her with science. Toilet. Listen, just because this is paranormal, we don't just cover the beyond. We cover the bed and the bath too.
That's right.
Good one.
That was great.
Now we're gonna go up to the third floor. Third floor.
Hopefully your camera's actually.
So just, you know what? Just, I think this is a great point to kind of mention is see all this.
Yeah.
So, on the coattails of the pandemic, one of the things that the president of the Historical Society here, Dawn, had told me, and then Kyle, who was here with us earlier, told us, is that they get 10%, I think, of funding to the place like this through grants and stuff. 90% of the revenue streams that come through here are from ghost hunting teams doing exactly what we're doing right now. So, our little hobby of talking to the dark has really, really beneficial sides to it that people may not realize.
Yep. We're trying to do the same here, so
Yeah.
completely understand that.
Yeah, that's an excellent
So this
point,
is the
Ron,
area-
because it's that money that actually
You got a lot
keeps
of
these places
activity in
around.
this room.
Otherwise, they'd be going down.
History going. Oh, that's creepy.
The hell is that?
Little teeny-
So that, I think, is, I believe, what the Native Americans call the fire crotch.
This is what you caught if you went into the bordello.
Yeah.
We've kind of.
Yes.
This room is.
I guess that's symbolic. Some people came out of the bordello and had a burning sensation between their legs.
That's right. Every time they pee.
There it is. There it is. Little trigger toys that got left behind.
Wow.
There's a baseball. I'm pretty sure this is from the 1600s.
Well, that thing's never going to get thrown. It's Phillies on it.
So this is where the bordello spot was. I'm going to try to get in here because I am the one short enough to do this. There's a stairway that came up from the bathroom. See the toilet down there?
Okay. Yeah.
That's that stairway we couldn't come up.
Okay.
Now, in the past, we've been here, and a gentleman had a laser trigger trip wire going through this room. And everybody was downstairs, and we heard the sensors going off, and everybody came because there was nobody on this floor. So these are believed to be the rooms that were operating under the auspices of the bordello.
Are you crawling, Ron? Because that ceiling's like, what, 3.5 feet tall?
No, he fits.
No, I could actually jump.
He fits. In his little white tuxedo.
And then that's a cistern. That's a big cistern.
Oh, wow.
That's, I don't know what that is. There's a big cistern right there. And then later, we're going to get Anthony Simonelli to make this a hot tub.
So that cistern had to have been from the 1700s, right, Ron?
I think so. We got a really, really good tour through here with Kyle before. We tried to retain as much of it as we could. Oh, there it goes, and then we're back. All right. Actually, at least we're getting some signal to do this.
Yeah, you're doing a good job.
Because I was really afraid.
So for everybody watching, to touch base on a little bit of history, people that had lots of money back in the 17 and 1800s, cisterns were placed up in the attics of the houses, and the floors were reinforced to support that weight, and it actually gave them indoor plumbing fed by gravity, and that was a water catchment system for when it rained. And sometimes,
can you hear me still?
And sometimes,
can you hear me still?
Yeah, we can still hear you.
Yes, we can still hear you.
Sometimes, if they did not have rain, if they're out, they would actually pay their servants or people that took care of them to go upstairs with buckets of water and fill those cisterns, so they could actually have gravity-fed plumbing with inside the house. It's amazing that cistern.
That's exactly right, Chris.
Yep.
That's exactly right. That's how this whole thing functioned, and it was the gravity that brought the water down to every other faucet that needed it.
That's fantastic.
So this door right here, if you can hear me, that Kyle had told us earlier, and I have Lourdes open it. It's latched tightly shut, but they have seen this door open by itself, and it doesn't make a noise. Now she's going to open it, and hopefully you can hear the sound. Go ahead. And then close it. Hear it latch in?
Oh, yeah.
So that is opened on its own before here several times.
It takes a lot.
It takes a lot to do it, and it makes no noise when it's happened.
Interesting.
This has been a really good room as far as audio evidence has gone before for us also.
And Kyle says that they catch a lot of shadows in this room, particularly in this room, rather than the rest of it.
That's correct.
Catch shadow figures here. Oh my God, it's freaking hot.
Yeah. Yeah, for people who don't realize, it's not terribly hot outside right now in New Jersey where we are.
But we're in here.
But there's no circulation going up this far into the house. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to need a smaller pant size by the time I get downstairs. And Tony, if you want to give him a little dialogue too, maybe while I'm going through, because at least my video is holding up more, feel free to chime in. That's Loki on the stairs. Loki on the stairs, ladies and gentlemen. Loki on the stairs.
Loki on the stairs.
He's not moving.
Not going very fast.
The pose.
Even though it's warm.
Yeah, their signal looks like it's freezing up here and there.
Yeah.
Are we going all the way down?
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to get the basement. I just don't know if we're going to get it.
You can try. Let's try.
It is just an absolute maze of hallways and rooms, and it is so easy, especially in the dark, literally to get turned around and not even sure which way to go.
I can imagine, yeah.
It's an internal maze of relatively small hallways and rooms shooting off in every direction.
Right.
Some connect, some don't, but
The only room that has power or electricity is just
the
this
room we're in right now.
What
And
time
this was
is
the
your?
newest addition.
What
This
time
was
is your?
this was a dining room and a coat room. Yeah, this was a coat room and a dining room.
Yeah, their signal's dropping off. He's going down floors, and about the only one he hasn't shown yet is the basement, and I'm sure that as he's dropping, the signal's probably getting worse.
We'll test his signal.
So we.
What time did your
Yeah, I can hear them coming down the steps right now.
Okay, it's number 5.
Yeah, they dropped off.
They dropped signal. Hey, Tony,
He went into the basement. Yeah, you dropped out.
So Tony, what time does the actual investigation start?
Well, it actually started when we got here. We just obviously stopped to do this. We're gonna start directly after and go as long as we can stay awake. And I say that because, like I said, we've been ending 5 o'clock in the morning and then driving an hour or more back, and we have to do that again tonight when we finish. So we'll probably go, I don't know, a little bit shorter tonight because the last 3 were exhausting. But we'll probably quit somewhere between 2 and 3 tonight.
Okay.
And how many people are with you tonight?
Well, we've got Ron Lourdes, Cherie and I, Tim Dalton, Dennis DeSone, and Anthony. So there's 6 of us.
Who's the 7th?
Anthony.
Yeah.
2.
Yeah,
4,
7.
6.
Oh yeah, okay.
He doesn't know how to count.
I'm tired. My brain's
tired.
I can imagine.
I would imagine. Yep.
So for everybody watching, Tony and Cherie actually flew into New York on Thursday night, right?
Yep.
Checked in, got to the
We
hotel.
arrived,
What time did you get there, Tony? What time did you finally settle down in the hotel Thursday night?
we started Friday night. We arrived about 11:30, quarter to 12 Thursday night. We slept when we got here. We ordered a pizza at 3 a.m.
3 a.m.
Of course, there's a 3-hour time difference between
when
we left Arizona and arrived here. But they're outside. I can see them through the windows. Oh, they're behind us. Never mind.
Tony is tired, ladies and gentlemen.
I thought you were outside. But we started Friday night. So we did Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night, and then the last one tonight. But like I said, what we know that we captured, let alone what we don't know what we captured.
Right.
Ron had just some incredible evidence come through the direct radio voice, especially one at Kreischer Mansion. Well, not even just Kreischer, but
The Kingsland Manor too.
excuse me, Kingsland,
Pretty much.
Selma as well. All of them so far.
Pretty much all of them.
Just some amazing stuff, and we captured some really cool evidence in the basement at Kreischer, and they're kind of connected with what was captured on direct radio voice to
we
what
have
we captured.
Bill Forte at Kreischer Mansion.
Yeah, he had a blast.
Yeah, Bill's actually commenting right now that he didn't get home until 4 a.m. on Sunday morning.
Yep. And that was what, believe it or not, Bill, that was, I'm going to run out of battery. That's not good. That was actually one of the earlier nights. The other ones, we weren't getting back until 6, 7 in the morning. I mean, it was broad daylight by the time we pulled up to go to bed.
Yeah.
So that was crazy, but
And did you tell them the last one before this one? We decided to go to bed at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Right. This morning. Right.
And get up at 10.
Yeah. So 3 hours sleep.
Yeah.
3 hours sleep.
Yep.
So hopefully we still have energy to investigate.
We'll find the energy.
Energy drink. Yeah.
So it looks like Ron's getting set up. Where's Ron at? Where's he setting up at?
Right behind you guys.
I'm right behind him.
He's
All right. Well, our battery's going to die, so if you want
You guys want to switch over to Ron?
What was that, Chris?
You guys want to switch over to Ron? Ron's there.
Yeah.
You may not be able to hear him, but you know where he's flying.
We're getting
I'll raise it up.
Yeah. I'm going to take this one out.
Okay.
You got.
There we go. Mr. Yacovetti.
You got me?
Yeah. Yeah, we got you.
You want to try it over here, Ron? It might work better.
Yeah, it was weird. It held up in some places and not in others.
Yeah, we tried to fill in for you when it.
No, I wanted you. I wanted you to stay
Right
with
there.
me and talk through it too.
Right there is perfect.
This one just so that we had a connection, but then the audio.
Is that good?
Perfect.
So
That
this
is
is the
perfect.
one place in the house where we seem to be able to have battery and signal.
It's all like, go like this.
Yeah.
Come on, Shereen. Let's all squeeze. Squeeze. And we're all together now. And we're all short. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you see us? All right, let's start there.
So first, we miss you guys, of course. We wish you were here. Love the background.
Vice versa.
Yeah, the background's awesome. Let me see if the volume's up a little bit. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, this place has been on one of our favorite lists, along with places like the Queen Mary for a number of years. And so we wanted to do 4 nights, 4 great locations, 4 good investigations. And so this was a great way to end it at White Hill Mansion.
What the heck was that?
There was a knock on the window.
Yeah, that's what Anthony said.
Anthony said that happened earlier to him too.
Oh.
And there's got to be some level of irony involved to the fact that we're on something called live, and we are as far from live as possible.
We're all dead.
After the last few nights, but we figured we're going to do the 6 mansion suicide tour in a year from now, and whoever's left communicates with the others.
And if no one's left, get out spirit boxes because it'll all be EVP.
Oh, yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
No,
I said catch your shoulder.
I can turn my shoulder.
Pose.
So does that make us like the living dead?
Yeah. Yeah, that might
We're
be it.
live
Yeah.
and dead.
But it's been good. Tony got to run some of his boxes. He got his pre-Vox, Evox box.
Yeah.
Really good stuff.
We got good stuff on almost any device we ran. The amount of activity was incredible, and I don't think there was a single location we did that we didn't get something where we were like, wow. The best one, I'm not going to say it. I'll wait for the episodes to come out. But at Kingsland Manor, Ron was doing this little dance, and what came over the DRB.
Well, yes, I have to take credit for that, because I said, if you want, he did this silly dance, and I said, if you want him to dance again, say, dance, fool. And it came out.
Oh, did you say fool?
Yes,
Yeah.
I said it.
I thought you said just tell him to dance.
No, I said
Here.
dance, fool.
You know what? Here, I'll show him what I did. Give me some room. Here, want to see what I did? If you've ever saw
Yeah, we want to
Ghostbusters,
see it.
if you've seen Ghostbusters, you should recognize this move.
Oh,
Ah. Oh, yeah.
So he's playing the DRB, and Lorda says, if you want him to dance, say dance, fool. All of a sudden you hear this deep voice go, dance, fool.
That's fantastic.
And it's clear as a bell.
Awesome.
That is awesome.
So
how's Arizona?
How the hell are we?
They're not in Arizona.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh my God. I'm sorry.
I'm like, how the hell would we know?
We'll blame that on her being overtired.
yeah.
Right.
So how's Iceland? You're not there yet.
That's
Cold.
Okay.
Well, actually, that's freezing.
good.
Things
That's
are good. Hanging in there.
North Carolina's
Are we
great.
breaking up?
No, you guys are
No,
good.
you guys are good?
Yeah, we're breaking up.
You're breaking up on
Breaking
your
up's hard to do.
Yeah, we're trying to see if we can get the signal back.
Yeah, there's no
I see it.
table.
I see.
I'm with us. I think
You guys might be breaking up on your end, but you're coming through clear and
Yeah,
loud.
we can hear you and see you just fine.
Okay, they said they can hear and see us.
Yeah, they're frozen on our end
it's
because our
their-
signal sucks.
Our signal, but he's saying they can hear and see us. So we'll just keep talking, I guess. But we're really excited to find out what we're going to get tonight. I forgot what I was going to say.
We're excited to see what we're going to get tonight. And I'll tell you what, something I think is going to be cool is that we're going to do, so we did some of the same methodologies Friday.
Wait, hold on. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, you
So what we're going to do,
That's hilarious.
we're going to do some of the same stuff we did each night, and we're looking for consistency with data. We did Tony's pre-Vox box. We did direct radio voice. We did EVP, and we got similar results, at least of the quality and clarity on each of the given nights. So we're going to do the same thing. I've got the direct radio voice thing set up downstairs. Tony has his box with him. We're going to run some of the Holte Paranormal boxes. We brought 4 or 5 of the Holte boxes. We get some really good stuff out of those over the last couple of days.
We had parabolic mics set up in each locations.
Yeah.
It looks like our signal's breaking up, so maybe can you guys still hear us? Okay, we should probably.
Oh yes, now you give it a thumbs up.
Oh, okay. But we ran parabolic mics in all the locations too. Cannot wait to go through those to see what we've got. There's just going to be some great evidence to go through. It may take a couple weeks to go through it all, but or longer, but it'll be worth it.
Yeah, and it's we were so excited to do this. Great locations, 4 in a row, but it's grueling to do the hours that this takes to do, and then sleep until lunchtime, and then do it again 3 more times.
Absolutely.
It's hard. This is the 4th night of doing it, and I think if we had one more, we would probably bail.
Oh yeah. If we had a 5th one, I'd be like, no.
You want to go home.
I just want to sleep. I just want to actually.
But when you get that tired, you get slap happy. So last night when we got back to our Airbnb, we got there just before Anthony did, and we watched Anthony Seminole park his car, and the guy parked in the spot next to him really askew. So he had trouble getting in. So he was going into the spot, out of the spot, in the spot, out of the spot.
7 times.
Like 7 or 8 times. And I went, it looks like you're effing the parking space. I know.
But here's the best part. We were in the wrong section of where we were supposed to be parking.
Oh, yeah.
So he went all through that. We're trying the key in the door and it didn't open. And then I'm like, wait a minute. Weren't we at the end of the parking lot? What did you say, Anthony?
I got to move my car.
It was fantastic. We were laughing so hard. I mean, this is like vehicular fornication. You keep going in and out of the spot. Finally gets it right. We go to the door and she can't get the key to move. And we're going to jiggle the key. And then Tony looks up and that's not the building we were in. Weren't we in the back? And Anthony goes, I got to move my car.
For fuck's sake, I gotta move my car.
For fuck's sake, I had to move my car.
I gotta park it.
It's like 7 o'clock in the morning after being up all night, and then we had sandwiches.
5 delirious people. Yeah.
That's
I haven't laughed
fantastic.
that hard in a long time, though. That was great.
Oh my God, it was funny.
Yeah, they didn't stop laughing till this morning. And I'm still laughing about it.
It's been fantastic, and we've had an awesome opportunity to not only work with people that we've worked with before, but to introduce Tony and Cherie to people. We got Tim Dalton here tonight. Dennis Sasona's with us. Matt and Josie Haas set up Kingsland. Intuitive April joined us at Kreischer Mansion.
Yes.
Chris Nuara from Trinity Paranormal was with us that night at Kreischer also.
Gary and Nicole.
Gary and Nicole came both to
Kingsland and Selma.
And Selma.
Yeah.
Bill Freeman hosted us tremendously at Selma Mansion.
Yep. Plus,
Gerard.
Gerard Seminole
Gerard,
at Kingsland.
my brain is fried. The guy with the wireless cameras.
With which cameras?
The wireless.
Oh, Gary. That's
Yeah.
Gary. Yeah, we said
Right.
Gary Nicole. Yeah.
No, I know you mentioned him.
Teresa. We forgot Teresa.
Teresa
And did you
But-
mention
and
Chris?
Giuseppe.
Chris
I
Nuara.
did.
Yeah, he did. He mentioned it.
Yes.
But Gary's got these wireless DVR cameras with just unbelievable clarity. He set those up both at Kingsland and Selma, and he is going to give me that footage to put into the episodes, which means if anything happened in any of the rooms that we did not maybe catch, if it shows up on the DVR, we'll be able to put that stuff in.
I got to ask you a question.
Sure.
What is the network that we're on?
The network we're on?
Yeah.
KGRADB.com.
So we had a celebrity. We haven't named him yet.
We haven't named him yet.
I'll give you a hint. It rhymed with Bill Forte.
Yes.
Bill Forte from KGRA is with us.
He's watching right now.
He was, and he had an absolute blast.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Which, by the way, we are proud to make Bill an honorary member of EVPI because he loved it. The next location we did was Selma, and he's like, "Oh, I wish I wasn't producing today. I would be in my car already driving over there to join you guys." But it was awesome. He loved it. He had a great time, and so did all we.
We tried to get him to come here tonight.
Oh
yeah, we tried, and he's like, "No, I can't."
Yeah, he was.
He said
he was
hooked.
He was fantastic.
He said
He's
going
saying
back to
thank you and
Christchurch
I'm honored.
Mansion with you guys, right?
Yeah, we'll be going back. Definitely.
Say again?
Bill says, thank you, I'm honored.
Awesome.
We were honored. He was fantastic as an investigator.
He was. He did a great job. He asked some just brilliant questions, and it he did great.
Yeah.
And he didn't freak out. He didn't go out running out the door, and he was interested.
And the best thing is that we got some good stuff, and he was there to experience it, and
Yeah.
he was blown away.
Yeah.
Blown away.
Yep.
So, yeah.
And he had that $9 million camera.
Oh my God! It was pitch black out. He can make this thing look like it's 3:00 in the afternoon. It was incredible.
Yeah, you know what it couldn't do? It couldn't make me look taller. It made daylight out of night. It couldn't make height out of light.
It will cost more.
Made you good looking.
It would have cost.
Yeah.
Yeah, it did make me good looking just for one night.
It made you look good looking.
For one night.
For one night. Maybe 1 minute.
1 minute.
Well, all right, guys, we've only got a couple more minutes here. Anything you want to say before we close out?
Well, I know Sheree and I just want to thank, Ron and Lourdes, Anthony, everyone involved who put this together for us and let us experience this. The one negative to it was that you, Chris, and you, Audra, couldn't be part of this one because that would have been the only thing that would have made it better because we would have been a full EVPI group. But that will happen. We will plan it again. Another one, but I can guarantee you there won't be 4 of them. We'll do 1, possibly 2, depending on day spread, but no more 4 in 4 days.
Yeah, it's been grueling. We want to thank, obviously, Bill Forte for joining us. We wanted to thank Matt and Josie Haas for setting up Kingsland Manor. Anthony was instrumental with getting Kreischer Mansion in Selma. Bill Freeman, we want to thank. And we want to thank our audience for braving through this terrible signal we have tonight and for sticking with us through all these shows. This was a big deal to us. And of course, like Tony said, if you guys, Chris and Audra, were here with us, it would be so much better. But just the fact that we've been close for so long, we've been part of this show for so long, something that Lourdes and I are eternally grateful to be a part of this. This was an awesome experience to be. I can't do it anymore.
So wait a minute. So no 6 Suicide Mansion tour?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, when you wake up tomorrow morning and I say to you, should we do 1 more? And you're like, no, you'll answer your own question.
But if she wakes up tomorrow.
If she wakes up tomorrow.
We're going to be sleeping like for 3 days.
For sure.
Well, you can only sleep till Wednesday morning because we got to be at the airport at 6:30 and you're our ride. But a couple other of thank yous. Just a big thank you to Bill Forte. Having him out there was amazing. Want to obviously Race Hobbs for putting out this show for us each and every week. And to Warren and Eric who run KGRA. You guys have just been fantastic. And just remind the audience that may be watching this live now or in the future, we are going to put together an episode for each location we investigated, and we are going to place them.
Oh. Wonder if a battery died.
Battery died or they lost video.
Yeah, we didn't unplug them.
We did. We promise. So for everybody watching, we want to say thanks. And just remember, too,
Oh, they're popping
wait,
back in.
Wait.
There they are.
Anyway, I was just, the last thing was big thank you to Eric and Warren from KGRA. Just had, want to say thank you for them, and we will put together an episode for each location we investigate, and those will be on kgradb.com. So if you haven't signed up for kgradb.com, go ahead and do that. Try the free trial if it's still available. It will be worth it.
And you know, we're not going to thank our cell phone carriers. We're not.
Yes, because their signal out here isn't good.
Yeah, just like Rapunzel, this place needs a tower. Badly.
For everybody watching, thank you for coming on and
Yes.
watching tonight. Thank you for sticking on with us. I'm sure there is going to be a follow-up show with evidence reveals from the investigations the guys have been doing
sure.
for the last 4 days. For the questions that have been asked, how long does it take before we see evidence? Weeks.
Woo!
It
Long
takes
time.
weeks to review. It takes.
All right, so we were listening into the show, and yes, I was there. And I got the chills when they were mentioning my name because it's so true, I had a blast. I had such a great time with them. And I say the same thing to them. I want to thank them for inviting me to go there and participate. And yes, I asked relevant questions. I'm actually have a reputation for asking good questions. And I was actually participating in the actual investigation. I would ask specific things. I can't go into details because they got to release this themselves, and it's going to be available at kgradb.com. But I'm telling you, he said I was calm and all that. I'm going to tell you, there was one point. It was creepy. I kept calm, but it was creepy what happened in the basement. That's all I can say. Downright creepy. Because something happened before that. What? What? What do you mean? No. No. But did you see how they mentioned my name a lot? They love me. I love them. But anyway, what's up, Duplicate? I'm going to fix the camera in a second. And actually, I have to do some KGRA work. Oh, they were great people. They are awesome people. And they are exceptional professional investigators. I respect them so much of how they go about doing their business, I have to say. They were incredible. And they have fun. Yeah, they throw humor in too. They like to have a good time, which I like because that's the way I am. So it was perfect. It was great. What? Yeah, they all have great personalities. Absolutely. All right, let me get to Richard Dolan. Make sure this is... Wow. Race... Oh, no. Race is messaging me. Anyway, to the Skywatch. In a few minutes, we're going to be... Oh, that's Race. Now, I am live on streaming on 5 platforms, Mr. Hobbs, and you did a fantastic job covering what you just did with the Entity Voices Paranormal Evidence Show, because that is not easy when you have signals going on and juggling all that. So, amazing as always, Mr. Hobbs.
How's it going, Bill?
Good, doing good. I'm streaming. I actually carried the audio on my Skywatch.
You guys got clear weather up there?
Right now, yeah.
Good. Well, I just wanted to tell you that I loved you, man, and thanked you for covering for me on Thursday. I appreciate that. And
no worries.
My ears are feeling a little bit better this
Good.
evening, man. So.
Good. Just do what you what you've been doing since Saturday.
I'm hanging in there with it, man. It's tough, boy. Man, golly, double ear infection is
that is no. What you've done, I mean, not done. You've had this in the past.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was actually they said the truth. I was actually part of the investigation. They allowed me to ask questions to the equipment, like to get a response.
Yeah.
And actually something happened, and I filled you in behind the scenes about what happened in the basement. I'm not getting into specifics, but you've seen, the result. But I said something, and they said, Bill, that is brilliant idea. Excellent. Because something happened, bro. Something happened in the basement. I wish you were there, because I would have loved, and I said that in the chat room, I would have loved to seen your reaction, bro.
Nah, I would have been gone.
Oh my gosh, Race, it's like, and I got to be careful because I'm on Facebook and YouTube, and I'm not 18 plus on those. But it was a holy, what moment.
Yeah.
And there's no way I was gonna run. I love this stuff. Now,
yeah,
Yeah. But dude, there was a part where we walked in, like outside, there was a shed, and I'm not kidding. You got the instant chill right next to the shed. All of us at the same time. It was insane. It's like you could feel the temperature change and like a pressure. I felt nauseous. I was like, what's going on here? Then Anthony Simonelli, he didn't tell us anything. He didn't want to tell us anything. But then he tells us after, do you know why you guys had a reaction with that shed? Because that's where the mafia used to take care of business in there. If you know what I mean.
Mafia?
Yeah, the mafia owned that place at one time.
Really?
The 5 families of the New York area would meet there. This is serious Godfather stuff, bro.
That place is probably littered with bodies.
That's what they said. There's probably
just, I'd look to see where the grass grows the best, the flowers are growing.
By the way, Anthony Simonelli has been involved in the paranormal for over 3 decades, doing investigations, and he has formally invited me to tag along and go on investigations with him when he comes up to the New York upstate area for KGRA. I'm just letting you know that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and he's going to connect with somebody else. So I hope the Rathmans and Chris, Audra, Ron, and Lourdes do something again up in this area because, dude, I am so going. It was an amazing experience, Race. It really was. It was awesome. I can't say it enough. But yeah. Anyway,
sorry,
listen.
I didn't mean to drop off there. I was getting Jimmy going.
Yeah, Richard Dolan's on his show tonight. Then he's got.
You mean Richard Bleeping Dolan?
Oh, but it's official, by the way. I can say it. Richard Dolan will be at Pine Bush.
Nobody cares.
Doley's going to be there. It's going to be actually interesting to see Doley, Lee, and Mark on the table, all hanging out together. It should be interesting to see those 3 together. You know? Anyway, yeah. I love you. I love Robin. I love the family. You have a great night.
Thank you
rest.
So much, Bill. I appreciate it.
And I'll talk to you in the morning sometime to grab it.
Kiss Psycho on the nose for me and hug and kiss your mom for me. And I will talk to you mañana.
All right.
Say hi to everybody for me in chat.
Love you.
Love you back.
Bye.
Bye.
So that is the one and only Race Hobbs. And we're going to definitely go to Jimmy Church, Fade to Black in a little bit. He's got, like I said, Richard Dolan on Fade to Black tonight. Stephen Bassett tomorrow and Dr. Robert Schock on Wednesday. So I'm just checking out the streams right now for KGRA. He's got the station, but I'm monitoring the video on the KGRADB.com website of Jimmy Church. Matter of fact, I'll show you. I mean, Jimmy also streams, of course, on his, YouTube. But we carry him as well in the members area, which you'll see right now. I'm going to share the screen for a second. So, what's he doing? What the heck is Jimmy doing?
Why I moved it earlier. It was here for a reason. I moved it over there onto a table that's like 10 feet away. What, and then now I've moved it back, but I'll show you why in just a second. All right, tonight, very special guest Richard Bleepin Dolan is here. And I've told everybody all day today, a little bit yesterday, about what's going down. Tonight, Richard and I are going to do a full review and analysis of Showtime's new docuseries called UFO by J.J. Abrams.
Yep.
That's tonight. And then tomorrow night, Stephen Bassett is here. We're going to talk about the new Netflix series, Secret UFO Projects, proudly featuring Stephen Bassett and a host of others, including Richard Dolan. Yep. That is tomorrow night.
See, here's the funny thing. A lot of the things that come out, I already know about, and I can't say it because you can't. You get in trouble. I'll get in trouble. But, yeah, he's showing Shock's book now. So you can see this on kgradb.com. And we're going to be tuning into Jimmy in approximately 25 minutes when he brings on Richard Dolan, who I was quickly talking to today to make sure everything's set for Pine Bush. Anyway, so I hope everybody's having a great night. Oh, my gosh, you don't even know. I like they said, I know that they were almost slipped about the evidence. Because I'm telling you, they've got something really, really interesting from the Kreischer house. Yes, Mom.
Did you call Mike to see how he's doing?
No, I haven't. I'll do it tomorrow.
You better do it today.
I can't do it today. I'm live right now, Ma. I'm live, okay?
Oh, my God. That's disgusting.
Oh, gosh. Anyway, so let me just kill some windows here because I'm running a lot of stuff on my computer. So hello to Jade and Heidi and Bob, Marco. Let's see who else is in here now. Duplicate, Keith, and everybody else who may be watching tonight. We will go as long as the weather cooperates.
Tell him I love them all.
Mom says she loves you all. And like I mentioned earlier, the Pine Bush tickets for the evening event will go on sale sometime at the end of the week at pinebushmuseum.com. And yes, I have permission to now confirm it's Richard Dolan, Lee Spiegel, and Mark D'Antonio. But I knew this for quite some time, but it had to be official. And X, what's happening X? So we will listen to Jimmy Church once Richard comes on. Dolan. We will continue the stream as long as the weather goes, and that goes for tomorrow night, Wednesday night, and Thursday night. So it's going to be a long week for me. Skywatch is in producing at night, producing during the day, hardly no sleep. It's going to be rough. I've got my coffee ready to go, and I say coffee. I have to say one thing, though. When I went to Staten Island, because I was going to get a roast beef sandwich at Arby's, but then I said, you know what? I need to enjoy some real New York, and I'm talking real New York pizza. But instead of pizza, I saw what they had in the display case. And I saw myself a calzone, and I haven't had a calzone in like 15 years. A real calzone. I could not refuse. And it was as good as I remember it 15 years ago. And then I bought a couple of steak sandwiches. And you know what? I have the menu somewhere. And yes, it says Hero. Like I always said, it says Hero. And I was like, that's New York. Just like gyro is New York. Not gyro or gyro, whatever the heck. And it was nice. And I felt so at home again in Staten Island, being around the people, being in that atmosphere. It was nice. Anyway, yeah, Robert Schock will be on Wednesday. Keith is rubbing it in. But you heard them talk about, my presence at Kreischer with them. And they want my camera now. Because as I was doing the investigation, this was dark. There was little light. But you know how this camera works that you're looking at right now. And I recorded, I don't know if I recorded in 4K or 8K on the camera by accident. Yeah, because this camera can record in 8K. Can you shut that front light? She's not even there. The front light went on by itself. Probably a cat or something. Let me go shut that light. Did you already make the pancakes? You can't make me one? Make me some pancakes. Because then I'll have some pancakes with coffee. Oh, yeah, I'm down for pancakes for sure. Oh, I'll love to have some pancakes right now with coffee. Because it's going to be a long night. Yes, real butter. Don't use real butter. I'm going to have pancakes and coffee at 10:30 at night. And Jade says hello. Jade. She said hello. She said she'll see you in a few weeks. And what's up, Jay, in Trovo and Genghis? But that basement has me like, I can't stop thinking. Oh, that's what I was going to show you. So, and I cannot like share this too much because this is for KGRA. And oh, she's going to drive me nuts. What?
Is Jay coming?
Jay is, now she has me saying Jay. I guess that works, right? If you use his first initial. Yes, Jade is coming. He'll be here on Tuesday, the 31st. I'm trying to remember. I've got a Kreischer folder. I've got.
What size is Jade?
Jade, Mom wants to know what size you are in a sweatshirt or something. I'm thinking he's got to be either extra large. Yeah, he's tall. Jade is kind of big. What are you kidding? I don't know if he lost weight, but I would say extra large. Jade, Mom wants to know what size you are. Just letting you know. And Keith will be here on the Thursday, the 2nd, with his girlfriend. And then Ronald and Charles are coming on Sunday. I don't know when Eric is coming. Mark will be here on Friday. Marianne will be here on Tuesday.
Mark is going to be here.
Friday and Saturday.
And Marianne is coming.
Marianne will be here the same day Jay comes, Tuesday. Ron and Charles will be here Sunday. Eric, I don't know yet. And then I have to pick up Kriston, the host of the show that's going to stay here for a week because he has an event in the city for 9/11. I can't discuss that right now. I'm live on air. That's not to be discussed. No, right here. Poughkeepsie. Yeah, it's close. And I'll take Ron Squatch with me for the ride. And Heidi seems to be moving to Greece, a Greek island. Oh, he's a 2X. 2X, write it down. Okay, let me share with you something quickly. Because we're going to put Jimmy Church on and I'm going to stop talking in about 15 minutes. I just don't remember where I put all this stuff. It's horrible. There they go. So this is inside. I'm not going to share much of this, folks. So I'm just going to show you a little bit. There's April, the psychic housewife of New Jersey. She's mad cool, people. I talked to her on the phone today. She's mad cool. All right, let's share the screen. This is just a little clip from inside. That coffin freaked me out, actually. It's just a prop, though. But okay, so I'm following the whole team here as they proceed on their look how investigation. clear that video is. It is. It's actually not as bad as it was before. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, it seems a little.
It did, right?
Yeah.
The door was probably closed for hours or whatever until we got here. The air
Yeah.
eventually going to fill in there.
That third floor is rough, though. They were just setting up right now.
Oh my God, yes it is.
You had to see the equipment they
I'm
had.
following you,
I was
that's-
jealous.
Let's go.
Especially Anthony. He had like a table full.
So just we'll ask everybody if you walk around, go anywhere else, just be mindful not to be loud just in case anybody's recording for whatever reason.
Okay, you do the same thing, okay?
Yes, sir.
Because we, you know.
I gotta follow rules?
You gotta follow rules too.
He'll whack you.
So what was the first rule?
So what was the first rule? Shut the
Oh, so I see that guy over here. Alright. Oh, that's the black room.
That was Matilda's room. Something happened in that room at the end of the night. This is a bar because it was a restaurant.
Don't be blocking the air. Share
Also polluting it.
I hear whispering in that black room.
Why you gotta be a vacuum?
I know, but it is.
pineapple Malibu, please.
Yes. My favorite.
I'm adjusting the camera. And it's dark in there. It's not. It wasn't bright.
You know what? We're short people here, too. These chairs are high.
Yeah, maybe we can run this at some point too. The little Austin block. He'll be happy if we run the block here.
And that's all I'm gonna show because I can't share too much.
He's too much.
Here's my cup.
He wants your stuff.
Kaffel.
Nina,
Yes.
take your stuff.
Take what stuff? I am.
He wants him, knows that you're eating, he's coming running. Tycho, come on.
I need a napkin.
You're spoiled. Come on, Tycho.
So, yeah, I can't share that because that's going to be released. Okay, it's been all the footage has been sent to KGRA headquarters for editing. Is a ton. I have a lot, but accidentally, I have. Mom, Heidi sends her love. Oh no, here she comes, Heidi. All I had to say was your name. It's over. She's coming running back. She loves you. The two cacklers. Priceless. Here she comes.
Oh, it's my Heidi.
Heidi's moving to Greece.
Oh, no.
She's. Why do you say no? She could still come eventually.
That's far.
It's not far. It's still Europe. She loves it there.
But I bet you, hey, you're going to find a nice Greek guy out there.
Mom says you're gonna find a nice Greek guy out there. Oh my gosh, this is too much. I can't take it.
How was your son?
Yeah, how is your son doing? I hope everything's good with him.
Tell him I say hello, my love.
Yes, you heard Mom. All right, Mom. This dog is gonna drive me nuts.
I
He knows I'm gonna have pancakes. He cannot eat this.
I want to see Hurricane Heidi.
You will eventually.
Bring your boyfriend here.
Yeah, bring your boyfriend. He's actually a Scotsman.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. So that's just to give you an idea of the footage. Now, like I said, I have a 160 gigabyte card in my new camera, this one. It was gone after 45 minutes. I couldn't record no more on that camera. Then I had to go to the old Sony, which worked great. Because I was recording in either 4K or 8K. I think it was 4K. That's why the video looks great. Because it's 4K on the new camera. The new camera goes up to 8K. So that's why I was in trouble. But I won't make that mistake the next time. Because these cards are expensive and you can't even find them now because we all know why. China. But that card, that 160 gigabyte card is $400 for one card. It's a special, I think it's called the EF Express, or I can't remember it. Something like that. It's a special card for the new Sony cameras. And it was gone. And I was like, I brought my camcorder and I brought my Sony, the old one. Thank gosh I did, or I would have been in trouble. I was panic mode. And what I did is I brought my backpack and I connected my old Sony with a dummy battery to the power bank in my backpack, and it worked flawlessly. So that was great. And I have plenty of cards for the old Sony. And the old Sony is still a great camera. Don't get me wrong. If there are people out there that want to do Skywatches, and that old Sony is great. The Sony A7S. The only thing, it has the micro HDMI. And no. 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 You hear him? But it can still be connected. What I should have done. Yeah, but I didn't want to waste time doing that, Heidi. Going to start doing stuff like that. It's just better to have a whole bunch of cards and switch them out, swap them out. And then when I got home, it took me 4 hours to go through all the video content and photos. Stop. Because I had a lot. I had like hours worth of footage. It was really a great experience with them. They are great people. You can tell they're really class act people. And I love their sense of humor. It breaks the whole atmosphere, like the tension. Oh, it's very expensive. But not the old Sony. The old Sony you can get for like $1,500. And what I did is I put the dummy charger thing in there in the old Sony, connected it through USB to the power bank, and it worked perfectly. No glitches, nothing. It worked great. Yes, they do. I think they do have a YouTube channel. I hope they come back to the New Yorker. But I do plan on doing things with Ron and Lourdes because they're local. They are, I'm going to tell you, I had a conversation with Ron Iacovetti. That man is brilliant. Brilliant. In the technical aspect of things and the equipment. And he was explaining it to me in that room. I don't think I have it on video. I thought I did, but I might have deleted it because I was desperate for space. Accidentally. But he is amazing. And Lourdes, they're all amazing people. in a few minutes, we're going to go, in about 10 minutes, we're going to be listening to Fade to Black Jimmy Church with guest Richard Dolan. But just a great crew. All of them. All of them. So, today I was talking to Al Santoriga. And Al and Brian always invited me, Bill, be our film guy. Come with us on investigations. But I'm so busy with KGRA. And I always wanted to go, but I'm so busy. And to be honest, KGRA is my priority. It's numero uno. Even Keith and Mark invited me for road trips and doing things, but it's hard for me to get away. But the catch is, if it's KGRA related in nature, now because of video productions, if it's a KGRA related project, I think I have ownership, program director Race, and head of ops Eric's blessings to do. After you heard what they said about my involvement with them, I always take this stuff seriously. You could ask Al, Brian. Whenever I go with these teams, I take this with the utmost seriousness. It's not like I'm going there to hang out and mess around and have fun, like kind of thing. I'm there, I do enjoy myself, but I'm there, serious work. I wish I could show you the footage. I just wish I could, but I can't. Because I'm telling you, and I can't imagine what they've got in their devices that they recorded on. I can't imagine. I should call April, but I'll bring April on tomorrow night. The psychic housewife of New Jersey. She agreed to come on with me. She was there. She rocks. She's so cool. And she's in multiple TV shows. And I'll let her discuss the rest. I might bring her on tomorrow night. Or whatever night is clear. But it's amazing. I wish. I'm like, ugh! I want to share it so bad. But you're going to have to check out KGRA. Just like the Rathmans said, like Tony said, it's going to be available, the series on KGRA-DB for the members. And I'm sure my stuff behind the scenes, bonus footage, will be available at some point. But I also, what about your son? I hope he's going. But I also realized, and I was talking to Al about this. You know when you see a lot of these programs on TV and they got real film crews, like real equipment. And they kind of make it where it's super dark. And they have somebody with a flashlight kind of a look. That is such BS. With my camera, just with the Sony, this one, and just to make it look brighter in the room, where you're seeing everything that's going on, not this exaggerated dark theme, to attract people, to get in the creepy vibe. I get that theme. I do. But I also want to see what everybody's doing in the room and the instruments. I want to see details. In the dark, you can't see details. I captured the moment of something and then something that happened afterwards, and I got their real reaction in real time. I think that's a great way to film from a producer like me point of view, so that you can see what's going down in real time at the moment, especially when something happens. And I got that. I got it. I'm getting my hair Look at this. Goosebumps. I'm not kidding. I got goosebumps talking about it because it's freaking me out. And then what happened at the end of the night absolutely was freaky. Because I heard I can't say it, but I heard the evidence right before I left and took the group pictures. Something happened. And it was caught EVP audio. I couldn't believe it. But it was like a full sentence. I couldn't believe it. It was freaky. I didn't get that on tape because I was already packed up and going home. I'm sure they got it. So I can't imagine the stuff they're going to have for the 4-mansion tour. It's going to take them weeks to go through it all. Weeks. I'm excited to see what comes out from this. And I think the people are going to enjoy what they see. I'm telling you, from the Kreischer Mansion, there's one thing for sure. That you're going to be no effing way. I'm telling you, yes, effing way. Because I was there when it happened. And I've got it on my end, the reaction when it happened. And you'll see how they try to come up with a logical explanation about what just happened. And that's all I'm going to say on that. But I am now hooked. I am now hooked. Thanks to Brian and Al, I'm going to purchase a piece of equipment. I have to get a piece of equipment now. It's going to run a few hundred, but I am definitely getting this piece of equipment now. Because at the same time I'm at these locations with these paranormal teams, because I plan on going on some more. But at the same time, when I'm walking through a room by myself, I want to have a piece of equipment where I can do analysis and record and investigate. So I it's one thing, I love it. I love filming what they're doing, but at times, when you're involved in a place that has 3 floors, 6 bedrooms, 5 bathrooms, this place was massive. And I have photos of the Kreischer place, because I did some research. Unfortunately, we didn't do a producer show. It was going to be for the producer show. But I have old photos of the place. And after Jimmy Church's show, I will get into that a little bit more, but we're going to be listening. Kreischer Mansion, yeah. I'll try to pull them up quick. I don't know how this is going to work so quick, but because I want to hear Jimmy, I want to hear Richard. Okay, so this is the original. I'm going to explain this to you, what you're going to see. This is the original layout of the home. You see those 2 houses back here? They're mirrored. But they're identical but mirrored, if you see it. Because this is on this side. It was meant to mirror each other. This is where they lived. They came from Germany. And this was their factory, right across the street from their home. And they were the ones that invented the fire brick. Bricks made the strong bricks. It had Kreischer on it. They're the ones who made them. And this was actually their summer homes. That was the sons. The father had a house in the back. So this is incredible stuff. That's another photo, actually. Look at it. Look at that. Now that looks more like an artist's rendition. But you get the idea. of what this place looked like years ago. It's incredible. I am hooked on going on investigations, Prow. I'm so in now. I want to go. I want to go all the time now. I'm hooked. I want to go to paranormal investigations now. There's just no doubt. This was. Am I still sharing the screen now? This was the picture I took before I left. And this is the group photo with everybody before I left. This is right before I left. What the hell is that in the window? See, I want to go through my photos and videos and stuff to see if I caught anything. So yeah, it was amazing. It really was an amazing evening over here. And I've got some other stuff that was sent to me. April sent me some stuff. Unfortunately, I cannot share. Like, here's a photo of us in the room. It's like a big living room. I have to be careful what I'm sharing here. But you get the idea. Anyway, let's listen to some Jimmy Church and let's look at some sky. I just killed the window for YouTube. Oops. All right, let's get to Jimmy.
Strategy, European history, international diplomacy. He is a historian. He also hosts his own weekly radio show, The Richard Dolan Show. Everything Dolan is over at richarddolanmembers.com. I'm featured there. So go over, join richarddolanmembers.com, and then you get the double dose of Jimmy and Richard. And that's all featured over there. Richard, welcome back to the show, my man. How you doing?
Hi, Mr. Jimmy. It's a pleasure.
You've lost your mind, man. You've lost your mind.
Was it a shirt? I was looking at you on video, and I thought you're smoking weed during the break. That's what I'm thinking.
You should see
you're
these...
saying you're vaping? I don't believe that for an instant.
Yeah, it's heroin, Richard.
Oh gosh,
I knew it.
Yeah,
it was something like that.
Weed, heroin, and this show, opiates. That is one thing. Weed and this show, that would be like the worst broadcast ever. I could only imagine.
They say it's bad for you, but look at you. It helps you out. It's obviously not a bad thing.
It's how you do it.
That's exactly.
It worked well for Jimmy Page. That's all I got to say, man.
No.
There would have been no stairway to heaven. Oh, man. Now, okay. Let's get the formalities out of the way. What was the last song you listened to today so we can move on?
I knew you were going to ask me that, and this was an easy one because I've been on this kick for the last 2 weeks. I've been listening to 1940s swing jazz.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, Benny Goodman?
It's like the greatest stuff. I've always loved it.
Benny Goodman?
You go in and out of certain things, right?
Benny Goodman?
I don't know what it was. So I listened to a song just a little while ago, one of my favorites. There's a lot of great ones. This one's by Count Basie's Orchestra. And the song is Jumping at the Woodside. Oof. And I will challenge the listeners of this show, during a break. This is going to cut into your commercials. You're going to lose money here, church. But I'm just going to say people should find Jumping at the Woodside, check it out. And the challenge is listen to it and don't move your body. Like, that's impossible because the song is just too good.
There's a really great scene in Mel Brooks. I'm trying to think exactly how it was done. But, oh, man, now I'm brain farting. His West.
It's the heroin.
Yeah. See, that's why you don't do it live on the air. 1972, the Western, Blazing Saddles. So and there's this famous scene. They're out in the desert. They shot it in like Chatsworth, California. and the sheriff is, they're rolling through, and they come upon Count Basie's orchestra. And they're set up.
I don't remember that.
Yeah. They're set up in the middle of the desert, and there's
seriously Basie's orchestra.
Yeah. In the middle of the desert, and it makes absolutely no sense.
Of course,
it's a hilarious scene, and it's Count Basie and his orchestra playing swing in the middle of the desert in Chatsworth, California. So there you go.
Well, I love it. I'm just going to say this one last thing, and then we're going to get into UFOs. People think, well, why are you talking about music when you're supposed to be talking about UFOs? But this is what I've realized about the swing era in music history. It's like, I mean, the 1930s and 40s are so far removed from us now. Like, if anyone remembers that period, they've got to be in their 80s or 90s, and they were little kids.
Right.
So it's basically gone from us, and it really only exists in books and digitally and all of that. But I think we have enough distance from it now. And here we're well into the 21st century. You listen to that music, like it's happy music. And this was music that was like during the Great Depression and World War II, like massive difficulty and struggle. And yet the music, there's this vitality, this optimism, this happiness. It's really an amazing thing. So you really these are strong people and happy people, and they love to dance. Like you can just see it and all of that. So yeah, Basie's jumping at the woodside, but there's just so many of those great songs that just, well, that's the word they use for it. They swing.
Well, see, and back then things were so conservative. You weren't supposed to get up out of your seats. You were supposed to be polite and do this. Well,
yeah, I don't know about that. Actually,
but this is what happened. This was the controversy, and
they
everybody,
were all young ones.
You can look this up. Benny Goodman plays Carnegie Hall. And he had his famous hit song, and it was called "Sing, Sing, Sing." But
great song, great song.
But so he plays Carnegie Hall. The headline for the New York Times the next day was Benny Goodman had him dancing in the aisles at Carnegie Hall.
Oh wow!
It was the first. The music was so happy, like you're saying. It was so infectious that everybody just lost control of themselves, and they got up.
It's impossible not to. And he was such a master clarinet player. He was so amazing.
And
listen, it was incredible.
That's right. He had Gene Krupa on drums, the greatest drummer.
The original Keith Moon.
The original Keith Moon. Who Gene Krupa was the first guy arrested for pot.
Oh, really?
Yes, Gene Krupa.
No idea.
Smoking
the guy, like the first person.
Look it up.
Good God.
Yeah, Gene Krupa, man, went to jail for the Mary Jane, for the marijuana.
Gene Krupa was like the first really monster drummer, like ever.
There
were great drummers before him, but he like became, and then right after him was Buddy Rich. But Krupa was like this amazing. He was so good. He just became like the center of the songs, and he was kind of like a wild Keith Moon type of a drummer.
Absolutely. He did, drum solos, right?
Yeah.
There wouldn't be a John Bonham a drum solo, for Led Zeppelin if there wasn't for Gene Krupa. Gene Krupa. So anyway.
Badass. Total badass. All of those guys. And the singers, listen to Basie, but Billie Holiday sang with Basie. She was just divine. Ella, a lot of people forget Anita O'Day, who was just another amazing singer of the 40s. Just so many. And Sinatra and so many others. So it was just a great time. So anyway, I've been on this little kick for the last couple of weeks, and I'm still into it.
There you go. And you're putting on your retro baseball uniform when you're listening to it, too, as well, and running around the house.
Did we talk about this on your show before?
Yeah, we did. We did.
We got into that?
I just needed that quick visual. Okay, Richard, very, very big week. And when I was talking about last week, at the beginning of the week, how UFOs have dropped off the radar of mass media, Tucker's gone silent, what's going on here? And I'm not the only one talking about it. People have noticed this strange downturn. And then boom, in the same week, we get Ross Coulthart, the release of his documentary, In Plain Sight. Finally, Channel 7 out of Australia has released that worldwide. It's an incredible documentary. that happened. Netflix comes out with their 6-part docuseries, UFO Secret Projects. And then, of course, the much anticipated UFO on Showtime by J.J. Abrams. Heck of a weekend of UFO content out there. How much of it did you get a chance? It's too much to watch.
I haven't. Look, I've only seen the J.J. Abrams up to now. So Cold Heart's work is absolutely on my list, and I've never spoken to him, but I know I've had a lot of intermediaries, and I know exactly like just how great his work is. I'm very much looking forward to diving into him. And the Netflix thing, I think I'm in one of those.
Yes,
someone
you
said
are.
that to me, but I didn't really look.
It was, I'll remind you, you may not even remember, this was filmed at the International UFO Congress 3 years ago.
The people from Czechoslovakia?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. I do remember them, yeah.
So everybody at the conference is featured in this 6-part documentary.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, so that's what that is. They went back and did a lot of post work on this, a lot of recreations and animations. It's actually pretty well done. But if I have a critique of it, what they didn't do, but it's kind of cool that they forgot to do this. They didn't do any updates. So it's a time capsule of everybody's mindset of 3 years ago, right? No follow-up on current events or anything like that. So it's without that, it's actually pretty cool to see where everybody was 3 years ago versus where we are today.
3 or 2? 2018 then?
It's
with 2019?
Well, it's you, it's Mary Rodwell. Let me.
It doesn't matter. We'll figure that out later.
Yeah.
We don't need to quibble over that.
So Alejandro's in it too as well. So that may give you a little bit of this. But let's get to the point of the meat of the matter, which is UFO by J.J. Abrams. My first comments, if I'm going to have comments to open this up, I would like your follow-up on what I'm about to say, which is high expectations. It's J.J. Abrams, so you know that it's going to have production value. It's going to be edited correctly. The sound is going to be correct. The music is going to be correct. The visuals and cinematography and the DP are all going to be top shelf. So you go into that expecting that. I got all of that for sure. Your comments?
Oh, yes. Well, I agree completely on everything that you've just said. So it was very well produced. Now, the first episode is freely available on the Showtime YouTube channel. You were kind enough to allow me to have access to the other 3 episodes. And I will tell you that I saw 2 of the 3 in completion and just kind of scrubbed through one of the others. So I have a pretty good handle on all of them. Episode 2, I kind of blew through pretty fast. That one was pretty good, though. Overall, I would say that the first episode, which is fully available to everyone, was quite good. I thought it was quite good. I have a real problem with one of the episodes.
We'll get to
we'll talk about.
Yeah, we'll get to all of that as tonight rolls along. But let's talk about episode 1, and I do want to go deep into this because it was so well done for me, and I am very critical when it comes to UFO programming. I just am, right? I am. I've seen it. I've seen everything. But I not only did I learn stuff in this first episode, but I thought that the approach from the writers and the producers and JJ was setting the tone for what was to follow in the next 3 episodes. And I had my hopes up for that. But that doesn't take away from the excellence of the first episode and what they chose to cover and how they chose to cover it. I learned a lot about the Phoenix Lights that I never knew before, and I've covered this so much that I didn't think there was anything new there. They obviously did their homework. I want to talk about that first. Were you surprised that they chose the Phoenix Lights to do the deep dive?
Yes, I guess I was, now that you mention it. And like you, there were things I learned as well. I, like you, thought, yeah, we know everything we know about Phoenix Lights. And that was not true, because there was some significant new data points about that amazing case. That's 1997, of course, when the entire city of Phoenix and much of the state of Arizona reported just an incredible aerial display, over their heads. So, there was some interest. A lot of witnesses were brought out. Of course, we've known about witnesses for a while. I was very glad that they focused a lot on Frances Barwood, who was one of the city council members of Phoenix at that time, and the only member of the Phoenix city government at all who had the courage to take on this case. And man, she got roasted. We all forget this, but the episode brought this out, how she really paid a price politically for wanting to take a stand on the Phoenix Lights and just doing a simple thing like following what her constituents said is like, what is that thing? And she just started asking questions. There was one scene in there where this is all 1997 video. You see Frances Barwood at the Phoenix City Council asking about this UFO and like, should we look into it? And all you get is stony silence.
Stony silence.
And I've never seen that before.
I've never seen that clip before. I've seen the big clip with her, up on the bench and her facing, but I've never seen that clip. That clip was of a private city council meeting.
That's right.
The first time, you could tell it was the first time that she ever brought it up, and to look at the what's the word? There's an adjective about the look on everybody's faces as
incredulous. I don't know.
Incredulous, right? They look at her like, "What are you doing?"
Yeah,
right. What on earth? It was insanely great, and I've never seen that before.
It's an amazing moment. It's 25 years ago. Yes, yeah, right about that. And you've got this major event over the city, like everyone's buzzing about it, and no one in the city government was willing to even to talk about it. That's just a shocking moment of culture when you really think I mean, I don't think that would happen today. Things have changed a bit, in the culture, so that at least there would be some discussion. But she just got a stone wall there. And there was a lot of other behind the scenes stuff. There was a claim, I don't think it's been confirmed, but an interesting and possibly credible claim that jet fighters attempted to intercept that object that was over Phoenix. That was new.
That was new, and so let's do that for a second. Let's focus on that, because I was really surprised and taken aback, quite frankly, when Fife Symington says that the A-10, the then governor, that the A-10 Warhogs were announced by the Air Force as doing this flare exercise at 10 p.m. The sighting was at 8:30, so that didn't match up, and I found that pretty interesting. Then right on the heels of that is when they bring up the scrambling of FA-18s, and that happened at 8 o'clock, and the sighting was at 8:30. They're scrambling jets, and then they have the radio transmissions in this series where they were talking about the pilots' reactions about what they saw and how they saw it.
Right. And that they were like disturbed,
and they
just like almost scared.
Described it as, they said 5 lights. And they didn't know if it was 5 separate aircraft or one large aircraft.
Right.
Now that was pretty incredible. I mean, well done.
That's all new. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's new to me. It was quite powerful. Powerful. And then, of course, there was a lot of backstory on the build-up to the what Fife Symington called the alien caper, that awful press conference he did, where they brought the guy, the person out in the alien costume. What was interesting, and this was also, I'm glad that they made this clear, in the build up to that press conference, several months had gone by from the original sighting to that press conference, and Symington had said he had given a very strong indication that he wanted to do a genuine investigation of what happened. All indications were that he was going to take it seriously. He had been a witness. The world didn't know that at the time, but he had been. But here he's talking about, yes, we're going to look into this, and apparently the day before he had some kind of private briefing. This is what came out in the documentary. And the next day he has this press conference, this big buildup, and they just bring this ridiculous sophomoric juvenile costume, of an alien. And you get Frances Barwood's reaction many years later. And I thought that was powerful as well. She just said, I can't remember her exact words, but she clearly was very disappointed. By what Symington did.
There was a couple of points that, again, I in all of the shows I've done on this, maybe this was mentioned, I don't remember it, and that was that Fife Symington had this investigation and these charges dropped on him, corruption, embezzlement, finances, and that they were willing to drop those charges if he changed his tune on the Phoenix Lights and this investigation that he wanted to do. I've never heard that. And the other thing about
Me neither.
Me neither. That he went to prison for 2 years.
Did he though? I don't think he did. He actually, or was it commuted? I wasn't quite clear on that.
I wasn't clear on that either. But it said he was convicted for 2 years. So,
yeah, but and then President Clinton pardoned him. Well, I guess it could have been 2 years. Clinton would have been president in 1999. I actually don't know, and I don't want to. Someone can Google. Someone can look this up during break.
Somebody will. I'm going to turn this over to the Fade or Not. Somebody at Wikipedia. I didn't get a chance to go and look that up. Did Fife Symington do any prison time around 1997 to 1999 until? He was pardoned by then President Clinton. Somebody popped that up in Twitter.
I'm going to bet he didn't, but if he did, well, I'd be surprised, but anything's possible.
Very, very interesting deep dive. Now, as we head to the break, I want to talk about the other case that they did in episode 1, which was C-17 at O'Hare Airport.
Yep.
Big case. It's been covered a lot, but again, I learned stuff that I didn't know before. Now, before we head to the break, Francine Barwood, the time, Phoenix Lights seems modern to me. It's 1997. I was in Phoenix when it happened. I didn't see it. I found out about it when I got back from Phoenix on that Friday. But she was young and might I say, a quite good-looking young woman. And to see her...
You talking about Frances Barwood?
Yeah, Frances Barwood. Yeah. And to see her today, it reminds you of how long ago this actually was. This was, 25 years ago. And she's grown up. And to see the old version of her and her speaking today... It was pretty well done, and I was just taken aback. I was like, wow, that much time has gone by. I guess
next year will be a quarter of a century.
Yes, yeah, and think about what you looked like back then, and look at you now.
I had beautiful black hair and a gorgeous mullet that I preened and loved and cared for. Well, maybe not by 97. I think the mullet had kind of gone away by then, but it was a recent memory, and I still missed it. In 97.
Our guest tonight is Richard Dolan. We are going to do a full review and analysis of the new Showtime docuseries UFO by J.J. Abrams.
And we'll be back with Jimmy Church Fade to Black with his guest Richard Dolan in a few minutes. He takes about a 6-minute break. I'm not kidding. It's about 6 minutes. But our friend Fantasy mentioned something in here earlier. And it is really interesting. And I'm going to share it right now. It's about this Galileo project with Avi Loeb. And he just got some major backing for this. Actually, 2 billionaires are investing in this research. So I was doing some investigation on it. So top Harvard astronomer is study UFOs thanks to in part of the Pentagon report. But on the bottom here, it's the Galileo project, which I'm going to show in a second. Let's see where I know I read it in here when I was skimming. But it's after a billionaire paid Loeb a visit on the front porch of his home to ask him about aliens. So he's got the backing of a billionaire for the research and funding. And I know there's 2 individuals actually that are involved with him. It's a modest, there we go. That's a relatively modest 1.755 million he's starting with comes from private sources. So he's not taking grant money that would otherwise go to, say, researching dark matter. Let's see. Here it is. His funders include William Linton, the founder of the biotech company, who's also at the forefront of researching the potential of using psilocybin, the drug found in magic mushrooms, interesting, to treat psychiatric issues, and billionaire Frank Laukien, the founder of a company that makes complex scientific instruments. So he's got the backing of 2 billionaires to look into this. And this is the actual website for this project. The Galileo project. Search for extraterrestrial technological artifacts. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of information here. I bookmarked it. Well, I better bookmark it right now. So yeah, that's what's going on here with Avi. He's got the backing. So there you go. All right, I'm going to put Jimmy down, and we're going to get back to his show momentarily. Just wanted to fill in folks about that a bit. Jimmy should be coming back in about 2 to 3 minutes. Hope everybody's having a wonderful night. Checking out all my crazy windows here. I've got a ton of windows open here. It's so funny when I see that. It makes me laugh. As soon as I start the stream, I get an automatic thumbs down. It never fails. My trolley-loving hater is always the first. Forget the first to put the thumbs down. I can only imagine. It's too funny. Anyway, we're going to get back to Jimmy Church.
Hey, I'm Adrian Grenier.
Yeah, it's still coming. I'd say in about a minute he'll be back. Let me bring this down a bit. Okay, I can't play music on YouTube.
From Conscious Life Expo, and you.
That's why I'm streaming on 5 platforms now, so that if I do get into a music kick, I can say goodbye to Facebook and YouTube. The 2 YouTubes, actually. I'm streaming on both YouTube channels. I can say goodbye to all 3 and go to the other platform where I can do whatever I want.
Game Changer Radio Network and the one and only.
That was the main reason I was working on that. We'll get back to Jimmy momentarily with Richard Dolan as his guest. And this is Richard's, where did I put it? Richard's new book. Well, it's his most recent book. It's been out for a while now. The Alien Agendas, Richard Dolan, right there. And yes, of course, I've got my autographed copy from the man himself. I love that. I just love having the books. I have a collection of books from so many people that have been signed. It's great. It's a collection. All right, here we go.
Says here, this is the day of his conviction after these charges were going down for almost 10 years. It says, Los Angeles Times, 1998. U.S. District Judge Roger Strand also ordered Symington to pay a $60,000 fine and serve 5 years probation. Symington was ordered to report to a minimum security federal work camp by March 20th. Symington immediately resigned as governor after his conviction, multiple counts providing false financial statements. Holding back tears and shaking, he hugged his son. He said he never meant to mislead anyone, and he should have paid closer attention to his financial statements. And the federal prosecutor said they sent a message to white-collar criminals. Okay, there you go.
So did he do?
I can't find.
Did he actually do time, or he just did like a kind of work release thing?
It looks like he went to a federal work camp for about a year. This was 1998.
Did he have to stay there though? Do you know what I mean?
It says he got the headline is former Arizona governor gets 2.5-year prison term. A judge ignored prosecutors' request to send former Governor Fife Symington to prison for a decade, instead sentencing him Monday to 2.5 years for lying to get millions of dollars in loans to shore up his failing real estate empire.
Okay.
There you go.
So
okay, so that's
did some time.
It looks like he did, maybe 6 months, 8 months, and then he got his pardon. Now, going back to this, because I want to get to the flavor of episode 1, but when they jumped to the Arizona, the O'Hare airport sighting above United Terminal C-17, which lasted for about 5 minutes, witnessed by dozens and dozens of people, workers, pilots, aircraft mechanics. But the one thing that they showed there, which I had never seen before, is they had 2 photographs. They had 2 images of this craft. I had seen the hole in the cloud shot before, but I've never seen shots of the craft.
The thing is that there had been those images circulated in the aftermath of that. I recall this, but there was also a lot of argument, as you would expect. Skeptics would be like, "That's not a good picture. That's nothing." So it wasn't really clear that had been resolved. But yeah, you show Leslie Kane's office, and she's got a nice picture of it hanging up there. By the way, I thought Leslie did a very fine job in that episode, as did, let's just give some credit here, John Greenwald was very strong in that episode, in my opinion. He really carried himself off very well. Diana Pasulka, ditto. Who else? Kevin Day was at the very end of that. Who else? I think those are the main people.
That's
I think, right?
the main 3. And
yeah.
Now, the choice of Phoenix Lights and O'Hare for the possibility of ETs visiting this planet, do you think that those were the 2 strongest cases to present in episode 1?
That's a good question. I think they're both great cases. I think the Phoenix Lights case has always been a strong case. And it's been covered many times. James Fox covered it in his first documentary, Out of the Blue, like a million years ago. And first documentary I ever appeared in. It's like a 60-second clip of a very young me without glasses for that one. I had to take them off because they reflected light into the camera. But anyway, I think the Phoenix Lights is a good one. I think O'Hare is a good case, actually.
I think
yes.
Fox covered O'Hare in the same documentary. I believe so.
Well, the original version of Out of the Blue was before O'Hare. Maybe when he did a remake. I can't remember.
Out of the Blue. Or I Know What I Saw.
Yeah, that's another one. That's a different one.
Yeah. I think O'Hara was in that one, as was Leslie Kane. Okay.
Right.
So,
But anyway, just to answer your question, I think O'Hare is always a strong case. Yes, I think it's a very fine case. So, I mean, you could have picked different cases. There's the Washington, D.C. 2002 overflight. That's an amazing case. It's been kind of forgotten, but a very important case at the time. You have F-16s, not only seen by witnesses on the ground, but confirmed by the United States Air Force, chasing in actually, I would say multiple unknown objects over D.C. airspace. The Air Force confirmed one unknown, but there were witnesses saw multiple unknowns being chased by F-16. So that's one you could have used. But, I think the choice of O'Hare is good. Stephenville would be the other one of the first decade of the 21st century. Stephenville, Texas, 2008 was another major event.
Very similar to the Phoenix Lights. That one happened during the day, but the same description of a very large black triangle craft, and seen again by multiple witnesses. It's a great case.
That's right. Unfortunately, the main journalist who covered that passed away recently. That was Angela Joyner, a really fine lady. So she would not have been available for that, but it's a great case.
Now, what did you, if you were going to make an assessment after watching episode 1, and if you can get into J.J. Abrams' head, what do you think he was trying to say in episode 1?
Yeah, that's a good question. First of all, I would just say I think I would consider it an above average UFO treatment, for what we normally see. I mean, I don't know if it's the best I've ever seen. I probably wouldn't say that, but it was good. What was he trying to do? Well, I mean, one thing he definitely did was to demonstrate that UFOs are a real thing. They're not imaginary. You've got very real, serious people reporting them. He made it very clear that there were government shenanigans in hiding the truth about this, in covering it up. So he hit all those points very effectively. Now, in terms of going farther, sounds like maybe you're asking, was he trying to get at, is this ET or some kind of secret tech or whatever? And I don't really think he explores that in that first episode. I didn't really get a sense that he tried to do that at all. But I think he did a very satisfactory, a very decent job simply of pointing out that these are two really strong, excellent cases covered by responsible people. And there was some backstory too, actually, particularly when John Greenwald was being interviewed talking about the old Blue Book era, 1940s and 50s and 60s. They even brought out a couple of brief clips of Air Force pilots back in those days, 1940s and 50s, talking briefly about encounters that they had during that early period. I thought that was good because all too frequently, we're finding the history just being drained right out of the UFO subject. Ever since the Nimitz encounter really became a thing, ever since TTSA started promoting it, you've seen everyone just in the mainstream pretend as if UFOs first appeared in 2004. And that's a real mistake because that gives you a very skewed idea of the phenomenon, particularly when you start getting people talking about, well, this is just black budget tech that they're hiding. And that just becomes a much weaker argument when you start looking at the long history of this, where you find out, there are objects of identical performances, the Tic Tac or what happened at O'Hare in 06. These were being reported in the 1940s and 50s. It makes it harder to make that case.
There was, this was something else without having seen at this point episodes 2, 3, and 4. I was thinking that Abrams, and I didn't know any of this, right? But I was thinking about Oumuamua. I was thinking about Avi Loeb. I was thinking about some of the science. I was thinking about the Hubble telescope and the search and SETI and so forth, that there was an opportunity for JJ to continue on the back of episode 1, where you've got multiple witnesses and evidence and photographs and video and all of that supported not only O'Hare but the Phoenix Lights, and that this ET UFO question would be then looked into as far as the science side goes. There's a spoiler alert here. None of that happened in episodes 2, 3, and 4. But I thought that
I'm kind of glad that didn't happen. I'll honestly say, because I think, the astronomers look. I mean, I think it's great that Avi Loeb has put himself out there to support, at least, the legitimacy of trying to study the possibility that there's some life here, like UFOs. But the fact is, look, astronomers have the worst track record in being able to talk intelligently about UFOs. I mean, for the most part. All right, there was J. Allen Hynek in the olden days. Okay, with him accepted. I mean, most astronomers, right up to Neil deGrasse Tyson, Carl Sagan, none of these people really spoke intelligently publicly about UFOs. Whatever they say privately is another matter. So they don't really have anything to contribute to our knowledge on this. They could if they did some homework and maybe did a little bit of work on it. I think it would be more valuable if you want to go into the theme of space, to start looking at space-based anomalies, because there's a lot of that. And I don't hear any astronomers talking about that. So that would be, if I were to continue on with a space theme, that's where I would want to go, not the astronomers. They have not offered anything. Avi Loeb is an exception to some extent. I mean, yes, he's been positive, but who else really? There's been no intelligent conversation coming from astronomers on UFOs in ages. Since Hynek, really.
Right. And if I have a take, I felt, to be honest and transparent about this, I immediately called Richard and said, man, you got to check this out. Not only do you have to check this out, but I think that there is a strong, this is before we got to episodes 2, 3, and 4, right, that this is an episode. My opinion about ET, UFOs, and the phenomena. And I think it's one of the best things that I have seen yet. And those were my words to you, Richard.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And after your viewing of it, do you agree with that, or do you think that I was a little bit too strong?
No, I think you were pretty much justified. I don't know if I would say it's the best. There's been some very good treatments of UFO in documentary form by a lot of folks over the last few years. And so, yeah, J.J. Abrams is highly professional. Production values are great. But in terms of content, I don't know. I would say it was very good. It was very good. I don't know if I would say it's the best that I've ever seen, but it was certainly worthwhile. Yeah. I'm glad he handled the subject matter in that first episode nicely. It was fine.
Okay, let's move on. We're gonna I want to, because we've got so much to cover, and I want everybody to go and watch this. So you're gonna watch episode 1, and episode 2 is equally good, but I want to skip forward to episode 3, and I want to do that for a few reasons. Because in your opinion, was episode 3 continuing what episode 1 started, or was there something different?
Okay, so now we're getting... so I had a real problem with episode 3. I'm just going to put that right out there, and we're going to hopefully discuss why. So when I watched episode 3... You know what it reminded me of? Actually, I'm just thinking of this now. Back in, I think it was like 2004, there was a UFO special hosted by Peter Jennings. Can't remember the name of it. But there was a big build-up, and I remember a lot of folks in the UFO community were like very excited about this. And what ended up happening, it was like I likened it to a balloon. You inflate the balloon for the first half of the episode, and then you deflate the balloon in the second half. That's what the Peter Jennings special did. And that's, I think, exactly what episode 3 did for me in this series. So it was a real deflation of the balloon. And the theme that was hit in episode 3 was, I guess, twofold. One was that this looked probably like U.S. secret tech. And two, that like the whole UFO phenomenon was basically created by the United States as a tool in the Cold War against the Soviets. Now, this was put out really specifically by one specific person that they interviewed. That's James Carrion, former international director of MUFON. But it was a very, like, the theme was brought out very significantly. So you're left with this feeling in that episode that the government's trying to make you believe in UFOs as a way to hide their secret technology. And I just have to say right here before you jump in, that's complete BS. That's complete, utter nonsense. So when you could only make that argument if you do the most careful cherry picking of the history that we have. First of all, for almost all of the history of the UFO phenomenon, the United States government vociferously denied the existence of UFOs to the public. All right. And not only did they deny it, they actively attempted to debunk it through the 40s, through the 50s, through the 60s. Like, this was the thing. They weren't ever promoting this. And even something like Roswell, where that was brought up as complete disinfo to be used against the Soviets. I mean, to me, that's an absurd argument. That's an absurd argument. Roswell died the day it came out as a news story and was buried for the next 30 years. No one talked about Roswell in the 1940s and 50s. And were we to believe that this whole thing was a one-day flash in the pan for a couple of newspapers in the Western United States, all right, that we're going to fake out the Soviets with that? Like, no, I don't buy it for an instant. And there's nothing to hang your hat on in terms of evidence for that. Not at all. And not only that, when you start talking about Roswell witnesses, I mean, some of the most important ones were just totally ignored. I mean, Jesse Marcel Sr. was ignored. But even someone like General Thomas Dubose, who was assistant to General Roger Ramey at the press conference where, you know, poor Jesse Marcel's looking at the balloon target that they're taking pictures of, which, by the way, Marcel said they switched out for the picture. But Thomas Dubose, years later, is interviewed by Stan Friedman, and I think possibly Kevin Randall. Dubose talked very, very openly about how that whole thing was ultra top secret, and he wasn't indicating at all that this was some disinfo against the Soviet Union, not even remotely. I mean, this is just a weak argument. It's not that the U.S. doesn't try to hide some of its tech. You know, they brought out Richard Doty for this. Doty was very, you know, pretty upfront, I thought, in that segment. He's like, yeah, you know, Paul Benowitz is looking at things he wasn't supposed to be looking at. And sure, I was directed to tell him it was UFOs, or at least let him think it was, since he was predisposed to believing that. That's one thing. But to state that this is formal U.S. policy to promote a belief in UFOs year in, year out, no way. Not a chance.
It was the UFO phenomenon, Seeing is Believing by Peter Jennings.
Yes, good. Thank you for that.
On
right.
ABC.
Right.
Now, we can't continue without talking about James Carrion and who he is and how he plays into this narrative that J.J. Abrams is presenting. Most people, you got to remember, James Carrion goes back to 2006 when he was the international director of MUFON through 2009. So he was on board for 3 years. But there's that. I'm going to have you comment about who James Carrion is, but virtually forgotten in the UFO world. Most people don't, unless you go back that far or are a study of UFO history and MUFON specifically, you may have never heard of James Carrion before. But here he is prominently featured in episode 3. And it was James that negotiated the deal with Bigelow Aerospace, which at the same time, NIDS was going on. So,
well, I think NIDS was done by then, weren't they?
well, but it was, that's not what I'm suggesting here.
Okay,
NIDS was part of this circle of people is what I want to
That's
say.
right.
So, so let's back up. Why was James Carrion brought out of the ashes, right? He's like the phoenix right now.
Well, I mean, certainly I do not know that. I met James a number of times. In fact, back in 2007, James invited myself, Stanton Friedman, Dr. Bruce Maccabee, a number of other researchers out to, where were we? I think out to Denver or Boulder, wherever we were, out to where he was for an extended study, like a UFO study. It was actually quite interesting. We all had a good time. I have nothing against James personally. I've had, fine interactions with him. But when he started talking about really the awful nature of UFO researchers, I mean, he just spoke with total contempt about UFO research. I was thinking, wow, what do you think of me? What did you actually think of me all this time? Or Stanton or Bruce or a number of other folks. But having said all of that, yeah, I mean, James, I don't remember what his job was before. He had an intelligence community background. And I can't remember if it was Navy or NSA. It was one of those. Someone can look that up too. And that doesn't look, I'm not trying to smear him and impugn him and saying, oh, well, he's an intelligence guy coming into the UFOs, but he was an intelligence guy coming into that field. And then, he becomes international director when John Schuessler was just not able to do it anymore. John was a great guy. But anyway, so James did that for a few years and did make waves. This is just historical record. Like, James was clearly a very skeptical director of MUFON even back then. People, like, I think after a year or two, it was very evident to me as an outsider, I was never a member of MUFON, that there were a lot of unhappy MUFON members with James. He had an attitude about Roswell where he was really coming up with a very non-ET explanation for that. That made a lot of folks unhappy. So James, was his own guy. He had his own perspective on this, and I can respect that. But yeah, and then he left the field and really, to my perspective, seemed to have a chip on his shoulder against ufology. I mean, I'm just going to say that. And again, this is not me trying to demean him in any way, but that was always my impression, that he had something against ufology. And he certainly continued that in his statements in episode 3,
He said some pretty remarkable things.
A religion, I think.
Yes, he a couple of times.
Which is really demeaning, actually. That's really essentially calling it a religion and stating that, the researchers are not amenable to facts.
So
it's like a belief system only.
So he negotiates this deal with Bigelow.
Which he talked about. About the deal.
And this was the point.
That was good.
ATIP goes through. This is 2007. It gets funded. He confronts Bigelow that he wants to know if the funding coming from Bigelow into MUFON, if it was coming from an agency.
Yeah, this is a really key connection here. So, like with ATIP, we all know about ATIP and Bigelow as the contractor, and we all remember that at the same time MUFON was contracting with Bigelow. And what Bigelow wanted from MUFON, at least this was my understanding, and James Carrion didn't really contradict this, Bigelow wanted access to MUFON's current sightings.
Immediate, right?
Them.
Like they would go out, they would send out these teams within 24 hours, collect the data, and the choice stuff would get written up and sent to Bigelow.
Yeah, Bigelow is basically data mining MUFON, and I mean that seems as part of his ATIP contract, like that. If we ever had any doubt that there was a connection, I think this episode confirmed that this was a direct connection, because James Carrion's talking about this and he's asking Bigelow directly, where's this money coming from, right? And Bigelow, of course, wouldn't tell him. And Carrion apparently said, is this coming from the government? And he said that Bigelow denied that, so that Bigelow lied, basically.
He said Bigelow gave him a direct answer and said no.
That's right. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, this episode 3 was crazy town for me, and it was the opposite, in my opinion, of what J.J. Abrams started to present in episode 1. We get to episode 3, and now Abrams is suggesting, I'm just saying, you watch the episode yourself, that all of this may be an op. And
a big psyop by the U.S. government.
A big psyop. And we're going to discuss all of this when we come back after this short break. This is Fade to Black. I am your host, Jimmy.
And we will be back to Fade to Black with Jimmy Church and his guest, Richard Dolan. Tomorrow we'll have Stephen Bassett. On Wednesday, he'll have Dr. Robert Schock. Hope everybody's having a wonderful night, morning, day, wherever you are. Yes, Alice, would you like to join me for a PPP dance? That's why I went off camera. Well, hope everybody's having a great night. Now, the peak, technically, is the next 3 nights, not tonight. The mornings of 11, 12, 13. I would say the night, Wednesday night, probably be best. But you can pretty much those 3 nights. So tomorrow night into Wednesday, Wednesday to Thursday, Thursday to Friday. We should see some later on. Because I did this last week, and we seen a couple of really nice ones. And that was last week. So I would not be surprised after midnight, we say 1 a.m. for those diehards that are going to stick around. We should see some stuff if the clouds stay out of the way. Now, the radiant is right above the pipe or next to the pipe. Think of that's where the radiant point is. So it'll come from out near that pipe. They'll be shooting away from it. That would be a Perseid. So we're in a good position right now. Now we just have to hope that the weather cooperates, because I do expect to see something tonight. I do. Not like the peak nights, but still, we're close to peak. And I want to say hello to Zombie and David overseas. And he's probably getting ready to, or he might be on his lunch break, teaching the class. Maybe he did like last week and gave them an assignment and said, okay, you guys can go now. And gals. And what's up, Nava, if you're still there? Everybody that's watching on both YouTube channels and on Facebook and on Twitch and on Trovo. So I hope everybody's having a great night. We'll be returning to Jimmy Church Fade to Black in a few minutes. I'd say in about 3 to 4 minutes. Richard Dolan's book is really good. His new book. And it depends on what your liking is of reading, obviously. But that's a really good book. A really good book is this one. That is a UFO. An unidentified falling object. I don't know what that was that just fell, but it's down there somewhere. I don't know what it is. Oh my gosh. After this weekend. But let's not forget this book right here. Mark D'Antonio. The Populated Universe. This is a really, really great book. It's informative. Mark did a tremendous job with this book. And like I showed earlier, I've got too much stuff here. I'm going to get myself in trouble around here with all these books. Richard Dolan's book, the latest book, The Alien Agendas. And he signed it and said a few words to me in there. Yeah, they're cuss words. I don't know what I did with Avi's book, but I just had his book. That's why I say I don't want to misplace stuff. Oh, there it is. Oumuamua, the whole deal. So there's Avi's book, Extraterrestrial. Another interesting book. It's an interesting read. It's not about UFOs. I don't know what I'm always talking about. Of course I would read it. Anyway, we'll be getting back to Jimmy. I'm still from this weekend. I tell you, incredible. He should be coming back in about a minute. And we're going to go as much as possible tonight, depending on... I don't think it's going to get cloudy. I don't see that happening. I really don't. I'm going to look at the satellite imagery after we go back to Jimmy.
Analysis and review
I'll do that
of
now.
Showtime's UFO by J.J. Abrams. More with Richard in just a second. I just got to jump in and talk to you about Virtual Shield VPN. You've got to get your own VPN. You've got to get it today. And I'll give you one example of why you want your own VPN. Maybe you want to watch something that is not available in your country. I'm just saying, you can do that with a VPN, like Ross Coulthard or Showtime. They just put up UFO. Nobody could see it in other countries. And then I started to see, yeah, but I've got Virtual Shield VPN. I saw the comments. They were able to watch it. Don't you? Get Virtual Shield VPN today. It's all simple to do. Click on the link in the video description box below. 50% off today. It's that simple. Go over to jimmychurchradio.com. Click on the banners. 50% off today. Punch in virtualshield.com/fade to black in your browser. Takes you straight there. 50% off today. And you'll get to enjoy UFO by Showtime that we are reviewing right now. Richard, now,
yes.
Going back to Carrion, and he presents in a very direct fashion his reasons for this. And what he does say, and I found this interesting, was that he was invited out to Bass, to Bigelow Aerospace. He drives out, he goes in, has a meeting, and sits down and says who was in the room. The names escape me now, but I think he said Putoff was there.
Putoff and Valet.
Yeah,
were there.
and Jacques Valet. And he said
Right.
a couple of other people that he didn't recognize.
That's right. Yeah,
And-
so like they were presented in the show as mysterious. Maybe they were, maybe they were not. We don't know.
And he's there with his team from MUFON. I went back and did some research about who was with James, but it was the normal MUFON team, and that was pretty interesting. So he goes and he negotiates this deal. It's $50,000 a month forever, right? Like forever. This was going to be contribute. And I just always thought about, and going back to those, that $50,000 isn't a whole lot of money coming from a billionaire. And if it came from this $22 million fund, that was ATIP. That's another thing. Bigelow said it was an anonymous supporter, right?
Right. Yeah, that's essentially right. That's how it was portrayed in the show.
Now, and
you think about it from that point of view, like 50,000 wouldn't be a lot to a lot of organizations. But first of all, MUFON's always been on a shoestring budget. And then from Bigelow's point of view, like you just have to say, if you're Robert Bigelow and you want to fund MUFON, how much are you going to really trust MUFON to do a great job with this? It's not like they've got bad people, but MUFON, like it would take a lot of like serious training and dedication and trust to put a lot more money to think you're going to get, what would you expect to get out of it? And the idea was, and in fact, this I know was one of the complaints that Bigelow had in the aftermath. He's like, his attitude is, we're throwing this money at MUFON and we're not getting anything really professional out of them. And I mean, so you get this acrimony that happens in the whole breakup of that relationship. But you could definitely see, like, if I were funding MUFON, I would want to make sure that I want to get my money's worth if I'm going to throw it more than $50K down a month.
Now, and Carrion says a couple of remarkable things at this point. One was that Bigelow would then have access to the MUFON database, number one.
Right.
Number two, he would have access to the best cases. But that number three, that MUFON and its members were there because this was independent of the government. It was a civilian-based organization from the word go, from the way that it was intended to be going back to 1969, 1970. And that the people, the members of MUFON, would probably freak out if they found out that their cases were being shared with the possibility of a secret government organization that was propping up Bigelow. And
now you're bringing out accurate history, but none of this was really portrayed very clearly in the show. I mean, I would just make that case, like there was a different angle that was given. The angle that you're saying and that I agree with. I mean, I look at that whole arrangement as Bigelow data mining MUFON as part of the ATIP contract, which actually makes sense. Like if you're Bigelow, that would make perfect sense. You're gathering information for guys like Lou Elizondo and the folks at ATIP. And so what do you want to do? Well, one thing you'll do is you'll hire Pud off to, requisition advanced scientific papers from scientists around the world on future science. And apparently they did the same thing with MUFON. Yes, but then you would want to connect with MUFON just to see, like, what's MUFON getting? What cases are they getting that would be of scientific value to research? Like, that actually would make perfect sense if you're Bigelow working on this contract.
Now,
don't you think so?
Well, it's the answer. The short and quick answer is, of course, yes. But then there was another statement from James Carrion. And we haven't heard from James in years, right? Like, I don't know how they chased him down and convinced him to come on.
He has
the
a
show.
blog.
Yeah, he does have a blog, and I went back and read a bunch of it, and it's all about the CIA and intelligence. But that's another discussion later. Nothing on his blog about UFOs that I saw, and I found that interesting. But anyway, so going back to his statement, which was the ATIP program, which folded into TTSA, and having
I would be careful about that.
But this is what
ATIP did not fold into TTSA.
But this is that's not me saying it. This is what he said, and he said all of this is an op.
Correct.
And
he did say
that is how. And so if anybody is in a position to make this kind of comment, is James Carrion qualified to go that far into calling
he's
this
just
an
offering
op?
his opinion. Anyone can have an opinion. But did he, I don't recall this, but in the show, did he actually offer what his opinion of what the op actually was? I mean, he offered the opinion that in the early years, the op was to fake out the Soviets as part of the Cold War. In fact, it wasn't just him. There was a woman, she taught in, Penn State. I can't remember her name. Cole, can't remember her name. They had this other person.
In the series,
Kohler.
Yeah. She was pretty interesting and pretty well versed in UFO lore and history.
I found her very dismissive of UFO research in general. Like arrogantly dismissive.
Yes.
Arrogantly dismissive.
That was easy to read with her. But this is what, again, in watching episode 3, which I've seen twice. I've seen episode 3 times now. I've seen episode 4 twice. Is that
just think you're better than everyone else because you've seen it so many times.
That's right. So I'm definitive, man. I'm definitive. Is that what they were? J.J. Abrams was trying to project is that UFOs, in any fashion, are there as a necessity for the government to have a cover for their technology and the terrestrial aspect of what the reality of UFOs are.
That did make that claim, but it's total, utter nonsense, and I'm going to tell you why.
Well, but do you agree that that's what episode 3 tried to say?
Yes, I agree. That's what it tried to say. And here's the irony of that episode. They're all talking about disinformation. That episode was disinformation. All right. That episode, to me, I watched that and I thought, I'm watching disinformation here. because none of it is genuinely historical. The history that was presented there was so skewed, so inaccurate. I would actually, at times, I would say dishonest, and that's a harsh thing to say, and it sounds like an accusation. And maybe it wasn't intentionally dishonest. Maybe it wasn't. I can't know. I'm not inside their heads. But I will say, when you're making the case that the U.S. has got this secret black budget tech that's super advanced, sci-fi advanced, and you're using it to basically harass your own Navy, which was absolutely suggested for the Nimitz incident. Well, let's just wind the clock back a little bit. Let's go back to the 1990s, 1980s, 1960s, 1950s, 1940s. Is anyone really going to suggest that the United States has had a black budget world that invented flying saucers in the 1940s and has been pissing off the Navy and the Air Force ever since, and no one's the wiser? Like, and violating airspace over sensitive locations, dealing with nukes again and again and again and again. Oh, yeah, and by the way, doing it over the Soviet Union, too, and just getting them worked up, and over every other country in the world in the 1940s and 50s. I mean, because don't cherry pick the damn information, which is what they're doing here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's dishonest. It's misleading. And, this is part of the problem where, like, everyone's pretending like UFOs were invented in 2004, for God's sake. And it's not so. There are objects of equal, if not even sometimes greater capabilities in the Tic Tac that were recorded in the 1940s. We have reports of objects. There was one example, White Sands, April 1949. Your Navy's launching a missile out of White Sands. It achieves a speed of 1,300 miles per hour, at which point, and this is being filmed, okay? Two white objects circle around the missile. As it achieves a speed, they seem to merge and then fly off. And I can't remember if that was a missile that crashed or not. No, that wasn't. But there were other examples. I think an Atlas missile in 1964 where it did actually crash after another UFO was filmed going around that one.
And I think that was Vandenberg. Yes. And
these things happen.
They do.
Let's look at the grand evidence here, and then make an assessment rather than just pick the little facts that fit your narrative of the story that you're trying to tell the world. I consider that narrative to be disinformation. And it really starts to annoy me because I hear over the last few years, everyone's saying disinformation. They're hiding something. Well, you know what? Maybe that argument is the disinformation.
Now,
because maybe there is something here that doesn't belong to us. And you got these folks trying to say, oh, it's our own tech. BS. I'm calling bullshit on that.
Well,
okay?
If you go back to episode 1, and you've got Diana Pasulka, who was great and presenting the religious narrative of this, going back to angels and invisibility of these beings, and how the Vatican continued to correct and adjust, not only the historical side of this, but the way that it is being presented today, that the phenomenon is real, and it goes back thousands of years and has been reported throughout history.
Here's my only problem with her appearance on the show. I had nothing against Diana Pasulka at all. I thought she was very cogent. She's very intelligent. Everything she said was on point in relation to the research she does. My only quibble is that her inclusion on the show didn't, in my opinion, this is just me, didn't really fit the content of the rest of the show.
No,
what she was doing was really out in a totally different place, and I'm not sure it really worked.
But this is my point with that, though. What JJ was setting up in the beginning is the historical perspective of ETs visiting Earth, and this has been going on for a long time. When you get to...
With no evidence presented during the show to that effect. I mean, it just has to be said. You have her making this statement, and yes, of course, we all know there is evidence, or at least there's reason to consider certain things as evidence for ancient visitation. We don't really have. No one was doing reports 500, 1,000 years ago. There was no independent UFO investigation.
No, but what they did.
So what we got are stories that are interesting.
But they did show sculpture. They did show paintings, and they showed the way that this was represented historically.
But it didn't fit with the rest of the narrative, I thought.
But it was the suggestion in episode 1 that this was an ET phenomenon that has a historical record, and
ET or something else extraordinary.
Right. And then you get to episode 3, and you've got a complete flip-flop of what JJ and his producers did in episode 1.
Good point, yes.
That's the part for me. When I called you up and I said, Richard, you're going to see episode 3, man, and you're not going to be happy with
more
this.
work for me, thanks.
Yes. And when I told you what I thought episode 3 represented, I think after seeing episode 1, you almost didn't believe me. I was like, no, they didn't go there.
Did I do that? I can't remember. I don't remember anything anymore. My brain just mush. But no, I believed you. By the end of our conversation, I was like, okay, church is onto something here.
And
you were right. I mean, it was a very episode 3 was very in your face and kind of insulting. I just have to say, like, for people who are serious researchers into the UFO subject, some of it just wasn't complimentary to the UFO community at all.
No. And this is okay. Now I'm going to say something controversial. I don't know this is fact. Okay. I'm only suggesting an idea here, but it's this. When you have George Knapp apparently talking about an alternative narrative of disinformation, suggesting UFOs when it is a cover-up of U.S. tech, I question that. I don't know if that was what George actually said, or was there some clever editing there. I would love to hear.
We can talk about that.
Yeah, I would love to hear George's comments. And the same thing with Leslie Kane, and the same thing. So they bring on Richard Doty, who talks about, drones and technology and the need to inject a UFO narrative into this so we can cover up our actual tech. We had to do that at Kirkland. There was no way we were going to let the world know that we had lasers blinding Soviet satellites as they passed over Kirkland. No, we're going to say that that's UFOs at Kirkland, and we're okay with that. That's the tone there. Do you think that was certainly in the case with George Knapp? And if you're listening, or somebody can reach out to you, were you actually saying that, or was that some clever editing that allowed this? Because we all know you can do that in editing. And, and George, I know George.
Yes,
we know Leslie. To suggest this in the way that they did, I don't know.
I wonder if it was a bit of dishonest editing, I have to say. I mean, look, when you're sitting in front of a camera, we've both been there, you got no control over how that editing process goes. And those conversations when you're being interviewed, they can go all over the place. They go in a lot of different directions. And, a very small amount usually ends up in a program. Like small percentage, frankly.
Yeah, you sit down for 4 hours and you get 5 minutes of screen time.
That's right. That's typical. But one thing we have to acknowledge is that, yes, like there is black budget tech. I think we all can recognize that. And in fact, it's very possibly highly advanced. And I would be the last one to deny that. I coined the phrase breakaway civilization over a decade ago. I have often believed or at least speculated that there's a very, very advanced contingent in the black budget world that's out there that's got very advanced tech. So that's totally possible. But the real question to ask is that if there is a breakaway civilization, is their mission just to harass the United States military or the militaries of the world? Is that what they're doing around the world every day? That I have a lot of skepticism about that. So, but for George Knapp, or I'm guessing, I can't remember, but probably John Greenwald said the similar things.
Yes.
And both of them did a very good job. I really, if they are listening, I want them both to know. But yeah, I mean, there was definitely this idea that was promoted that a lot of these UFOs are just black budget tech, and I don't know how George really thinks about that. George certainly, look, this is the guy who broke the Bob Lazar story, the guy who, is at S4 and sees us working on flying saucers. And George has interviewed, by his own count, at least 24 other people who have corroborated various parts of Bob Lazar's story, for Area 51 or S4 or wherever. So he knows full well that there is a technology program in Nevada and probably elsewhere where we've got scientists trying to work on this exotic tech. So I don't think he would deny that. And I'm sure John, would say the same thing. You have to get him on your show and you can ask them yourself. But the real question is, why would they be happy with their portrayal? I'd be curious to know if they're happy with their portrayal in that episode. If I were interviewed, I would not be happy.
I would not be happy either. And
if I were portrayed that way,
I remember I was just sitting back going, does George know what he's really saying here? The implications of this intention. I think John Greenwald might have been taken out of context because I don't want to say anything more about this. I'm just giving my own opinion. But it seemed like they were steadfast in their opinions of this, that the majority of UFOs are being used as a cover-up intentionally over U.S. tech and programs that are going on, including the Tic Tac, and that's
right.
And the comments about TTSA being used as a vehicle to help support this narrative, and there were comments that were there about the staff of TTSA. And who was?
I would almost say that they were smeared.
Yeah,
I would almost say that episode smeared Putoff and Valet.
Yes,
actually,
yes,
it came really close.
Well, when he mentioned, CIA operatives that were inside of the UFO community, the two images they flashed up on the screen were Putoff and Valet.
Right. And I mean, now Putoff, everyone knows, had a contract with CIA. That's well known.
Yes.
That contract lasted only 2 years. We were talking early 1970s out of Stanford Research Institute. And then that contract, as far as we know, transferred over to the Pentagon or the military out of CIA. But yeah, I mean, and everyone knows how Putoff's he's had over 50 years of sensitive compartmented, clearances. I mean, him and Kate Green both have more than half a century of very, very high-level security clearances. So that's all well known. I have known Hal Putoff for over 20 years. And yes, I've known the man's background. And I make no bones. I've liked Hal for many years, and I respect him. And I don't think he's trying to screw with the UFO field. I've never believed that. If I turn out to be proven wrong one day, I will make a mea culpa, but I just don't believe it. He's always been... He hasn't told me everything I want to know. In fact, he usually doesn't tell me the things I want to know. But conversations I've had with him, I've found him to be someone of integrity, and I've never felt he lied to me. He's never lied to me.
We're gonna take a break right here. I'm gonna come back and discuss episode 4. Do you by saying that episode 3 was disinformation when it was an episode about disinformation, it's pretty interesting, isn't it?
I consider that episode to be the disinformation. They're talking about disinfo, but I consider that episode to be disinfo.
And I thought,
whether intentionally or not, I don't know.
I thought it was interesting that if you're going to talk about the possibilities of disinformation and how this happens, then they bring on Richard Doty, who I spoke to yesterday about this at length. I called him immediately to bring on a guy that was part of the Air Force and OSI and disinformation using members of the UFO community. And it presents that as evidence that this goes on. Again, a very interesting choice by J.J.
I know you're about to go to break, but I just got to say this. They're saying that the U.S. government is promoting UFOs to hide its secret tech.
Yes.
And again, I just want to emphasize the opposite is actually the truth. The United States government denied, debunked UFOs for decades and decades. All right. They did the opposite of trying to promote UFO belief. And in fact, that continued well into the 21st century. And up until it continued till 2017 and beyond, when they started making their admissions.
Let's take our break right here. Our guest tonight.
I'm curious if either one of them are going to touch something. I don't know if they will. And that's the narrative by some out there saying that this is part of the disinfo, a prelude to a false flag ET alien invasion by those in power. I want to see if they go there, because that is directed. If they mention that, the person may be listening and they know exactly that they're talking about them. Because there is a counter to all this. Yeah, it's part of disinfo, but it's for a false flag event. I've heard this. I ain't mentioning names, but it's out there. And there's a lot. It's like there's two sides to this. That side, and that side is totally opposite of the Lou Elizondo, Dolan, and some of the others on that side. And it's out there. I'm just saying, I'm just putting it out there, but I want to see if they both touch on that. I don't think they will. I don't know if they want to bring that up. But it's been going back and forth. It seems to have died down a little bit. And then there are people out there that just want to literally make a name for themselves. You know, when you put yourself in the hat and you cause a controversy, they may be doing to self-elevate them, themselves. They want that attention. Oh, if I go after this, and this, if I say something controversial, it's going to go around. It's going to make me more popular because now my name is going to be thrown around all these circles. You don't think that people do that? Of course they do. They want to cause controversy. Heck no, I ain't going to call in and ask him that question. I'm too busy here. You call in and ask him that question. I mean, I could type Dolan now, but he'd get pissed in the middle of a show. I could type Jimmy too, and I wouldn't do it because I have both of their contacts, and I wouldn't dare do it while they're in the middle of a show. One thing about Richard, he likes to stay focused. You do not interrupt Richard Dolan when he's got this focus thing going on. I'm telling you. I produced a few of his shows. I know. But still, there is two sides here. One believes there's a psyop. That's all disinformation to mislead the public, to lead them on. They may get into it a little bit. I don't know. Let's see what happens. They should be coming back any minute.
Securely within 72
that's
hours.
a voice that
Are you
sounds
worried
familiar.
about the stock market? We can also help you set up.
It's the one and only Race Hobbs. So we'll be coming back to that in a minute. And hope everybody's having a great night. Now, the satellite imagery shows that these pesky little clouds should be gone soon. So I'm not concerned about these clouds. I really am not. They're just moving really slow. That's the problem. They're moving slow, but it should move out. And it's still early. I am staying on till at least 4 a.m. So I'm sure the diehards will stick around for a bit. But I'm sticking around. I'm not going to sleep. Not yet. Then we're going to get back to the show in a minute. And I'll ask that question to Richard in person when I see him in a few weeks.
Game changer.
For sure. Absolutely. I'm going to talk to him, like privately. I can't even play the music because I don't know if I'll get hit by that. I mean, it's so ridiculous now that even 10 seconds is risky.
Our guest, Richard Dolan, who during the break is playing harmonica. And I had heard over the years that you play a mean harp.
Am I on?
Yes.
Okay.
Don't do it.
No.
Don't do it. We don't need.
No, I enjoy my harmonicas. Yes, I enjoy it very much.
You look like you were enjoying it.
I get into it.
Now this is where I don't want to discourage anybody from watching UFO. You need to watch it and check it out. The production value is extremely high. The editing, the framing, the cinematography, the music, the soundscape, all of that is excellent. It's excellent, and it is very thought-provoking. And like I said, episode 1, right there. Episode 2, right there. Right there. It's cool. I really enjoyed it. Episode 3 rolls around, and I had a serious WTF moment. It was like, what is actually going on? What's the message? Then we get to episode 4. And I don't have the professor's name in front of me. I think he was Armenian, actually, from his last name, and which I thought was pretty cool and very interesting.
This is the historian from Penn State,
yes,
I think.
Yes, and he then starts to present his case about people's minds and the power of suggestion. He goes into this in depth, but before we start to break this down, what he suggested from the word go is that this is imagination, right? And historically, this is always...
Well, by now we're talking about abductions.
They get to abductions. Yes. Right. But he was talking about UFOs in general, in society, and so when he starts to lay this out, I know my reaction. I mean, what was yours? Like, I have to. What was going through your mind?
Well, I would just say I reacted to episode 4, and I did watch it. There's 2 ways that you can react. One is intellectually in terms of content, but for me, I actually reacted to it artistically, and I thought artistically it sort of fell flat. And I say that because it didn't have. You go back 2,500 years, and there was a fellow named Aristotle. He talked about unity in a production, so it didn't have Aristotelian unity. So I actually feel that it kind of bounced all over the place, and I didn't like that. I was like, what are they actually trying to? What's he trying to do in this episode? And to me, that was actually never clear. So when I'm watching an episode of anything, whether it's a movie or a TV show or a documentary, I want to know, like, what's the focus here? And to me, episode 4 really did not have a proper focus. It bounced around way too much. There was a lot of abductions, but I didn't know where they're going. There was a lot of psychosocial type of explanations of the phenomenon in that particular episode, such as that professor. And there was a woman, and what was her name? Kate Dorsch was in there, and I thought she was the one who was most dismissive of the subject, in my opinion. And she actually struck me as a bit of a totalitarian toward the end. She makes this statement, it's not good to sow distrust in our major institutions. Jesus, man, we've been hearing a lot of that lately. I don't think I want any more of that in my face. I don't think I want people telling me, oh, yeah, don't. And she's actually brought up Brexit and post-Trump. She's like, in this age, we don't want to sow distrust in our major institutions. I want to punch her right in the face after that. Like, who do you think you are? Just shut up, go back in your hole. Don't tell me that we're not supposed to sow distrust in our major institutions, which have been lying to us for 75 years. It's like, who brought her into the game? Like, that was the most useless statement of the entire 4 episodes. I found it actually offensive. I don't get offended easily. I was offended by that.
Now,
Right.
they
And we're looking at demonetization, YouTube canceling, Facebook. Look, we're in full-blown totalitarian mode here. All right, we don't need anyone else egging them on, which is what she did.
Now, they bring up the 2K, but as they started to get into abductions, they bring in.
You're bringing it back here. Okay, good. Calm down.
Yeah. No. Well, but what they did, I'll stay on your point. They did these cutaways, to President Trump. And I thought, why are you going here? It's not needed. And they didn't talk about Trump and UFOs. They didn't talk about that. They didn't talk about him being questioned. They didn't talk about Tucker Carlson and the other, I think it was George Stephanopoulos and Trump's own son all asked Trump, right? They didn't go there. They were just talking about conspiracy theories and mistrust by.
Yeah, they used the phrase conspiracy theory a few times in that episode.
Yes.
That's always a bad thing.
Yes. So now
they didn't use it ironically. That's the thing. They were using it straight up.
Now, and they bring in Travis Walton, and they bring in Betty and Barney Hill.
Yes, right.
And they did two aspects of Betty and Barney Hill, and one of them, and they did this with a card up on the screen, suggesting that Betty and Barney Hill faked the entire thing because they were an interracial couple. Right?
Well, faked is too strong a word, because actually no one. The implication, their hypnotherapist for that was a guy named Benjamin Simon.
Yes.
Back in the 60s, and he was a big shot psychotherapist, worked for the U.S. Army. He was a major. Of course, he had no experience with UFO abductions. Who did? No one did. So this was a new thing for him. And yes, his theory, at least, I don't know if he had it the whole time, but I mean, they were an interracial couple in the early 60s. That is a stressful thing. So, or easily could have been, probably was. And so, yeah, his theory was that somehow that stress related to their story. But he actually also stated he believed that they were truthful.
Which
so
came
he didn't
out
think that
later.
They made it up.
Which came out later. The Travis Walton aspect was brought up, that case. And then they bring in Calvin Parker and Pascagoula.
Yes.
Right now,
that's right.
And the overall bent, the flavor that I felt was being presented in these three cases, that the abduction phenomena in general, and they interjected other abductees in some of their statements that they had made, that this was all crazy talk. And I
sort of, they were sympathetic though to the people, like the actual statements about Betty and Barney Hill. I don't remember if they really discussed Travis Walton very much. But, I mean, there was no overt insult. I mean, like, no one was demeaning the Hills, right? I mean, no one was saying overtly bad things about them. The impression you get, it's a different form of debunkery. So it's a nice debunkery. It's polite. It's respectful debunkery.
Well, and the
that's
way
really
that
what it was, don't you think?
And the way that the historian from Penn State, his name escapes me, said that you can look at this in time capsules for different parts of modern history where at one point abductions were happening outside of your home. And then at the next point, it was happening in remote areas. Then they bring up Pascagoula and Calvin Parker. And then he goes, and then suddenly in the 1980s, abduction is happening in our bedrooms. And we have to look at why and what it was going on.
Except he's kind of wrong.
But this is the way. Remember,
but that's
people
exactly what he said.
That's exactly what he said. And they go to a clip of an abductee, very briefly, when she says, and they selected this for a reason, because she sounds crazy. And if you're seeing this as a viewer, and you get this overall context of the way that this is being presented, Richard, she says, yeah, well, they come to me in my bedroom, and every time they are here, they're only behind me when my back is turned, right? No matter what. And it was like this, and nothing to do with anything, but they present it that way because, well, you know what? Abductions are crazy talk, and this is why.
Yeah. But I mean, to bring up the gosh, I wish I could remember that historian's name too. There's a value in looking at the psychosocial element of this, and including abductions. There is an evolution in how these beings are reported. I mean, I've wondered about this many times myself. In the 1940s and 50s, there were claims of sightings of beings, particularly starting in 1954 in Europe and in South America. They were short, but they weren't classic grays. Now you get a kind of an evolutionary, like an evolution of description through the 60s that leads to the classic grays. And that's a bit troubling. Like, so it's very easy to ask yourself, are people seeing what is their understanding of what they think an alien's supposed to look like? I mean, it's impossible to ignore asking that when you look at the 70+ year history of sightings of alien beings, which back in the day were called humanoids. They weren't even called aliens. There is a bit of an evolution. Having said that, there also are consistencies, but there's a lot of variety. And so some of that variety, like you absolutely have to ask, are there cultural dimensions to this phenomenon? I mean, it just has to be asked, has to be explored. And I have tried to explore it on my own, and sometimes I've written about it too. And the thing is, I do believe that there are cultural dimensions, but that they're not the dominant element. Like, these beings, I personally am convinced, have the ability to screw with our cognitive abilities, and they have the ability to manage our memory and to screw with our memory. So we're not at our best when we encounter them. They know how to deal with us. And we shouldn't be surprised. Our own intelligence and military communities, they know how to screw with your mind too. They've been working on this for ages. So if there's another advanced group that's here, they could do some kind of memory fogging, and maybe you would interpret it as a being that's got antennas on his head, which people sometimes saw that back in the 50s. Antennas, like, My Favorite Martian. It was an old TV show. So there's a value. I'm just saying, I'm defending this man to some extent here. There's a value in asking to what extent are cultural determinants involved here and how we perceive this phenomenon. I think it has to be asked. And Americans are generally disinclined to go there. Europeans are much more interested, especially the Brits. They have a long history. The Navy and the Air Force ever since. So, but having said that, I do not believe, I don't want anyone to misunderstand me, I don't believe that that's the full and final explanation of what people are dealing with. Betty and Barney Hill, my opinion, strong opinion here, they were abducted. They were taken. And Travis Walton, that man was taken. He's with a bunch of other guys. They all took polys, by the way. Polygraph. Did you see a UFO? Yes. Did you see Travis Walton get hit by a blue beam of light? Yes. They all passed. They're not lying about this. So there are abduction cases, I think, that are just too strong to dismiss. And this episode did not provide any of that evidence at all. Not at all. They made it look like it was fantasy.
Yeah, they made it look like it was fantasy. So if we go back and we look at an overall assessment of this four-part, high-dollar, big-time Hollywood production. This is 4 episodes from J.J. Abrams, who's, great movies over the years. There's no question about it. But he's definitely putting his reputation on the line. So if we
and ask, is this disinformation too? This episode.
So
I'm going to say maybe it is.
So how do we start to give an overall assessment of this presentation? From episode 1 to episode 4. If you were going to give it a rating, how would you rate it now?
Well, we mentioned the Peter Jennings UFO seeing is believing. I think this follows a very similar pattern to that. And in fact, it follows the pattern to the classic 1966 Walter Cronkite thing on UFOs that was sponsored by the CIA and the Robertson Panel recommendations, which a young Carl Sagan appeared on. In fact, that was featured in one of the episodes, that shot of Cronkite. Can't remember which episode, maybe the first one. That was explicit Cronkite intelligence community disinformation back in 1966. Was it UFOs, Fact or Fantasy? I think it was called. And this series by Abrams, I'm really going to be thinking about this because, I've only just seen it, and I only scrubbed through episode 2. That was the one that I skimmed. I watched the other 3. But it follows a pattern that the other 2 documentaries I mentioned follow, which is that you inflate the balloon in the first half and you deflate that damn thing in the second half. So it's like you build up this sense of a real interesting problem, phenomenon, and then you spend the whole second half of whatever you're doing taking the air out of it, which really does seem like what he did. And to me, think about it. What he's saying is there's a real UFO phenomenon, but it's not aliens and there are no abductions. That's essentially the message you're getting, that we've got advanced tech. That seems to be the message. And to me, that's a message. If that's the message, that is disinformation. That's a lie.
And by using Diana Pasulka and Leslie Kean and George Knapp so prominently through this, including Kevin Day, who
came across very well.
Yeah, Kevin Day.
Very well.
Almost, Kevin Day, it comes across, a little melancholy about this. I think that he was thrust into something that he wasn't comfortable with. The spotlight is on him and he's got questions, and I think that his own government has failed him. And he, I think he says at one point, I lost everything.
Kevin is a hell of a guy.
And he's a great guy. He's a great guy.
What a decent human being, honest as the day is long. And he's, and he was operating radar. He was the chief radar guy on the Princeton and tracking these UFOs, the Tic Tac UFOs. He's an absolutely superb human being. But yeah, I think he seems like he's had a rough time,
Now, Ralph Blumenthal, also,
yes.
We can't let him escape us, and the way that he was featured. Now, if this...
He also came across very well, I thought.
He's great. He's great.
Absolutely.
But are they all, I don't want to say tools, but it's even suggested in this documentary that Tom DeLonge was the useful idiot. And I believe that was the words that were used.
Carrion used that word.
Yeah, Carrion. And so is history going to look back at this series, as bending the truth somewhat and using some of these very credible people in this to support this disinformation? I'm going to just say this straight out because I'm feeling a little uncomfortable after watching all 4 episodes.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. The last 2 episodes actually were unsatisfying and very subtle, very sophisticated forms of debunkery. I think so. That's how I read it.
And
not ham-fisted debunking of the old school.
And James Carrion, if there's one quote from this that will continue on, is he goes, "Look, I'm not a skeptic and I'm not a debunker." Right? James Carrion says that straight into the camera.
He said he was a truth seeker.
Yes, he's a truth seeker. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And
maybe he is. I mean, look, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. Who am I to call someone out as being dishonest? Like I'm not going to do that, and I don't know. He could be very sincere. In fact, I think I've never had reason to think that he believes anything other than what he has said. Honestly,
I'm not saying anything negative.
Yeah.
I'm not saying anything negative about James.
So
Carrion.
by his way of looking at it, he is a truth seeker.
Right, and the historical perspective about James is he was there. He was there. 2006, Bigelow, 2007, 2008. He leaves MUFON in 2009. Who? Clifton?
Clifford Clift.
Yeah, Clifford Clift came in temporarily and
I got a
took
funny
over.
story about that that's relevant to this conversation.
Yeah, go ahead.
When Clifford came on as the new director, I met him shortly after that, and he asked me. He took me aside. I wasn't a MUFON member, but he said, "Hey, I'm new here, and I would just like to know if you have any advice." And I said, "Yes, I would like you to clear every intelligence operative out of MUFON that you can. Get them the hell out." That's what I said to him, and he gave me this look, like, "What the hell are you? I can't do that." Like he just seemed overwhelmed by what I said, but I absolutely said that to him. And he never asked my opinion ever again after that.
I've had some communication with him over the years. Genuine guy, cool guy.
Yeah, I pissed him off wicked good actually at the 2011 MUFON conference. Absolutely, got him so mad. I'll just tell this is just a fun story. The hell was I doing? Oh yeah, so I was there to do a secret space lecture. I think it was like my first major secret space type lecture. And I cut it short 15 minutes, and I spent the last 15 minutes because at that time, MUFON was in the midst of a mutiny. There were claims Chase Kletsky, Elaine Douglas, the late Elaine Douglas, may she rest in peace, and James Clarkson actually had all gone on Jerry Pippin's show at that time, talking about how MUFON was hiding data from its members, and like there was this big thing, and it was like, and all those, like Elaine got booted out of the MUFON conference that year. So anyway, I'm there, and I said, I'm spending the last 15 minutes, and I'm going to talk about how MUFON needs to reform. And at the end of it, I was taken out of the woodshed in the back room, and Clifford was there. And I heard that Clifford, two people said to me, Clifford like turned purple, and he said, "Dolan is never speaking at another effing conference here ever again." And he didn't say effing. So, and I didn't speak at MUFON for the next quite a few years.
Yeah, well, okay, another side note to history. So I call up Richard. I'm speaking at MUFON. I'm doing the keynote on like Friday night. And I call up Richard, and I said, "Hey, man, you want to do MUFON with me and just come up on stage?" And you go, "Jimmy,
I don't remember this.
This was
everything.
Yeah. I was doing the Hangar One thing, and we were bringing out the cast, and you were like, "You know what? Not this year, man. I just don't think it's the right thing to do."
Well, you know, it's just like I got tired. I got really down on MUFON after a while, and just, I mean, honestly, it was just more work than it was worth to do a lot of the conferences. There's good people there, great people actually, but it wasn't worth it. I was too busy anyway, and so they're gonna blackball me unofficially for a few years, and they're just
and then invite you back, and I thought I could talk you into it, but. I ended up going solo. Thanks, Richard.
Thank you for the reminder. Yeah, yes, I forgot about that.
Yeah. So anyway, footnote.
Are we getting off track here? I don't want to.
No. Well, so I guess the overall take, though. I mean, how do you think history, 3-4 years from now, is going to look back at this, and not only, the community and the world looking at this series, but the participants. You know, I couldn't get anybody to come on the show tonight to talk about it.
Yeah. Well, that's a whole story there. We're going to have to figure out the reason for that, or you can do that. But yeah, like why they wouldn't do it. That's pretty interesting, isn't it?
That was a whole list of pass, from friends. I was like, what?
Yeah. You know what you have to do in the future? This is my advice to you. You just say the following sentence. "Hey, do you know who I am?" That always works. People love that. They respond positively to that.
Oh, they do, don't they?
I assume. Yeah. Just tell them how important you are. And like, "I'm Jimmy Church." Just do that. That might do the trick. But no, seriously, your question, like, how will this be perceived? And I believe, and I think many people listening probably believe, that there is very advanced technology that is in places like Area 51 or S4 or elsewhere, Tonopah, probably a lot of other places. Yes, very likely. The real question, though, is does that explain our UFO phenomenon? And I just have to say the answer certainly appears to be no, every level that I look at it. So I think I don't think history is going to be kind to this series for that reason. And also with abductions. You know, they like John Mack was a big part of that. And Ralph Blumenthal talked about John Mack. He wrote a book about John Mack. Blumenthal's very sympathetic to John Mack. But the way that they portrayed John Mack and to a lesser extent Bud Hopkins was like, you get the sense that they were deluded. Like there was that whole point about, well, a psychiatrist is supposed to believe his people. He's supposed to identify with them. And so there's this gentle way of sort of saying to people, yeah, John Mack, nice guy, smart guy, but he went a little off the rails. Like that's really the impression the show gives you about John Mack.
Yes.
And I think that's demeaning, frankly. It wasn't entirely that way. There were enough clips of John Mack speaking where you get at least a decent sense of the man. So, but no, I think, you know, when you have a beautifully done series that's essentially saying, yes, the UFO phenomenon is real. There's a real phenomenon there, but doesn't look like it's aliens and no one's being abducted. That's the message.
That is the message.
Take away. And to me, that's disinformation.
They could have, and you know, you take the 60 Minutes approach to this where you clearly and simply and succinctly present both sides of the story so everybody can understand what is going on. You've got this and you've got this. Now let's talk about it. They didn't do that with abductions. That immediately got off on the wrong foot, and they stayed with that. They didn't talk about the amount of people that have, the amount of evidence, all of it. They did the testament. They didn't talk about any of that.
Well, yeah, they could have gone into, like, they talked about Betty and Barney Hill, but actually they did a very superficial job of talking about Betty and Barney Hill, frankly. Ditto Travis Walton. Those cases were discussed, but they were very superficially covered. So the actual evidence that would make you think, holy crap, they were taken, none of that was presented.
No, and the tapes, the audio that they presented from Betty and Barney Hill, a short clip of Betty and a short clip of Barney, absolutely presented them as crazy people, and I found that very offensive.
Yeah, I didn't think about that, but yes, my sense is that they had been portrayed somewhat sympathetically. But that thing you're talking about, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, Betty talking about the size of the needle. Right? What does that have to do with anything? It just makes her sound crazy. And then Barney freaking out that he had to go find his gun. That was the clip that they used, right?
I mean, the reality is that Barney was deeply upset and traumatized by the event. And during the regressions, Barney in particular it was very upsetting for him.
It was upsetting for me. It was upsetting. When you listen to those tapes of Barney Hill,
Betty too, actually.
Yeah, you can't help but be uncomfortable and empathetic, and also there was great detail that was in those sessions. I mean, it was cinematic, but instead they used the clip of Barney yelling that he's got to find his gun.
Yeah, it's actually thinking. I hadn't really considered it until we're talking about it, but I think the treatments were very superficial, and really the emphasis was on. Honestly, this is like what the Air Force used to do with Blue Book: explain away rather than explain.
And they okay, so let's back up for a second. And I know that we're running late, Richard, and I appreciate this. But if we go back to episode 1 and the way that John Greenwald presents Project Blue Book, and they go back and they analyze, one of the things that John pointed out that and I think they used a quote from J. Allen Hynek. I could be wrong, but that Project Blue Book's job wasn't to investigate UFOs. That wasn't their job. Was to explain away. That's right.
And I think
UFOs.
John did say that, and John was really on point about that.
Yes, he was.
He did a good job, I thought, in covering all of that, in a very succinct way. And that's true. I mean, they did make that statement in that first episode that Blue Book's job was to explain.
Not to investigate.
Yeah. Blue Book didn't have the staff. I mean, there was only 1 year in Blue Book's history, 1952, under Captain Edward Ruppelt, where they actually had more than 10 guys, like, who were able to do any kind of investigation and reports. After that, the staff was cut down to bare bones, like nothing, like 4 or 5 people at the most.
Yeah, they had a research assistant, a secretary, Quintanilla, and Hynek.
Yeah.
And then a couple of people that came in to help from the outside. You know,
Well,
Jacques
and
Vallée
they utilized people over at Ent Air Force Base in Colorado who were, you know, there were other divisions. I think it was the 4166th Air Division that was doing UFO investigations in the late 50s. But that wasn't Blue Book. They worked with Blue Book to some extent, but that only lasted a few years anyway. Yeah, Blue Book was basically window dressing for show.
Richard, thank you so much. You've got a lot going on right now, and I'm going to close with a couple of basic questions. One, how's the new book coming?
Great. Couldn't be better.
How many pages did you do today?
I work on other things than just my next book. I have a website. I got people I want to keep happy on my website. I produce content there fairly regularly. So that takes my effort. Okay, that's important. But
well, my next question is
I'm going to be getting back to my Volume 3 work. I'd made very good progress earlier in the year on Volume 3, and I will be getting back to it.
And when do you do your live show?
I think I'm going to do one tomorrow.
On YouTube?
Yeah. I don't do them every week. The thing is, it's a lot of work for me to do. Like, I'm different from you. Like, this is your thing, and doing live radio it's not my primary thing. It's something that I like to do. I enjoy it when I do it, but it takes a lot of my time and effort, and I can't always do it every single week. So I do it when I'm able to do it. And I think I'm going to do a show tomorrow. I think it's going to be on Google's Jigsaw division, working with Rand Corporation to disable all conspiracy theories on the web. That's actually something they're doing. It's nefarious, nasty, and dangerous. And it's all about thought control, totalitarian control. Yeah, Google's connecting to the largest defense think tank in the country, which they paid them to investigate ways to prevent conspiracy theories from invading your mind. Isn't that nice?
Oh, that is
I'm going to talk
special.
about that tomorrow.
And
by the way, one of the 4 sample conspiracy theories that Rand studied for this project were UFO people.
Now, we are doing a conference coming up on the 18th, Making Contact. And
we're both part of that.
Yeah, we're both part of that. And you know what's interesting? We've got Eric Weinstein that is coming
impressive.
in.
That's nice. He's a smart guy.
That's pretty strong. And
I don't know what he knows about UFOs. I think he's a friend of Danny Sheehan, and that's, I think, how he was brought in, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, he's also a trained physicist, and he's got a lot of pragmatic thoughts of the universe and how things work.
Very accomplished, intelligent man.
Yeah. So Eric Weinstein.
I don't know what his interest in UFOs is. That's interesting.
Well, we're going to find out. And he's going to be on Fade to Black. I don't want to give that away too quickly here. But I don't know. You know, when you're talking to these physicists out there, I've always found it very interesting. You brought up this point earlier about astronomy intellectuals, is that they want you to understand the size of the universe, the size of the Milky Way, how many stars are out there, chemistry, and that there must be infinite amounts of life out there, right? They want you to, because it has to be that way. It's a numbers game. And then when you shift the gears to talk about alien visitation to planet Earth, that's the line in the sand, right?
Yeah, well, and in earlier years, by the way, it used to be standard for astronomers to say there's no other life in the universe. And there are still astronomers who maintain this, by the way.
Yes, there are.
They're more of a minority now. But, I brought up astronomers. Look, astronomy is wonderful. We love astronomy. It's cool. Who doesn't love astronomy? But the thing is, astronomers get a free pass that they don't deserve with UFOs. They just don't deserve it. And the reason is because we think of UFOs, okay, it's extraterrestrial, therefore astronomers must be expert. But the fact is, astronomers, where do you see UFOs? But you don't see them in space usually. You see them in the atmosphere. So you want to talk to an atmospheric physicist if you're going to get scientific about it, or talk to people who study ground traces. Or how about this? Study to people who are skilled in doing actual investigations and looking at evidence of UFOs, of which there's a ton of it. Astronomers are no better qualified than anybody else. But it's this idea that we have, oh yeah, UFOs, extraterrestrial space, therefore astronomers. They don't know jack about UFOs. How many of them? Hynek was the only one. Hynek actually was sophisticated about UFOs because he contracted the Air Force. Yeah, he had the whole swamp gas thing in '66, and he looked bad with that. But Alan Hynek actually did know UFOs extremely well, and he was very sophisticated with it.
James McDonald was an atmospheric guy, right? He wasn't an astronomer.
Oh, so James McDonald.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Right.
That's why McDonald was able to bury Donald Menzel in debates. Menzel, the astronomer at Harvard, big skeptic. McDonald tore him a new one repeatedly, embarrassed him in article after article. That's why Philip Klass basically made it his mission to destroy the reputation of James McDonald any way he could. Couldn't beat him scientifically, so they just used smear tactics. I mean, really nasty stuff. But yes, McDonald was the real deal.
And the other problem, this is now not every astronomer and not every physicist, but in a general sense.
There's Peter Sturrock. He was an astronomer on one of the good side. But there are astronomers who are good. I mean, I don't want to take them all down.
No, and I'm not going to, but I'm going to say this next statement, and I mean it, that some of these physicists, these rock star physicists and these rock star astronomers try to make themselves the last word because they're so smart and they're smarter than us. And so
you just say it, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yes, yes. Well, he's one.
Okay, let's just put the name out there.
Okay,
that's what you're talking about.
and that he and those like him are smarter than us, and we are stupid. And how could we be so stupid to believe in these things when somebody like them is telling you how it really is because they are so smart? And I'm offended by that, Richard. I am completely offended.
Well, you're offended for normal reason because it's obvious when you hear Tyson talk about UFOs that he doesn't know anything about it. It's obvious he does not know the subject when he talks about it. If he knew anything about the subject, he wouldn't sound as ignorant as he does.
And
I'm sure he's a brilliant guy. He's probably way smarter than I am, but and he knows astronomy. He probably knows a lot of other science that I won't be able to compete with him. But he doesn't know UFOs. Doesn't know it, and he embarrasses himself without realizing when he talks about it.
The one thing that Neil deGrasse and others too, he's not the only one, but is this: you cannot say to me, where is the proof of ET, when I can turn around and say to them, where is the proof that there is no life elsewhere? You tell me that. What's the proof? You haven't been off planet. You haven't done any analysis of anything. You haven't seen anything out there. Everything that you are talking about is your opinion. You have no scientific fact to back up any of that.
A good scientist would agree with you totally. I mean, it's fair for an astronomer or an exobiologist or whatever to infer from the data that we're now getting. So we now have a pretty good idea that, there's a lot of stars that have planets, and we're able to figure out the wobble of the star and the rotation, and there's planets around them. Okay, fine. And I believe, at least I'm willing to trust that when they say we believe there are planets like Earth-sized planets. Okay, fine, fair enough. So it's fine to make an inference about the likelihood of a lot of life out there. I think that's most of them now believe that, but they wouldn't say that they have proof. But I think what they're forgetting, and what this show actually forgets, UFO. I think of the UFO subject as like a great Zen teacher. Like the subject itself is a teacher. It's like you go onto this spiritual retreat. You want to learn, you want to become wise, right? You want to become this wise person on the hill. So you go off you go up the hill, you go into a cave, and you meet the Zen master. So when you do that, are you going to say to this guy, I want to know everything right now because this is easy. Tell me everything. Like that's how arrogant. And yet this is how people treat the UFO subject. As if you can just go right in and get it all at once. I was foolish enough to think that almost 30 years ago. I thought I'm going to take 2-3 months out of my life. I'll figure this out and then I'll move on. Yeah, okay, that was my fond, arrogant belief back then. But what you learn is that this subject is the great teacher. And you go, what's your attitude? You go in with humility. And you go in realizing that this is a steep learning curve. And you're not just going to solve it right away. That's arrogance. And I feel that many of these academic scientists, that seems to be their attitude. They underestimate the complexity and depth and subtlety and profundity of the UFO phenomenon. I mean, this stuff will rip open your paradigm, not just once. Like I love to use the analogy of the Matrix. Neo takes the red pill, changes his reality. Yeah, I wish it were that simple, one red pill. It doesn't work like that. This subject rips through your paradigm multiple times, and it humbles you if you really think you've got it figured out. So humility is the proper attitude to take when confronting this. Think about all the obstacles that we're facing with this subject. The subject is intrinsically difficult. I mean, we're dealing clearly, or almost certainly, with an intelligence that's beyond ours, that's operating on a level that we're not quite there. They seem to be able to manipulate space and time in ways that we don't really quite get. They're doing things that are subterranean and covert. They don't want to be outed, right? So there's that whole thing. That's a challenge enough. Then you got the secrecy on our part of our governments and the intelligence community and the privatized nature of that secrecy, which is just, I call it legal illegality. It's like these private corporations, Lockheed, Northrop, Boeing and Raytheon, and all they're all protected by the black budget structure of the United States government. No one can get at these guys. So you just we have everything going against us, and on top of that, seems to me there's an agenda, and it could be by these others, it could be by our hierarchical betters, or both. In some way or another. So we've got our work cut out for us. And yes, people are being taken. People are being interacted with by these beings. I'm sorry, but that last episode, that actually was really demeaning to people who've had abduction experiences. The more I think about it, I kind of rushed through it. I blew through that last episode at almost 2x speed. I had subtitles, so I was able to follow. But anyway, yes, this is a very, very complicated, difficult subject. And what's offensive to you and to me is when people think they can just waltz right in and say, oh, yeah, I got this all figured out. This is what you're dealing with. No, why don't you put some work in and then come back in about 10 years and then talk to us?
Do you think J.J. Abrams had that mindset? I mean, it's so simple. It's such a simple. It's like Occam's razor, right? Did he just jump into this too quick, thinking that not only that he had the answers, but that it has to be this way, and he went with it without backing up and being certainly much more objective.
Either that, or in 20 years we'll find out he did a kind of Robertson panel sort of thing, working for some group. I mean, look, we know for a fact that the U.S. military and the CIA have had Hollywood connections. They have and they do. And in fact, they can be very heavy-handed over manipulation of scripts. And we know this. This is not fantasy or conspiracy theory, which is itself a CIA phrase from 1967, but we'll move on. No, this is actual reality. Okay? So that relationship is real. And who the hell knows which documentary comes out that's got intelligence connections behind the scenes. These things are, it's very difficult to figure this stuff out. So I don't know. I have no idea what Abrams' actual beliefs are on this at all. But you're judging on the basis of this 4-parter that we're talking about. seems to me he is playing a role. That's what it looks like. And I want to make it clear, like, I'm not accusing anyone who's participated in this of anything less than honorable. I think John Greenwald comported himself extremely well. Leslie Kane, ditto. Ralph Blumenthal, Kevin Day, Diana Pasulka, all the others. Like, even the people that I found myself disagreeing with, except the two people from Penn State, I don't know anything about them. I don't know their background, but everyone came across George Knapp. They did well. So I'm never trying to criticize them. It's what was the overall direction of this 4-parter. And it's funny, like when I started this interview with you tonight, like I wasn't thinking this as strongly as I am right this minute, but I think this looks to me like it looks like disinformation. I'm just going to be honest about it. There's good data in there and it's worth watching, but I think you've got to be aware, like, what is actually the intention of this? What is the takeaway? And I think the takeaway is, yeah, there's UFOs, but we're probably making them, and there's no abductions, no aliens.
For those out there that support and have supported the Nimitz-Roosevelt narrative that the Tic Tac was ET, extraterrestrial, or certainly backwards, alternative backwards engineered alien tech is another way to look at it. But that is terrestrial. That's us. That is an ET. But for those out there that have been on board with all of this and excited about the days of disclosure, they're going to turn around and watch this and back up going, wait a minute. This isn't what I have supported. This right here is taking this in the wrong direction. And think about that huge part of the community right now that would be very disappointed in the way that this is painting the picture. This is not part of modern disclosure that they thought that this presentation was going to be.
Right.
And,
right.
Yeah.
Agreed. I agree with you.
Yeah. And, especially, like I said, I watched episode 1. I was like, here we go. All right. This
was
is
good.
cool.
It was a good episode. It was
yeah,
very
man.
good.
And episode 2, and I was like, okay, all right. And then, wow. Right? I was
Took the air out of the tires.
So surprised. Richard, thank you so much, my friend. And let's talk soon. We've got a lot of work to do. Of course, we have Making Contact that week. That's August 18th, 19th, 20th, 21st, and 22nd.
Oh, yes. We're going to promote that. I'm going to put up a banner on my site.
makingcontact.com. Thank you so much.
By the way,
Richard.
I want to say a big shout out to the Fadernauts, who are awesome, and any folks from Richard Dolan members who came out to check this out. Hello.
Right on, Richard.
Hey to those folks too.
He's got his mic, his harmonica in his hand, and he's ready. Richard, thank you. Yeah. Hold it up. What kind is it? Is it a Lee Oscar?
I have a collection of Lee Oscar harmonicas, but this is a Hohner, which is a great harp.
Very nice.
I've got my Lee Oscars running around somewhere.
I tried to get Jimmy to buy. He's looking at chat. He's definitely looking at chat. He knew what I wrote. And I put a comment because there's some, if that was my chat room, I would not tolerate the bullshit that goes on in there, to be honest. There are some spammers putting stuff in there. And then I said, is there a mod in here? And they said, yeah, there are, and we do. I'm like, well, you guys ain't doing a good job. I didn't say that, but I'm saying to myself, then you guys are pathetic if you're modding his channel. Maybe Jimmy is more lenient and allowing certain things to be plastered on his thing. But there was one that just kept posting, spamming, trolling, botting. And I'm like, really? You're going to just allow that to go on? Ban that shit. And I don't understand it. The mods need to have a meeting with Jimmy and ask him, should we, in this situation, should we do this? I mean, really? Personally, I wouldn't. If it was a KGRA show, YouTube show, and I'm in there, they're gone. No hesitation, they're gone. Because it was obvious spamming. They kept putting the same message over and over and over again. At least time them out. So I don't know what mods were doing there. Like they said, we have them and we do. Well, I don't see it. Because if any example was the time to do it, was that individual posting that one after the other. I mean, that's not acceptable. This is Jimmy Church. I mean, really? You're going to let Jimmy Church's stream be with a bunch of clowns? That just doesn't look good to me. Now, I don't have time to mod his room. I can't. I'm so busy. But I would love to mod it because there'd be changes. That wouldn't fly. Just my opinion. If you're going to, I mean, you can voice your opinion. You could dislike it. You can criticize. You can do all that. That is the right of every individual's opinion. But when you go into chat rooms and you're doing things that disrespectful, offensive, trolling, spamming, that's not acceptable. By any means, that is not acceptable. And a lot of people do that for attention. Obviously. There was even a person there advertising their show after Jimmy's show. So you're taking advantage of Jimmy's stream with thousands of people watching to promote your own show. Not to be, and this is the thing. I don't mind it. Because there are people that come in here and say, I'm live, I'm this, I turn my head when that happens. But the thing is, come in and say hello. How's everybody doing? Hey, Bill, how are you? But you just don't come bluntly in and just don't do any of that and just put your stuff in there without participating in the chat. At least pretend to be interested. It's like right in your face. To me, that's disrespectful. Just come in, not say hi, not say hello to everybody in the chat room, but say, okay, catch my show after Jimmy's show. We're going to be talking about, we're going to do in memory of Paul Hellyer, which I totally respect that. But to me, that's not cool to me. Here I promote P&K, of course, and Mark and some others. And like I said, I don't mind if people come in here and post about their stuff, but at least hang out for a few minutes and say hello to everybody in the chat rooms. At least make an appearance that you're interested and your motive isn't so obvious that you're just in here to put your stuff in there and say I'm live or blah blah blah. I mean, Jesus Christ, have a little bit more respect than that. But some people don't think on those terms, I guess. And what's up, April? April, I know you're probably not watching on Facebook anymore, but we'll be hanging out together on one of these Skywatches. Together. I'm going to get you on. We're going to talk about what happened at Kreischer. Talk about how you got involved when you realized you had abilities. Some of the projects you're working on. We'll get into all that. And this is April. I'm talking to April, the psychic housewife of New Jersey. She's on many TV programs. She was at the Kreischer Mansion when I was there. Like I said, she absolutely freaked me and the caretaker out when she got there. She freaked us out. From that moment on, I said, this is going to be a really interesting night. She was spot on 100%. And I was dying to tell her how, but I couldn't. Because that would ruin her whole night. She's not supposed to know. So yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, the activity's starting to pick up, and now, now the clouds seem to be shifting away. I just had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I haven't had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in like a decade. So it looks like we'll start to see some activity for those that are still hanging around. Hope everybody's having a great night. Great morning, great day, wherever you are. And I see Jay. Yeah, isn't it Shaden? I see Shaden's in... Shady is in Trovo. But, I mean... Yeah, you definitely would have to speak to Jimmy about it. It's his chat room. Obviously, that's why I said you would have to have a meeting with the mods to have a discussion with Jimmy. What are the do's and don'ts? What are the limitations, the boundaries? When does someone cross that boundary? But, I mean, common sense. Now, you know, when somebody puts their stuff in there, you know. But when you're spamming and you're putting a repetitive post over and over and over and over again, well, at least time them out. And if they continue it when they come back, because they're going to probably be upset. So when they come out, they'll rant and do something, and then you just say, okay, good, you're gone. Bye. You shouldn't have been doing that in the first place. But they do that because they know Jimmy has thousands of people watching the stream. When I was watching it a few minutes ago, he had like 1,300 people watching on YouTube. So obviously they're exploiting that. Their attention, they're seeking that attention. They know there's an audience there. Anybody can see what the motive is, the agenda, when they do stuff like that. I personally, you know that's the one thing. I don't even do it on KGRA, and I have witnesses like X-Lady who's always there. They know I don't even put my stuff. Very rarely do I put my stuff on KGRA. I don't exploit KGRA for my own selfish purposes. And that's me. Oh, there's another one. But that wasn't a Perseid. So I don't get it. But that's, like I said, that's just my little opinion. Another great show though with Jimmy. And tomorrow he's got Stephen Bassett, and then on Wednesday he has Dr. Robert Schock. The EVPI show was great tonight. Peter had a very interesting show tonight. Tomorrow, Martin Willis will have open lines on Podcast UFO, and I will be joining him on his show for a little bit, and then I'll get off and take some calls. But Martin and I, we've developed a really cool relationship, and he has no problem with me. And X-Lady is my witness. If something goes down during her show, well, guess who takes over as fill-in host? I do. And he feels very comfortable with me doing it. He has confidence in me that I'll handle it. He's even told his guests, if something happens, no, it does not remind me of something out of Blair Witch. Bill, I have the utmost confidence in Bill that he'll be able to hold it down. He tells his guests this before the show, because you never know if some internet issue is going to happen, because he's been having them lately. So I'm ready. And, you know, that's what I'm here for, to support all the hosts as best as I can. and the guests on KGRA. I will do whatever it takes. For example, on Tracy's show a few weeks ago, she really had some internet issues. And her guest was Dave Spinks. And I was privately messaging her. I said, I feel so bad for Dave. And so did she. I mean, so then, to be safe during the second hour, I was on the entire show for the hour. Just in case. And I asked a few questions. But I am there to make sure everything is going to flow. If I have to step in, I'm stepping in to assist and help the hosts and guests of this network. And at the same time, if someone just gets downright disrespectful, offensive to a host or a guest, they're gone. That is not tolerated. You're not gonna be disrespectful to our hosts or the guests. Yeah, you can voice a difference of opinion. You may not agree. That's okay. That's fine. You can criticize. You can do all that. That's fine. But when you cross that line, that was a small one just now by the chimney. That was a Perseid. It's just not acceptable. Anyway, I'll stop ranting now. I want to say hello to everybody watching on Bill NY Skywatcher. I almost forgot my own channel because it's been so long since I streamed on that channel. And I apologize for that. Skywatcher Gaming, Facebook, Trovo, and Twitch. So I want to say hello to everybody this morning. It's starting to pick up. It was a little bit cloudy before. It's starting to pick up now. Remember, this is not peak. The best nights really are tomorrow night, Wednesday night, and Thursday night. And I would pick Wednesday probably be the best. But tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday into the morning hours. The next few nights should be really interesting. I just hope the weather cooperates. Tomorrow's a big question mark. Wednesday and Thursday look okay. Tomorrow is questionable. But I'm going to give it a shot. Now, tomorrow, like I said, Jimmy has Stephen Bassett. Martin has open lines. I have to check on AJ because I haven't done that yet. This is what I usually do on Tuesdays. Uh-oh. Oh, okay. I was going to say there's no... She is so awesomely prepared. Michael Goddard. There's still no description yet, but Michael Goddard is her guest. Then iDetective is also on Wednesday. And to my good friend and host, Don Ecker. I'm praying for you. We love you. From all of us at KGRA, we support you. And we definitely understand that you're dealing with a serious back injury. And it may be a month or so before you come back. But we're thinking of you. We send you our best wishes and healing thoughts and prayers. And hopefully you'll be back on the network soon. And he already has one heck of a guest lined up when he comes back. Freaking Andy. I figures Andy would throw something like that in there. And I have to thank, and they're probably still investigating, I have to thank the whole entire EVPE or EVPI team for their kind words tonight during the show. I was humbled by it. So that was cool. Yeah, Andy's gonna come out with his channel on that, Shady. I can't say certain things because I'm still live on Facebook and YouTube. I'm not 18 plus on either YouTube channel, so I'm being careful with the language and content. But he's got his own channel there. I can't imagine what. Can we come up with a name? The Narrow Marrow or Marrow's Gallows. Marrow's Gallows. Oh, I don't even want to start. And that's, I'm talking to folks in Trovo right now. Oh my God, that screen is bright. Oh my God, that is bizarre. Oh, you're going swimming right now? That sounds very good. I wish I can go in my pool right now, but my neighbors would think I'd have. Actually, they would not even know. I can definitely do a swim right now. It's getting really humid here. The sky doesn't indicate that, but you will see the humidity in the next few nights. It's supposed to feel like 100 on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday up here. It's going to be feeling like 100. The temperature will be in the 90s. It ain't over yet. But my pool is about 80 degrees right now. So theoretically, the pool right now, the water is warmer than air temperature. So that would actually feel pretty good. The only thing is, when you get out the pool, you get that chill. Because if I had to guess, the temperature outside, it's warm. It's not dropping much tonight. Maybe 68 degrees. I'm going to check. It's not dropping down much. See how close I am. It is 70 degrees right now. I was close. Yep. So it's warm. So theoretically, I could be laying out on that pool water with my flotation device. Before, I don't know if you've seen it on the camera, I had a spider alert. There was a spider crawling and I flicked it and I freaked out. I had a little spider encounter. In the dark. On a black microphone. Where you just see it moving. And I'm an arachnophobe, so it's not a good thing. And I just see this little thing going down and I'm like, what is that? And then I did the stupid thing by going this way. So that means it's over here somewhere now. In front of me. And this is black. I put black carpet tile on my bar here. Because that's what it was, a bar. So I can't even see it now. It could be anywhere. Ready to lunge at me. I'm not kidding. Look. It's black. Everything's black. How the heck am I supposed to see it? I can't. It could be anywhere. I'm not kidding. When I was in the pool about 2 months ago, a spider was right on top of the ladder platform. And I kid you not, it was looking at me. It was looking at me, like directly at me. And I'm looking at it directly. There's another one. And I'm like, look at this. I'm having a stare down with a spider. But it was actually like, and then the spider turned around and left. I was like, ain't this something? Now today, and I was talking to Chris DiPerno on the phone. And I was about to go in my pool, and I saw the most beautiful praying mantis on the second or third step. I tried to have him crawl on my hand, but he went off. I will never harm, never. I think they're having a lot of offspring on my property because I've seen a lot of them, really small ones in my grass, and even when I walk into the pool now, I find myself looking down so I don't step on them. I have a bunch of praying mantises breeding in my yard. It's awesome. You know I'm preserving that. I've seen them quite a bit. It's like every day. And they're pretty, they're nice size. They're pretty big. And it's so cool. I mean, if you just watch them, it's beautiful. And, in my opinion, it's beautiful. Oh, yeah, Creamers? Yeah? You too? Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, 8-4. They're all over the place. Especially by the pool. There's a lot by the pool. I should have took a picture. Maybe tomorrow if I see them again, I'll take a photo. Close up. Definitely. By the way, the activity's picking up. I don't know if anybody's noticing it, but the activity... And they're so gentle. It's like you can literally let them crawl on your hand. They'll stay. Did you see the baseball player? I saw a clip of that. I don't know what team it was. He had a praying mantis on his baseball cap while he's in the outfield. I was like, get out of here. Look at this. I don't know if you've seen that. I saw it because, I follow sports, but I couldn't believe it. He was playing in the outfield with the praying mantis on the top of his cap. And it was just chilling out while he's in the outfield. Yes, Creamers, you can. It's awesome. Andy in the other chat is saying his 8 foot tall brother will visit you. Another one. Oh, it started to get active. Now, some of these are not Perseids, but still, activity's picking up. Yeah, they can be ferocious to little insects. Yeah, but well, that one may not be a good thing if a 8 foot mantid showed up at the side of my bed. Then he might go rubbing his, saying "din din." Yeah, it's starting to pick up a little bit, and that's why. And hello. I don't see Connie yet. Maybe I'm behind on the stream, but yeah, that wouldn't be good. Oh, that's who that is? Is that Connie? Am I confused now? What's going on YouTube? Bill NY? Maybe. What's going on in Trove? I see Jay still chilling out. Matter of fact, Jay. And a mole's in the other chat. I have 3. There's people hanging out in in Skywatcher Gaming. And hello to Fence Walker. There's a few watching on Skywatcher Gaming. There's a bunch watching at Bill NY Skywatcher. There's folks watching on Trovo, and there's comments coming in to Facebook. So there's comments coming. I'm gonna have my neck is gonna kill me tomorrow from looking at all the monitors all night. That's cool, Connie. It's good to see you. I wonder where Desiree is. That's another one. And hello to Starseed. I don't know how long Fence Walker was here, but hello to Fence Walker. And everybody that's watching right now. It's just a little confusing because I'm trying to get to all the chats. Oh, Jay. Did they fix the camera up in Churchill for the Aurora Borealis stuff? Oh, it's still the same. That was what I was going to ask you. I'm getting thrown off by everything that's going on. No? That is a shame. Oh, it's terrible. That's not good. Does anybody have communication with these people that are running it and letting them know or finding out what's the situation? By the way, it cleared up. That looks nice now. I'm going to move. I have to move the camera soon. I have to shift it up. We're going to have to go up a little bit. A little up and to the right. Really soon. Somebody should communicate with those folks at the Churchill and let them know what's going on. Wow, Andy. That's terrible. All right, I'm going to go outside for a second. I'm going to fix this camera thing going on. And soon, I think it's going to get close to that time. Soon, I'm going to make Trovo public to everyone. Forrest probably, I can only imagine what a mole and some of them are saying. Bill, don't do it. All right, it's time to take me off. So goodbye, my cam is going bye-bye right now. All right, let's take myself off. A lot of people are saying, hooray. All right, this is a pretty good... The radiant is bottom center, pretty much. A little to the left. As Darryl would indicate, the dunce cap on the bottom center of the screen. You see the triangle of stars, the dunce cap. To the left of that is the radiant. It's starting to pick up. There's no doubt the activity has picked up in the last 20 minutes. So that's cool. All right, I am going to put on another show. This way I could sit back and enjoy the Skywatch myself. Let's see. I think I'm going to put that show back. He's been on a few shows on KGRA. Let me see. I could put Mark's interview. Actually, I didn't hear this show, and Ray said it was really good. I could even put that on. There's a few of Lee Spiegel's shows. Let me see. Yeah, why not? Let me lower this a second.
Robert, do most of them a lot with all the stuff that's been coming up on the news about UFOs or UAPs. It just, when it rains, it pours, I guess. Before we get into some of those things, tell us, what are the current objectives of SCU's board of directors when it comes to UFOs, UAP, and the general search and verification of unexplained phenomena?
Well, SCU's basic mission is the scientific exploration of unidentified aerospace phenomena. And under that mission, we have several goals. One is to establish a foundation and resource for credible, objective, scientific, peer-reviewed content on the subject of UAP. Another goal is to partner with other scientific organizations, universities, and government, if possible, to help improve data collection. And lastly, to sponsor public and networking environments and help communication with the serious research community.
Well, right now, how big and widespread is the SCU, and how many people are in the organization?
Well, there are actually now 150 individuals in SCU. About 80 of those individuals are what we call SCU contributing members, so that they've done something to contribute to the organization. And then we have another 70 individuals who have joined SCU, and they're what we call our community access members. And, some of them at some point in time will hopefully contribute to SCU and become contributing members. Of those 150 individuals, or specifically of the 80 contributing, almost 28% have PhDs, more than half have advanced degrees. We have over a dozen university professors. We've got PhDs that work in industry in addition to those first dozen. We have former NASA employees who've retired and have joined our organization. We have people out of the defense industry and out of the high-tech industry. So basically, we have a lot of people with scientific backgrounds that believe that this subject is worthy of investigation.
Robert, do most of them quietly investigate UFOs because they want to be anonymous? Or, as I mentioned in the beginning of the show, has that all really begun to change?
Well, it's a mixture, Lee. I mean, there are some, especially those who, for example, are tenured professors, or individuals who have retired from industry, or individuals who just are more independent and stubborn. They don't mind that their name is out there. But we still have a significant percentage of our group, I would say roughly 10%, who don't really want their name associated with the UAP subject because of the stigma involved. But that's improving. It's getting better year by year.
Yeah, I'm actually sort of surprised. And maybe it's only because I've been so on top of what's happening, what's changing in the UFO field. Maybe I'm surprised that there is still that stigma there, because it really has been around a long time. I mean, going even way back into earlier centuries, when the scientists of those days some of them were stoned to death because of the things they were trying to explain to the public. So there is still that stigma, and it's not just a stigma for scientists. It's also there for one of my favorite topics, airline pilots. And it's not even just so much a stigma. It's because they've been basically told, don't talk about this. And when you do mention it to them, and if it's off the record, you ask them, especially the commercial airline pilot, you say, why won't you talk about these things that you've been encountering in the skies? And they'll come right out and say, oh, it would be a career killer. And I get that. We have to take them at their word. Yes, it would be a career killer. The airline industry doesn't want their pilots, their employees, to talk publicly or go to the media, talk about something that buzzes their aircraft at 30,000 feet. They don't want people to be afraid to fly the friendly skies. And so I understand that. And I think with scientists too, depending on if it's a scientist who's involved with getting funding with either university, or even look at the SETI Institute, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence. No single scientist who works there is really given the green light to talk about UFOs unless it's on a negative basis about UFOs. They're all just, okay, gung-ho. Maybe in another 30 years, we'll find that signal that will be reaching out to us from the cosmos saying, hi. I mean, really, it keeps their funding coming, I guess. Maybe I'm wrong, but the stigma is really kind of out there. I want to talk about also, because you and I both are aware of this, what I think is the big story of the week, something that has a long name, and it's called the Galileo Project for the Scientific Search for Evidence of Extraterrestrial Technological Artifacts. And you kind of turned me on to the most recent thing going on with this. Oh, man, that's some title. And the energy and the people behind it are equally impressive. This is all happening through Harvard University's astronomy department. It's led by astrophysicist Avi Loeb, who has put together a very impressive scientific team, much like you have, Robert, and they are seriously searching for extraterrestrial objects, but they're not searching for alien signals the way that the SETI Institute operates. No, these scientists are looking for evidence of actual alien hardware, technology, cosmic equipment. Robert, it seems that the Galileo Project falls right in with the goals and concepts of SCU. Am I right?
Yes, it does. And I think this is a very positive step because it just adds more scientists to the overall group who are willing to study the subject. And really, they're just taking this one extra step, Lee, because basically SETI has said, we believe that there's intelligence out there that's more intelligent, more advanced than us. And to the extent you believe that, then you know that they know we exist, right?
Yeah.
Because ourselves, we're already beginning to detect water in the atmospheres of some of these exoplanets we've discovered.
Right.
So Galileo's just taking the next step, and they're saying it is scientifically responsible that if we believe such civilizations exist, that we should look for signs that they may have sent probes into our solar system, or they may be observing us, what have you. So that's really the way science works. It doesn't work by saying, I can't believe they could get to our solar system, therefore I will not look.
That's right. There's an old mantra that our mutual old friend, nuclear physicist Stanton Friedman, always used to say, that the many scientists, skeptics, and debunkers, they have this mantra, which is, don't bother me with the facts. My mind is already made up.
Exactly.
So what you just described is really interesting because, again, unlike the SETI project, they claim, and rightfully so, I guess, that what they're doing is using a scientific method, but they're using science just to find a random radio signal somewhere. And that's different from actually putting your gloves on and looking for hardware, looking for pieces of something, looking for something that doesn't even have to be a ship or the remains of a ship with actual extraterrestrials on it. It could be something that where the civilization that may have launched this, they could have been launched millions of years ago, and they themselves no longer exist, but their equipment still does, just as our Voyager spacecraft that are going out beyond our solar system, they still exist, and hopefully they'll be intercepted at some point in the near or distant future by some other civilization. So just because a civilization dies doesn't mean that what they created has died also. Does that make sense?
No, absolutely. I mean, there's many possibilities on how a civilization out there somewhere could be observing us, whether it was through probes that were sent out thousands of years ago to probes that were just sent out. There's all sorts of possibilities. I mean, what SETI's doing is a little bit like an ornithologist who was using, or an ornithologist who's looking for birds and using a telescope looking out into the woods. And you say, you know, I think there's some birds right around you here. If you just turn over and look over in that direction, he says, no, I'm not interested in that. I'm only interested in what I'm going to see through my telescope here. It's the same thing. It's like I'm going to throw away other potential data that gets me to my final objective, right? The final objective being proving that extraterrestrial intelligence exists. But I'm only going to go for that by one method. I don't want to look at any other methods.
Yeah, and that's not science. And sometimes when I think about what you just outlined, it seems like to me that there are many scientists out there who claim that they're interested in looking or discovering the signs of an extraterrestrial civilization, but sometimes I don't know if I believe that, if they really believe themselves. I think some people are maybe just trying to put the brakes on a little bit and don't want us to discover another civilization just yet. That's what it feels like sometimes.
Well, I think, some of that, I think also is just us wanting the center of the universe. That's what we've always done throughout history, right?
Yeah.
Whether it was the Earth was the center or the sun was the center, it's always been about us. And it's hard for us to say, we're not really at the top of the totem pole.
Right. Yeah, we're probably closer to the bottom, I would think, in terms of even technology, spirituality. I mean, really, we like to take pride in thinking we're the smartest species going, but we aren't.
That's right. And Lee, that same reason is why the United States is actually the most difficult, the scientists here, into accepting a possibility, like European scientists or scientists in other parts of the world, because they already are not the number one nation on top of the totem pole, right?
Yeah.
So it's not as big a stretch for them to consider, okay, there's something else that's higher up the totem pole. But for the U.S., we feel like we are the top of the totem pole.
Have you discussed the Galileo project with other members of the SCU, and what's the general feeling of whether or not it will succeed in discovering some sort of extraterrestrial artifact? Does it seem to you that like it's too much of a long shot or not?
Well, yes, we have this. We've discussed it, and the positive is what you've just already discussed, which is that we have academic scientists who are willing to actually take a look at this possibility, right? It's still too early to say will they be successful, right? Because any organization, when you first create it, you have all sorts of problems beyond just your mission and your goal, right? There's the logistics of creating the organization, keeping it running, keeping it financed, keeping all of your individuals in that organization active. So it's still too early to say will they be successful, but we certainly hope they will be.
If some ET fragment or a piece of a ship or something is ever found, how would that news affect everyone on Earth, do you think?
That's a good question. I mean, of course, the first thing that would have to be done is to establish or prove that piece of material was a fragment of material from some extraterrestrial civilization. So that within itself is not a small thing to prove.
Yeah.
But if it was proved, I am not sure how society at large would react to it. My gut feel is that there would not be any significant reaction from the populace as a whole. Life would go on. I think it would make a big reaction within the scientific community, though.
Right. But you think that, people, citizens of the planet, we would all be astonished initially at such a revelation, but that they would pretty much calm down and take it in stride and go back to their normal 9-to-5 existence, their jobs, their families.
Watching the Kardashians and the Bachelorette, yeah.
There are some habits you can't give up. You and I have both been in touch with Professor Avi Loeb at Harvard, and he will soon pay me a visit on this show. Are there ways that the SCU can be, let's see, a scientific ally to the Galileo project?
Yes, I think there are, and we hope to be able to help them by sharing, experience that we've already developed in this area. And so, for example, I'm one of their affiliates as a representative of SCU, and that's just an initial step. I would like to be able to really use that to develop a better relationship between the two organizations.
Yeah, it's scientists working with other scientists for a common goal, I would think.
Yes.
None of you seem to be only in it to find a signal from outer space that would somehow say hi, and then we would have to send a return signal that would say, well, hi back to you, and not even knowing how long that little part of the conversation is going to take to happen.
Well, exactly. And I mean, for me, the big curiosity, Lee, is just it would be a momentous occasion for us to determine that there is another advanced intelligent life that's visiting here, whether it's from the cosmos, whether it's from another dimension, wherever it's from, right? There's no way to tell where it's from. But I think the study of this is of great importance to all of mankind.
Do you think that people, and when I say people, I mean, do you think that scientists or scientific debunkers who still insist that there's nothing to this UFO, UAP business whatsoever, how do you feel about those kinds of attitudes? Because it's the kind of attitude that goes either back to the stigma of it, or a better word, to the ridicule of this topic. How does that make you feel because you know that there are people out there who feel this way?
Oh, absolutely. But, I really do segregate debunkers from skeptics. Scientists are all skeptics. I mean, that's the nature of science. But debunkers are not true skeptics. They have already decided their view. And so they're basically biased and are looking for how to prove their own view. So I don't really consider debunkers as scientists per se. Now, you may have someone like deGrasse
Tyson.
Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, yeah.
Right. Now, but I don't consider him a debunker. He's more of a skeptical scientist, which is fine, who basically has not studied the subject. So he's basically commenting on something he has not studied. I mean, it's no different than if he was to comment on surgical procedures in the medical field. He has no background knowledge there. And so, he gets interviewed, he makes that comment, but he's not a debunker per se, someone who spends their life, looking for every case they can and trying to come up with some reason why it's not true. That's a kind of a unique personality that I leave in that classification called debunker.
You're absolutely right, and I have seen Dr. Tyson on a few recent interviews, and what bothers me about his attitude is he talks about the Navy pilots who have been encountering UFOs a lot lately and in the recent years. And he made some statements to the effect, well, even Navy pilots, you can't be totally sure of what they've seen, that they're not really aware of what other technology is out there, and you can't always rely on exactly what they've seen. Really? I mean, we're talking about, these are the people who are flying the most sophisticated devices that we have to protect and to watch over our skies, our seas. And these pilots go through incredible training. To say that they, or to infer or imply that they may not be the most reliable about things that they report, I think that's just not the best way that a scientist of the caliber and popularity of Dr. Tyson should be promoting.
Yes, I agree with you. I think he needs to think about what he says there. Because like in the case of Commander Fravor and Lieutenant Commander Slate,
yes,
he's talking about two Navy Academy graduates from Annapolis. They're not just pilots. They got into one of the most prestigious universities that the only way you get in is with one of your congressmen or senators vouching for your academic and physical and emotional capabilities.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they are the Top Gun pilots. And if they're not describing something that is real, and if they're making mistakes, we can't afford to have pilots making those kinds of mistakes.
Right, absolutely. And I don't believe for a moment that they misinterpreted what they saw. I mean, can they misinterpret what they see? Sure, anyone can. But these guys saw this object for a couple of minutes. So it's not like this was an object that flicked through their vision, right, and they happened to not realize what they were looking at. They had plenty of time to look at the object, evaluate what they were looking at, and make a determination. So I think he should really consider what he's saying when he says these guys don't recognize what they're looking at.
I agree. And that's bringing us right up to our first break here. I'm talking with Robert Powell of the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies. When we come back, we're going to look at...
And that is Lee Spiegel with his guest a few weeks ago, Robert Powell. And I'm muted right now. We'll continue that in a minute. Seeing a few on the screen. Definitely seeing a few. It's 1:45, and we are, as long as these clouds so it doesn't come back on the screen, we're going to continue to stream. It's not getting foggy. It's just sometimes you'll get these passing clouds. Let me actually look at windy and see what the satellite imagery looks like. I don't think it's going to be anything crazier. It looked pretty good before. Let's see. Satellite. Oh, yeah. It is nothing. Nothing right now. There are some nice storms out by Michigan about to enter Ohio. But that's quite a distance away. There's a couple of passing clouds. Nothing on the satellite that makes me say the stream is going to end. I can tell you that. It is beautiful out there. I'm going to go out in a few minutes and Mo will be happy to hear that. I'm going to move the camera up a little bit. Good to see everybody in all the streaming platforms. Connie's there. I see Keith has made it. And have a great night to Daryl. 4, Bob. Everybody that's watching right now on the YouTube channels. and on Trovo, Facebook, and Twitch. And hello, oh my God. Hello to Jose, I hope. Cordiero. Oh, look who's here, Rabbit. Kevin, what's going on, Kevin? And Jay, and Ronald, Andy, over in Trovo. And I will say it, I'm sure Tracy's already made it public because I can tell she did. Because Andy and Ronald seem to be in on it. But Uri Geller will be Tracy Austin's guest on Sunday night. That's going to be a really interesting show. So Uri Geller. And we're going to do a pre-record because he's in Israel. The time zone, the time is just impossible for him to come on live. So Uri will be on with Tracy Austin, 10 p.m. Eastern, Sunday. It hasn't moved into Ohio yet, Connie. It's still like the main storms are near Michigan, it seems like. There's another shooter on the screen. So hopefully, like I said, these clouds hold out, and they should. I don't make announcements until the hosts or, make it official. I do not do that. Just like Pine Bush. I can officially say now that Richard Dolan, Lee Spiegel, and Mark D'Antonio will be there. Because I asked Lance, can I announce it? As of today, I can. And by the end of this week, tickets will be available for Pine Bush. Okay, let's see what's going on here.
Single child.
I don't know how many commercials Race puts on. Probably like 3 to 4 minutes. So the tickets will go on sale at pinebushmuseum.com by, I'd say, Thursday. So we're going to get back to Lee in a few minutes with his guest, Robert Powell. These are not the tickets for the museum. These are the tickets for the actual conference with Richard Lee and Mark. I think tickets are, I don't know the price yet. I think the tickets are going to average about $40 a piece. So expect that. I'm that's a guesstimate. I have no idea. But if it's anything,
KGRA-DB.
If it's anything like last year, I think he charged $25 last year. But 2 were virtual. So I'm guessing, I would say roughly $40 a piece. I cannot reserve them. You better get on the internet and purchase them. I'm going to tell that to everybody. I will know the day they're available. I'm going to purchase one for Mom and I. I advise Keith, but Keith is not really into that. So I don't even know if Keith is going to go to the nighttime engagement. He might do like he always does and come back here with Mom and his girlfriend. I don't know. But I have to put the word out that everybody has to jump on the website, buy a ticket. Definitely buy a ticket. Lance will let me know. He told me I cannot make a formal announcement because I'm not sure. But I would say by the end of this week, the ticket should be available for sale. By the end of the week. pinebushmuseum.com. As far as the tour, those are reserved. VIP. Those are reserved. 8 spots. Yeah, I just hope the weather cooperates, Fantasy. That's the concern I have for the next few days, the weather. I'm afraid to even look at my weather, to be honest, because it's going to get humid, and with humidity comes haze, and with haze comes thunderstorms. And happy birthday to Connie. Let me see. I put the show on pause for a second. It's 69 degrees right now. Yeah, I'm going to try every night this week now, except for Friday. I can't do Friday. It's impossible. Plus, it's over by Friday, really, into Saturday. Let me see. Weather. Wow, woman is on the weather, AccuWeather, no, the Weather Channel app. Watch, woman drives right through Wisconsin tornado. Yikes. Tomorrow night, partly cloudy overnight. That's not bad. Partly cloudy Wednesday night. Partly cloudy Thursday night. That's the best forecast I've had since like 2017's Perseids. I have to say, if that holds, that's the best forecast I've had in years. So I'm optimistic, but I don't trust necessarily weather forecasts, but that's, at least from what I'm reading, that's good. So tomorrow night, I'll start around the same time, about 9. Wednesday night, I can't start till after 10 Eastern because I got to do a live show on KGRA. I have no idea, Andy. None. No idea who did it. Thursday, I'm off Thursday night, so probably again about 9. So figure around 9, both tomorrow and Thursday, and after 10 Wednesday. Now, I'm not complaining, but I've got shows to do every day at 12 o'clock, which really means 11:30 because I got to prep for each show. So I am going to be exhausted. I'm already tired because I had a long weekend. It's going to be insane. Yes, peak night is Wednesday night, but they're really saying tomorrow night, Wednesday night, and Thursday night are great nights to view. A lot of sites, if you go to it, they say the mornings of the 11th, 12th, and 13th. But yes, Wednesday is the actual peak night. So it'll be good. I'm just glad the weather looks like it's going to cooperate. Yeah, you'll be out in the desert. Yes, the later the better. Yeah, tomorrow night should be good. But I'm going to cover every night. I'm just going to do it. Why not? Got to take advantage of these opportunities because this is a once-a-year thing. I mean, the Geminids is good, but nothing beats the Perseids, in my opinion. Perseids are number one. The Geminids in December is really good because it has long tails. I mean, it's nice. And they're colorful. But Perseids is definitely number one, especially with the moon not being an issue this year. So, oh my gosh. I haven't checked this. What, the moon is going to be an issue for Geminis this year? I'm guessing that's what you're saying, Fantasy. When you say it's going to stink. I can't, I got to watch my language. I'm still streaming on Facebook. We are not 18 plus on YouTube. So I'm being careful and cautious because I'll slip at some point. I know I'm going to slip. But I can't make it 18 plus because this should be available for everyone to enjoy. I cannot do that. Kevin, I'm serious. Actually, I don't know if I want to say it, but somebody I know was in Gettysburg doing a paranormal investigation, and a tick got him. His leg turned black and blue, and they actually told him he may lose his leg. He's doing better, thank God, now. But you see, that's what I mean. When we were at Kreischer Mansion in Staten Island, there was a tick on a lamp. I didn't see it, but they said, because he said, beware the ticks. Don't go in the woods. Stay on the paths. This place has got ticks everywhere. And I'm like, oh. And April was freaking out on the bugs, and I don't like bugs, so we were both freaking out together. April and I really hit it off. We really enjoyed each other's company. Actually, I hit it. Ooh, nice one. Nice one. Nice one. Here it comes. Nice one. That was not a Perseid. That was not a Perseid. Came from the opposite direction. I'm actually going to go outside. The radiant is moving too high. I got to move the camera up. I'll be back. I got to get my reading glasses. Here we go. I'll put the microphone on for now. Oops, wrong one. Can you hear that? How come I don't hear anything? Now you will. Here we go, Wow, it is warm out here. There are some clouds to the south, but they should be moving away. It looks clear north and west, which is a good sign. Because that's the way the clouds are streaming. Oh, it's clear to the north. Beautiful. Oh, ho, 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 that's nice. It's so freaking quiet out here. Okay. There is an animal doing something right there. I need to get the hell back inside. There is an animal munching out on the cat food. I don't know if it's a fucking raccoon. Excuse my language. Like, you see, I slipped. There's an animal right there. It could be a skunk. It could be a raccoon. I need to get back in the house. I'm telling you, you can't hear it, but I heard it out there. Can we? Wildlife at 6 o'clock. Actually, it was at 10 o'clock from where I was standing. And I was like, oh man, because I can't see it. I don't know. It is so dark out there, I can't see nothing. So I don't know what kind of animal it was. What's up, Leroy? It might have been a skunk. It might have been the cat. It might have been the raccoon. It's one of those three. I wasn't sticking around to find out. A mole was in Trovo, but I don't see him anymore. A few isolated thunderstorms earlier this afternoon for Lewis, and man, California needs some rain to put some of those fires out, really. That whole northwest. I can't even tell you, man. I can't wait till the EVPI stuff comes out. No, there was a spider on my microphone earlier. Yeah, that's right. Amol was in the other. He's been everywhere, actually. Amol's been jumping around. But the last thing he posted was 157 in Trovo. He wants me to say a certain word, which I slipped and did. Fantasy. Actually, it hasn't rained here in over a week, to be honest. We're supposed to get a thunder shower possible tomorrow, every afternoon now, because it's going to get hot. It's going to feel like 100. Tomorrow it's supposed to feel in the 90s, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in the near 100. So I'll be sleeping in the pool sometimes this week. I may need some more coffee because it's 2:03, but I am feeling it. I can't say your name. I can't. I'm on Facebook and YouTube. And we're not 18 plus there. Yeah, this should be a better view for right now. This is a good spot for the camera. Actually, it is. It's a good spot. Anyway, let's get back to Lee Spiegel's show interview with Robert Powell. And let me cue that up so I can make some coffee.
You're back on Edge of Reality Radio. I'm Lee Spiegel on the KGRADB.com. My guest is Robert Powell, Executive Board Member of SCU, the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies. And for those of you not yet familiar with the term UAP, it's going both ways. Some people say it stands for Unidentified Aerospace Phenomena, and I've seen it more often standing for Unidentified Aerial Phenomena. I'm comfortable with either, but I still like the good old-fashioned UFO. Before the break, we were talking about science, skeptics, and debunkers, and Robert, I want to now start to talk a little bit about this unclassified report. It was released to the media and the public back in June, and it was done by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. They were given 180 days or 6 months to give Congress an update accounting for these UFOs or UAP that have been causing quite a bit of concern to the U.S. Navy, whose jet fighter pilots have been outmaneuvered and outperformed by these objects off the west and east coasts. I'm going to go out on a limb here and suggest, Robert, that you and other SCU members weren't entirely satisfied with the government report.
Yeah, you're probably not going too far out on Lee. Let me start off, though, with the positive of the report. I mean,
yeah.
What was positive about it is that the government did come out with a report of some type, and that they admitted that they have these objects that they cannot identify, and that they're going to work further to try and identify them. And there was also a hint that they may try to get the scientific community involved in this.
Right.
So I think those are the big positives. Now, probably the biggest negative is that if you go back and read what Congress requested of the DNI, it was actual data and analysis. And there was no data and analysis in the report per se. They give you enough information now that you know there's something there. I mean, 145 cases and only one that they've identified as a balloon. And I know that our Navy and other military groups are top of the line. So I have a hard time trying to wrap my head around how in 2 years or more they could not identify more than just 1 out of 145 cases.
Right.
And that they couldn't tell if they were Russian or Chinese. I mean, we have the most sophisticated radars and spy network systems in the world. We would know where those objects originated from and what their destination was. If they were Chinese or Russian, we would know it.
Well, to your point, saying that you were surprised that they only claimed to be able to explain one of those cases. Well, what about on the flip side? What if they actually were able to explain more than one, but decided not to explain it to everybody? I mean, really, is that such a far-flung idea?
Well, but all they had to say, because there wasn't much in the report, is they could have just said, we identified 10 of the 145, or we identified 20 of the 145. But instead, they only indicated they identified, 1 out of those. And they didn't give us any detailed information. They created these 5 different buckets that they put cases in.
Right.
But they didn't say, well, how did those 145 cases fall across those 5 buckets?
Yeah, I mean, and I'm assuming that another thing in the report that you probably appreciated was how the intelligence community has finally opened up encounters with unexplained aerial vehicles, and that since it's been determined that these aren't American machines, they might originate from some other country, or if that's not the case, they could be relegated, I like this, relegated to the file cabinet, which is item number 5 on their explanations, the file cabinet marked other.
Exactly.
There's that other again. That's so easy for them to say. It's other. It's like when Project Blue Book, the Air Force's Project Blue Book, multi-decade UFO study from the 50s to the 60s, 40s to the 60s, when they finally ended it, I'm going to say more about this in a little while, they basically said, we researched more than 12,000 cases over the years, and of those cases, like 701 were just unexplained, unidentified. At least they said that. But that's the same as this current report saying other. That's how I read that. What do you think?
No, I think the same thing. I mean, you want to know, well, were those other 144 UAPs in your category other? Or where did you put those 144?
That's right. That's right. And it makes me wonder, since what they released in June was, and it was very, very easy to see at the very top of page 1, they gave us the unclassified version. Wouldn't it have been more interesting to see the classified version of the report?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But, after reading this one, I'm not even sure how much good information is in their classified version.
But can you imagine what would be in the classified version? It was not for public eyes, that's for sure.
Well, okay, so here's the question you want to know about, right?
Okay.
One of the key characteristics of a UAP that differentiate it with a known aircraft or a Chinese or Russian aircraft is acceleration capabilities, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they indicate they have multiple sensor readings on these things. So clearly they know if some of these 144 cases involved an object accelerating at a speed that is basically not explainable. So why can't they tell us that, right? What national security implication is there? I can't think of any, because a Navy scientist, for example, can do the calculation on their radar data and say, here's the acceleration that this object did, right? It moved at 100 g-forces and at a speed of, let's say, 25,000 miles an hour. Well, that's clearly nothing terrestrial. So the question is, why can't they tell us that? There's no national security issue there.
Well, to take that point, you're right. There's no national security as long as they can admit and be transparent about the idea that you would think that when they say that there's a national security possibility against America, well, that would only be the case if they actually thought that the national security threat came from another country on our planet. But if the real answer is that these machines or whatever they are coming from other planets or some other place, well, you're right. How is that a national security? Because that implies that you're afraid they might be here to eat us, or they're looking for a new place to colonize for their own people. But since we don't think that seems to be the case, because they've been around a very long time, the national security part of it just kind of gets thrown out the window, I think, because it's too easy. It's like a cop-out explanation.
Yes.
Why tell us it involves national security and we need to be concerned, but we want everybody to know we're here to protect you. We're here to protect you. Really? How can you protect us from these things that your pilots can't even get close to?
And that's probably the real reason they don't want to, quote, go there, right? Because if you say there are things in the sky that we cannot control,
right,
then that means your military is asking for extreme problems with the media and the press and the public wanting to know, well, what are you going to do about it? Right. And if your answer is, well, there's not a lot we can, all you're doing is giving yourself a huge headache.
Yes. And one of the points that I like to drive home and make the audience aware of, because I think too many people somehow easily forget this is not an American issue. It's not an American situation. We are only part of what is going on globally. People have to remember that and have to be reminded of that, I think.
Yeah, no, that's a good point, Lee. I mean, probably most people do not realize that this phenomenon is seen throughout the world. I mean, it's seen in France and Russia and England and Germany.
Oh, yeah.
You name a country, it has occurred there.
Yeah, I mean, back in the 70s, at the Center for UFO Studies, Dr. J. Allen Hynek, they created a thing called UFO. Was it UFOCat? UFO catalog of sightings, and I think that they pretty much nailed the idea that almost every country on Earth has had UFO reports or sightings, and so that doesn't mean that most of those. Well, maybe I'll give the debunkers this much. I'll say, yeah, perhaps 90, maybe 92, 93% of reported UFO sightings can be explained. I have no problem with that. And frankly, I'm not even interested in those sightings other than that as a statistic. I'm only interested in, and perhaps you are only interested in, and other people at SCU or at the Galileo Project, we're only interested in that 5 or 6% that are not easily explained. Why should we even waste our time on the 92 or 93 that are explainable? Let other people do that, not us. What do you think?
No, absolutely. And actually, the percentage I'm interested in is even smaller, because not only do I want to throw away the 97 or 99% that are explainable. Of that 1% or so that remains, I'm only interested in the ones that have sufficient witness testimony or sufficient data of some type that I can analyze them.
And when you say data, I'm going to assume that part of what that means is, okay, if the Navy pilots could not perform or maneuver as easily or as quickly with these tic-tac UFOs and other things, you can't say that you can't ridicule the pilots for having bad eyesight, that they didn't know what they were dealing, maybe pilot error. Nobody seems to be really spending a lot of time talking about how, hey, it wasn't just the pilots. These things were tracked on these ships, on radar, or if it's an object, a USO, an unidentified submersible object that goes under the water, they've been tracked on sonar. So it's not just a matter of human perception. Are these people saying that it's a combination bad human perception and bad electronic perception? I mean, really, how far do you take this?
Well, exactly. And I mean, the final argument would have to be, well, on November 14th, 2004, a dozen or more Navy pilots and sailors, decided to make a story up. Because as far as I'm concerned, if I have multiple witnesses of extreme character who indicate an object disappears in 1 to 2 seconds, then that's a piece of data that I can work with.
Right.
And I have to have a strong reason to know why I cannot believe them. And in looking at the Nimitz case, I have no reason not to believe what those pilots told me, especially when it's witnessed from different angular positions. So we have now eliminated the glint of sunlight making them disappear or what have you. So that is as far as I'm concerned, that is a piece of data, and I don't throw that away.
Yeah, and I would also imagine that you might have been surprised when that official report strongly urged science and scientists to take a serious look in the study of UFOs, UAP, something that you folks at the SCU are already doing. You read the report, the unclassified version of it, and it says, well, the way that we can find out more about this or these phenomena is by getting science involved. Well, okay, if you believe those statements that you're making, why not just hand over data, electronic data, to people like the SCU or even the Galileo Project? If you've got the data that indicates that it's not just pilot perception or pilot error, why aren't you just handing this stuff over? Because,
exactly. And in the case of the Nimitz event, right, they kept that video, which is not the greatest of videos, but it's okay, a video for almost 20 years now. Do we honestly believe they threw away the radar data? And that radar data is much more valuable than the video. And so because of this, Lee, I have shifted my view a little bit to where I think what needs to be done today is that the study of UAPs needs to be removed from the context of the military. Let the military worry about national security and let academia worry about whether or not UAPs are an intelligence that is here in our skies. And so what I think needs to be done is Congress needs to make it a federal imperative, just like global warming or any other subject, where they provide funds for academia to study the subject and get grants and reports that they do. So let's not worry so much anymore about, can a coffee pot on an aircraft handle 7 Gs with that and still make coffee? Let's start looking at providing money to study UAPs?
You know, I'm not so sure that members of Congress would be willing to go that far, because I believe that there is, I don't know what the percentage would be. I mean, they first demanded that this report would be put together by the end of June to give us an update on UFOs, UAPs. But I think, I could be wrong. I think that they blew a certain amount of wind, knowing that whatever the report was going to be that was finally released in June, that they knew that it wouldn't be the kind of report that the public would be demanding to see. And that it would almost sort of take Congress, you know, kind of out of the picture for the moment, and put the pressure back on the military to come up with something. But again, see, people have the wrong feeling that it should be the military that is investigating these things and knows more about them because it's our pilots that are chasing these things. But no, it isn't the military. The military, I don't believe, has the ability to determine what is or isn't extraterrestrial. Only scientists can. And I know you believe that.
Yes, absolutely. I think that is where we need to turn. We've never gone that route before.
Right.
And so I think that's the route we need to take.
I mean, there's just so much to all of this. All of these reports that have come out, there have been reports after reports after reports, and it always gets watered down somehow. I think that people are still afraid. I'm not even sure if the public would have some problem with knowing the truth. And there's another thing. I don't necessarily believe that the leaders of all the nations on earth, I don't believe that they know what the truth is. I don't even believe that the military of all countries know what the truth is. It could be so far beyond what we imagine that maybe they're a little afraid of the truth.
I agree with you, Lee. I am not, I mean, I see the world in shades of gray, but in this particular case, I lean heavily towards what you just said, which is that no one really knows the truth.
Yeah, it could be bigger than we even imagine. The numbers, you know, the whole, I always like talking about the sheer statistical information and numbers of how many, now that we know that there's so many suns within our little neighborhood in the galaxy, and that many of those suns have planets around them. We know that now. And so when you try to expand that knowledge to other solar systems, other areas of our galaxy, and do the math and realize we're just in like a little galaxy, a little normal galaxy here among at least billions of galaxies, they now tell us. And those billions of galaxies contain billions, at least billions of stars. And people should not forget that stars are suns. Just like we have a sun, that's our star that we live by. And many of these stars in other galaxies have planets. And if you multiply all that stuff by how many millions or trillions or billions of galaxies, we can't fathom. We can't imagine what kind of life or how much life there is out there. But when I think of those numbers, to me, that's proof that there is life out there. And I'm hoping people will start to believe that, even though the numbers are so staggering, it's hard for us to imagine.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, I'll put a little thought here, a little logical thought regarding just our own galaxy.
Yeah.
Within 100 light years of Earth, where we have literally thousands of exoplanets and thousands more that we have not even detected yet. Right.
Yeah.
And we know that the seeds for life are ubiquitous throughout, you know, the galaxy. There's water everywhere. We find protein fragments out in space. So I think we're going to find it's one of two things. Either we are all alone, right, and this very unique thing happened on this planet, or if it happened, if we're not unique.
Let's not panic about this cloud. I know. I'm seeing it. But it looks like you guys are seeing it not in real time. I am, but it looks like it's breaking up. There is one nasty cloud right now, but I'm not giving up yet. This should pass. I'm actually seeing issues on YouTube. I'm getting some lagging going on the YouTube feed, but not on the others. Trovo's looking good. Yeah, these are clouds. This ain't fog. This is clouds. And they should be moving through. It always happens at this time of night. It's incredible. Because if anything, it's from now to for the next hour or so. 2 hours, really. I don't know if I'm going to make it that long. Because I got to save energy for the next 3 nights. Tonight is not peak. Neither is tomorrow, but tomorrow should be definitely more active than tonight. But Wednesday is peak night. But I'm not about to hang it up yet. I could go outside. These clouds are moving from the northwest to the southeast. They're coming from the northwest. So I'm going to check Windy out quick. Look at the satellite. Let's see what Windy's showing. Windy. Windy looks good. Yeah, these clouds should be definitely moving through. There's nothing behind it, as it's showing right now on my screen, literally. And I'll show you what I see. That's literally going to be gone in a second. It's so weird. All right, here we go. Watch. So the clouds is right in here right now. And it's clear behind it. So it's moving down. So there should be no issue. And just as I'm saying it, look at the screen. It should be fine. Yeah. For a second, I thought the PPP was causing some kind of effect. Oh, my gosh. It'll be better. It'll get better. And hello to Alex. Now, again, tonight is not the night. Neither is tomorrow night, but we're going to try tomorrow night if the weather is good. Definitely Wednesday. And we'll try again on Thursday. So, Professor Big Sack thought the same thing I did. Wow, there is a serious lag on YouTube. Wow. It's looking better. I may have to move the camera again. It's 2:31. So still have a little time here. Let me put the outside camera. I want to just hear what's going on out there. Oh, trust me, it is downright creepy out there. I can't even tell you how creepy it is. I cannot see where I'm walking out there. That's how dark it is. And you don't know if there's an animal like right there in the shadows, in the darkness. You just can't see anything. It's so peaceful, though. I always wonder if I heard a scream out there, my reaction. Can you just imagine? That would absolutely freak me out. Or something else. It's like, do I go outside and investigate? Hell no. I mean, what do I do? Or even a voice? Or something even weirder than that. Like something that is not explainable by an animal, or I would be like, oh my. But the one thing is, this is an expensive camera, so I'm not leaving it outside. Because so I would have to go out no matter what and face whatever's out there. But can you imagine? Or even like a voice saying a name or something like that. Oh my gosh. A tap on the shoulder would be a heart attack instantaneously. Or I'm taking the camera apart and out comes a hand to reach on my shoulder. Oh my. That'd be it. It'd be done. There would be a puddle and a mess underneath me first. And then my body. Because I would drop dead right there. Do you see how the camera mic is getting interfered with? You hear that? What's going on? That never happens. Testing. Testing. It does it when I talk. How is that possible? Oh no, it's not. It's happening. What the hell is that? Something is interfering with the camera mic. Did you hear that? It's not doing it now. There it is. It's almost like a signal. Like a pulse of 3. Da da da. Da da da. Look, listen. It's gone. All right, am I the only one hearing that, or is it just my mind losing? There it goes again. It's doing it again. Pulses of 3 times. It did it again 3 times. 3 pulses. 1, 2. Twice that time. now once. So that was a 4 pulse and a 3. You're not hearing it? Forget about the crickets. Hear the one that it's like there's a... It's like pulses. No, forget about the sounds. Listen to it. It goes, look. It's like an interference with the actual audio. Like that. And there again. There. There. There again. Right there. You guys can't hear that? Yeah, I'm having problems with the stream too on YouTube. You don't hear the interference of the audio stream, like there's breaks right there. Again. Again. And again. And again. And again. It's happening a lot now. I can't, this doesn't work the same way. If I stop the stream, it's going to start a new one. I'm not even going to freak out on this audio. I'm not. It's going to drive me insane. Actually, the clouds are moving in now. This might be a good time to bail out and get some rest. No, I'm serious. I'm hearing some weird interference with the audio. It's not steady. There's like a pulsy thing. It's like pulsing at times. Maybe it's on my end only, and you're not hearing that. But I'm definitely hearing something weird on my end. I hear the insects. I hear that. But there's something else going on. I'm telling you. Yeah, Wednesday night into Thursday morning is the best. Now it's not doing it. Andy. Now it's not doing it. You heard it, Alex? Really? It was weird. There it is again. And again. And again. It's like skipping. Uh-oh, looks like it might be clearing up again. And it's coming in threes. Again, it happened. It's going crazy. I'm trying to figure it out. Like I said, I'm not going to go nuts because I'll get obsessive with that. But I do hear it. But I've got the ear for this kind of stuff, so YouTube is definitely having issues. Did you? All right, Lewis says the same thing. He only hears crickets. But I hear it. Yeah, like a whoa, 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 whoa. It's doing like that. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's like there's an interference with the actual audio. I can't make it out. I honestly cannot figure it out. There it is again. Let me play with this. Actually, Team Man TV, I spoke to a pilot, oh my God, 5 years ago. And he told me about what he went through. Because he did report something, an unknown, you know, and they sent him for a psych eval. He was worried about losing his job, his pension, etc. Now, I'm not saying that they didn't tell him not to speak. All I'm saying is that when he did make another report, they sent him for a psych eval. So I think a lot of pilots may refrain from it out of fear of what may come from such a report. I'm not saying that. I don't know. I don't even know if this person was telling me something that was honest and truthful. All I know is that I had an experience speaking to a civilian airlines pilot. I think he was in Texas at the time. This was a few years ago, though. And that's what he told me. I'm just saying. I mean, your situation may be different, but or other pilots. But from the person I spoke to about 5 years ago, yep, That's what he told me. Cleared up again. Again, I believe what you're saying. As far as being barred from speaking out about something, I don't see that as being anything. All I'm saying is that when you do, if you do make an official report, like I said, I spoke to a pilot, and I don't know. I have no idea. I don't think they would like restrict anyone from speaking out like they can't. I cannot see that. So I agree with you on that. That they're told not to say anything. I don't believe that to be the case. But I do know that there is fear of having to be sent to have a psych eval when they're saying, oh, I seen a UFO, blah, 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 blah. Because, like, the pilot I spoke to, like, 5 years ago told me that. Maybe things have changed. I don't know. So, yeah, that's just my own opinion, though. You're a pilot. You know a lot more than I do. Yeah, I'm curious still about this. Yeah, the threes just makes sense, what you guys are saying, Jay. See, it's not doing it now. I don't hear that interference now. I'm not hearing it now. I'm definitely hearing something else. That must be really loud. I lowered it a little bit. Now you'll hear the cars on the road. That looks like an animal's head on the top at an angle. Or like a... It almost looks like a dog or some kind of face looking at it sideways, but Yes, exactly, with the mouth open. Yeah, frogs, crickets, locusts. Run. You don't even know I have the zombie apocalypse lock here. You've never seen the zombie apocalypse lock. Oh, I heard something. There ain't no birds late at night now. Bats, yeah. Owls. Coyotes. Raccoons. Some, but not common, bobcats. Same goes with bear. There are deer. Yeah, Lewis, it's a lot better in this one. Actually, Trovo's the best. I'm debating at 3 in the morning if I should have another cup of coffee. It's clearing up again. I'm really thinking of another cup of coffee. Yeah, but T-Man, Wednesday night. Wednesday night's the night. Don't worry about tonight. Tonight, it's just a preview. Wednesday night is the night you want it to be clear. Yeah, I'm thinking. I made, let me lower this. I'll leave it low in the background. I made French vanilla coffee. I think it's Dunkin' Donut brand. I don't even know. But I'm not kidding. I've got zombie apocalypse locks here. But I need to have coffee. I need coffee. At least one more. There's the Seven Sisters. Look at Tycho. Look at my dog. Look at him. You can't see him. He's just chilling out down there. See him? I'll make the screen really big for a second. Look at him. The mush. That's a mush. I'll be right back. I need coffee badly. I'll never make it. Oh, and that piece of wood is a zombie apocalypse block. Did I miss anything? I don't think so, right? You guys would have said, shooter, Z3. 3 o'clock already. Wow. At least the coffee is good. What the hell was that flashing light? Let me see if I'm hallucinating. Oh, there was a flash. There definitely was a flash in the sky. I don't know what that was, but there's no way it's lightning because there's nothing around. Nothing. What? 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 I don't know. Nah, I'm sitting here. I don't know what you're saying. I don't know. I never went outside. I never went outside. I've been here the whole time. I don't know. Mom thought I went outside. I've been sitting here the whole time. What is that flash now? Oh, that was a lightning bug. But what was that? What is this flashes? Trying to figure that out. There's no heat lightning. There's no lightning around, so it's not lightning related. It is strange. I don't know what's making that flash. I think we need to move the camera up. That's what I think we need to do. We need, because the radiant is too much in the center. Oh my God, that scared me. Really? Freaking cat was right outside the door. Scared the you know what. Okay, so where's, I see the dunce cap. So let's go right there. Let's see now. Yeah, I messaged Amanda. I didn't hear nothing. Tasmaniac, right? You seen the flash? I don't know what that was. Yeah, I had to move the camera, get a better spot. Remember, Wednesday night is peak into Thursday morning. Tomorrow night might be decent. Wednesday's the night, and Thursday might be decent. Thank you, Taz, and I hope you and your family are doing well, too. Professor Big Sack is traveling to all the chat rooms. He's like shifting. He's bouncing. He knows the song I'm referring to. Oh my God. Oh no. I have a crisis. I have a serious crisis. What the hell was that? What the? Was that my mouse on the top of the screen? Maybe I'm really flipping out. I think it was. It was my mouse. I made myself freak out. Oh my gosh. Now my mom is going to drive me nuts. Amanda's not here. No. Yeah, it was my mouse. I gotta roll cigarettes. I don't even. Oh my God, this is gonna be a trip. The flash again? I missed it. I bought this at the. I don't even know where I put my tube. You want to say something funny? I'm trying this because... Okay, let me lower this nightmare. So I usually buy my own tobacco leaves and shred it. Keep watching. I know you're going to see a lot more. Keep watching. This is the time. What is that flash? What is that flashing, though? I missed it because I wasn't paying attention. I can't make out what that flash is. It's not lightning, folks. You want to see the radar? You want to see? Satellite imagery? It's impossible. It's not lightning related. I don't know what that is. I'm going to show you the satellite imagery. Hell no, there ain't nothing out there. Let me zoom into my area. I zoomed in too much. That is my area completed. I'm going to do it quick because I don't want to miss something on the screen. There is no thunderstorms. There's no clouds. I don't know what's causing that flash. But, so I usually buy my own tobacco. I do have a pound of leaves. But then I went to a smoke store. And for the same price of a pound of tobacco with shipping, I got this huge bag right here. So I have not yet tried this. For the same price that I would pay for the roll for the leaves. And I've got a box of leaves right here. But I really want to try this because if this is good, another one behind my camera. Another one. We got to get rid of my camera, folks. We have to get rid of my camera. There was two just now. It's split. I just seen two. They split off. It's going to get active for the next hour or so. If it stays clear, we're good. Game on. Yeah, there's a lot of faint ones. I'm seeing them too. I'm going to actually put my screen on full screen so I could see better. Like that. I'm glad I moved the camera. Oh yeah, it's already active. Wow. I pay $17.99 American for a pound of leaves. $17.99 at leafonly.com. I didn't see that one. I missed that one. Oh, this tobacco is dry. All right, I need to move this microphone away from me a little bit. I can raise it up a little like this, but I'm gonna sound like I'm far away. But again with that flash, yeah, I get. You have to look at. Okay. I'm gonna try to do this with one hand. It's crazy. So one thing is I got an electric rolling machine, which is pretty cool. It's hard to hold the tobacco in one hand, to grab it out of the bag and stick the tube. There's a satellite. Careful how you're phrasing the stuff, Fantasy. I saw that. I'm just saying. Yeah, I do use filters. I'm gonna only roll a few. Yeah, Tasmania must be beautiful. Oh my gosh. James in chat from Australia made me jealous, showing me and talking and teaching me about Byron Bay. Oh, I want to go to Byron Bay. I'm gonna fall asleep during Kriston's show later. I mean, Kriston, listen. I was up all night, bro. I don't know how I'm gonna do your show today. Or anytime this week. Freak him out. Rolled 5. It's good enough. Okay, now I can settle back and watch. And hello to anyone watching on the 2 YouTube channels and Trovo, Facebook, Twitch. Yes, we've been streaming now for, I'd say, at least 6 hours, if not more. How about 7 hours and 17 minutes? Like old times. I know, Connie, it's a little tough staying up, but can you imagine what I'm going to be feeling like at the end of this week by Friday? Lewis knows I produce a show at 12 o'clock every day for 2 hours. Then I do shows at night. Now I'm doing a Skywatch till freaking 4:30 in the morning. By the time I fall asleep bringing the equipment, it's 5:30. I got to get up by 10:30 the latest to get ready for Kriston's show. The good thing is at 2 o'clock when he's done, I can jump in the pool, swim a little bit, then lay on a flotation device and maybe take a nap for like 2 hours in the pool, only to come out and then do shows. and then do this stream. Wow, Taz, a 24-hour stream. What the heck were you doing? Yeah, we're gonna go to like 4:30 if it stays clear. You can't stop now. Best before pre-dawn hours. You cannot stop now. It would be so foolish for me to walk away right now when the best time is now. It makes the whole. It would be totally a moot point. This is not the time to stop streaming. This is actually the time to start streaming. I would say about an hour ago, but really from 3 on. This tobacco tastes trashy. Ugh. Nothing like a real leaf, I tell you. But I'm going to get rid of this bag because I'm going to smoke it. I'm not wasting money. Ugh. It's got a blend in it. I don't like it. Exactly. This is the peak of during the nighttime fantasy. You're up. Huh? I'm not. What is this flashes? Can somebody explain to me what these flashes are when there's no lightning in the area? There's no storms anywhere for 100 miles. What could be causing these flashes? Taz, what are you streaming? Tycho, what do you want?
What you want, Taquito? What you want? Yeah, tell him to come and bother Billy.
Hi, Bo.
Oh, that's a sweetie. That's the baby.
He's the Bobo.
Taquito is the baby.
That's the Bobo.
So beautiful. He's gorgeous. God bless my daughter.
Yeah, but there's nothing around me, Fantasy. I just showed you my satellite imagery. There is nothing for hundreds of miles around me. The nearest storm cells are in Ohio. He's talking to you. He's not talking to me.
He's talking to you, not to me.
What's he want from me? What? What is it? What do you want?
You know what he wants.
Not now, Mama.
But that's what he wants.
He's crazy.
No, you can't go outside right now, Tycho. It's time for you to go to sleep.
What is it?
Tell Billy.
What?
What you want?
What?
What you want?
Oh my gosh.
Tycho, it's time for you to be in bed. Come on. Come on, Tycho. Leave Billy alone. Come on, let's go.
Alex is bailing. I'm out. I can't stay up any longer. Go to bed. Alex, get some rest for the next few days. Have a great night. Yeah, I hear you, Taz. I hear you. I'm pretty good at StreamYard. Taz, you should come and hang out with us at the Rundown Live with Kriston T. Harris during the day. Later, Alex. Go. See you tomorrow. Or later, actually.
Go to sleep, Tycho.
He ain't going to sleep. Are you crazy? He's not going to go to sleep till I go to bed.
That's why he's waiting.
Here, Ma. I know what you're coming for.
Thank you.
Give it back.
I don't want to smoke.
Oh, cool, Taz. I went on a paranormal investigation with the EVP team. Entity Voices Paranormal with Tony and Cherie and Ron and Lourdes. And I'm going to tell you, did I have a freaking awesome time with them. Oh, it was great. It was so much fun to be hanging out with them and being part of the investigation. No, she don't get none of that. That's for sure. Actually, that's a good idea. I'm not on camera now. Oh, really now? You call into Jimmy's show? Were you in chat tonight? At Jimmy's with Richard Dolan? Do you go into his chat room on YouTube? I went in there toward the end. It's the first time, actually, I went in there because I'm so busy. I would love to be doing, helping Jimmy out too with his YouTube channel. And I made a comment today. He needs mods in there. He needs some real mods in there. I don't know what's going on in there, but Lewis, if you were a KGRA member, and there are shows now that actually are giving out promos, and I can't just give out promos to do it. You have to listen to the shows for those hosts to give out their promos, because that would not be fair if I picked on a promo and gave it out. You know what I mean? You have to listen to the shows to be fair. But there are promo codes that will give you a 30% off for a year off the subscription. So I advise, if you're not a member, that might be the way to do it. And that's for a limited time. So if you use the promo code for a show, they give it out during the show, and you're not a member, that might be the time to do it if you're interested. I'm just saying. Tomorrow, Jimmy Church has on Stephen Bassett, or tonight, actually. And then Wednesday, Dr. Robert Schock. Actually, it's time. Taz is a mod. Lewis is a mod. And Connie is now the mod she was before. So how's that? We just made 3 mods. Just like that. And we are on Skywatcher Gaming. We're on Bill NY Skywatcher. We are on my Facebook channel. We are on Twitch. And we are on Trovo right now. We're on 5 platforms right now streaming. 5. So that's pretty cool. Cool, Taz. I do gaming too, but you do it on this channel. I do it on the other channel. Fantasy, how long you been here now? How many years? Yeah, the mod army is being reassembled. Six years, my gosh. 6 years. Before we know it, it'll be a decade. Yeah, you are. Wow. Oh, these clouds, you gotta be kidding me. It doesn't matter. I tell you, to be honest, it doesn't matter if you're here 3 years, 3 months. It's like when you're here, you're automatically part of it. It's just the way it is. Oh my God, look at these clouds. Get out of the way. Paul Hellyer passed away. I couldn't believe it. He was on shows not too long ago. I mean, I probably have his contact on Skype. I'm gonna check. I do. Toronto, Canada. That makes me freak out when I have contacts of people who are no longer with us. It just starts to freak me out when I start looking at that. Okay, these clouds just all of a sudden just socked up the screen. It may not be over yet. We have to see if these clouds push through. I should just go outside, but I don't want to go outside. And I just had a cup of coffee. It's gone now. I will not give up. Not yet. Give it a few minutes. While this is going on, I'm going to show you Windy. And what's going on here. This is just not making any sense. Okay, so this is my local state radar. Well, satellite, really. There are no cells out there. There is nothing. I am right up here. I'm like right there. Can we see my mouse? Yeah. That's where I am. There is nothing around at all. These are just, that is definitely, let's look. Let's put the radar. That's nothing. Those are echoes. There is nothing around me. That's the radar. Now these are these clouds that we're seeing. See these clouds here? That could be like a fog developing in here. See it? That's what we're dealing with right now. So but there's no storms. Later, Big Sack. Have a good night. Hopefully, this will be gone in a few minutes. I still got to prep for tomorrow night, Wednesday night, and Thursday night to stream if the weather is good. Can't give up yet because this is the perfect time. Yes, our thoughts and prayers go out to Trisha. Yes, Mom.
Imagine if I see the diamond shaped thing that I saw that night.
You never know.
I could see it again, no?
There's no reason why not. So tonight during EVPI, they were live from the White Hill Mansion. It was actually really cool to see it live, them doing it in real time on the show. I wish I would have met Chris and Audra. I'm sure that's going to happen in the future. How are we going to see what surgery you're doing tomorrow? Oh my gosh. I am afraid to look. When I saw my rotator cuff. What is this? Knee? Ligament? Ligament replacement? Knee, some type of knee surgery. Knee replacement? Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's like replacing the tendons, ligaments. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. Oh, hell no, I'm not watching that. I fast forwarded it. No way. Oh my gosh. It's a ligament reconstruction. Yeah, I got that vibe. I saw my video before I got rotator cuff surgery. And I said, I should have never watched it. I should have never watched it. Just put me to sleep, put me out, and just do it. I woke up, everything was like, wow, it's over already? It was the best thing I ever did, though, because I'm 100% healed. Feels great. For me, the surgery was absolutely successful. But I did it the right way. I did the rehab, therapy. Oh. A plane. A plane. A plane. Mom is like, what is that? What is that? She's watching on her big TV in her room. On YouTube. Yeah, the rehab is really important to stretch. Don't let them stiffen up. I mean, I have full range of motion again. If you don't do the therapy and you don't do it right, you really can be in trouble. Andy, everybody's hanging out in Bill NY, just so you know. Wow, Taz. Well, God bless your father, because 80 years old, he did that. He must be in really good health, you know, because at 80 years old to do that type of surgery, that's a lot of stress on a person. So, your father must be in really good health, which is great. Because that's a tough surgery. Hip replacement for an 80-year-old? Whew. Just saying, you know. I'm no doctor, but I'm just saying from... they are doing it. See, I had information that was told to me yesterday. But I didn't know. They heard it from another speaker. Well, now it's official. The International UFO Congress is going to be a virtual thing this year. It's not going to be in person. I think Mark was supposed to fly out there. He ain't flying out there now. It's going to be done virtual. It's in Arizona, I think. I think it was Phoenix. It was supposed to be. Not anymore. I just got the email. So anyway, yeah, I went to the Kreischer Mansion, and they had their show from the last mansion tonight, and it was really good. And they gave me a cool shout out at the end. That was really cool of them. I am now an honorary member of the EVPI team. So what does it say? Yeah, they're doing it that way. Lou Elizondo, Nick Pope. Oh, and by where you are. Yeah, it's clouding up here, but I'm not giving up yet. Not yet. Good night, Jay. Over at Trovo. Remember, Wednesday night is the night into Thursday morning. That's peak. Tomorrow night might be decent. Tonight was just that the weather was nice earlier. I said, what the heck? Might as well try. See what we get. Seen a few nice ones, really. But it's going to get better. As long as the weather cooperates, it's going to get a lot better, actually. Wednesday night should be awesome into Thursday morning. That's the night. And I'm not going to start till after 10 because I got to do a live show. Produce a live show with AJ. But I'll definitely be on right after that. Oh, cool. What's up, Kiwi Bear? Taz is a great person. It's been a while since I've been streaming, so it's been a while since I've seen Taz. But you're in great company and with Taz, I tell you that. I still keep wondering if that's heat lightning. I don't get it, but yeah, Miami has a lot. The only thing about Miami, you've got to deal with the city light pollution. It's not that bad, but you still have light pollution in Miami. You have to go to a really dark sky. Like I'm in upstate New York, and even here, there's slight light pollution. Trovo is pretty much quiet right now. Andy's in there. And Kevin, but Kevin's here. Kevin's everywhere. Everybody that was in Skywatcher channel is now over here in the Bill NY. So that's good. Makes it easier for me to just watch one chat, to be honest. Wow, the clouds just really rolled in. Yeah, I can imagine, Anna. And what's up, Noor? Again, this is not peak. Wednesday night is peak night. Tomorrow could be interesting. But really, Wednesday night into Thursday is the night. And hopefully the weather will be nice. It was clear earlier. It got cloudy over the last half hour or so. It's disappointing, but at the same time, let it be cloudy tonight. I don't mind it now. Let it not be cloudy Thursday morning, Wednesday night. Yeah, tomorrow night could be really good into the morning hours. But really, Thursday morning it should be excellent if the weather cooperates. That's the key. It's all about the weather. Look at it now. It's the weather. That's a really good question. I would have to look into that. Maybe Fantasy knows about the Southern Hemisphere. I'm not sure about that. Yeah, we've had bad luck here in the past. The last really good Perseids meteor shower for me was, I think, 2017. To be honest. Yeah, Kevin, it should get better. They're saying partly cloudy tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday. Okay, so there's your answer. You won't see it in the Southern Hemisphere. All right, so I'm gonna... Andy's still over there. I've been streaming now for 7 hours and 48 minutes. Yeah, 2016 was good too. Oh gosh, yeah, I remember that. I had like 50,000 people watching in total, like after it was all said and done. Think about that, 50,000 hits. Because it was that good. Yeah, I think these clouds are gonna ruin it for the rest of this morning. It's almost 4 a.m. as it is. Only 8 hours. I remember streaming overnight, sometimes 12, 13. These Skywatches. I know Fantasy remembers that. I remember years ago when it wasn't as crazy as it is now on some of these platforms, we would go after hours. It was like a thing that, not private, but it was game on after, say, 5 a.m. for the diehards, 18 plus, and it was just like, all right, let's go, let's party. Game on. Music, the whole thing. Can't do that now. Well, it's gonna be one of those weeks now, Fantasy. Yeah, it was like the vampire syndrome. And I used to always joke like that. I gotta jump in the coffin before the sun rises. Because it was literally like, I would go out and the sun, you could see the sun is rising. You could see the light in the sky. Dawn approaching. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I broke another night. That's for real. Now, I don't know what time it almost... Look at these clouds. What is sunrise now? I gotta look this up. Believe me, I'm not staying up right tonight, but what is sunrise? Let me see. Wow, a tropical storm might be heading toward Florida. They have Tropical Storm 6. And it's forecasted to go right off of Florida on the Gulf side. I would say Sarasota. Sunrise is at 6 a.m. Yeah, if I were you, Taz, for gaming, go to Trovo. Trovo.live. Go there. You can do whatever you want there. It's for gamers. I'm telling you, Taz, check it out. And you know how you can do in StreamYard the custom RTMP? Well, do it to Trovo. Go to Trovo. Trust me. That's where Rabbit is right now, and a few of them were there all night. I'm on Twitch right now. Yeah, you can. Kriston uses Rockfin, but Trovo is a gaming platform, and I do a lot of gaming there. But I use it for everything now. Yeah. You just got to find the right platform. D Live, Rockfin, at one point, Kriston was talking about Odyssey. I found the landing spot at Trovo. Yeah, I saw what you wrote, Kevin. Anyway, I think I'm going to call it a night because I don't want to waste any of your time. Because it's cloudy. And I could save my energy for shows tomorrow and for the rest of the week. I don't want to waste any of your times right now. So I'm actually going to leave the camera on as I go outside. Because I do that now. So let me do that. Oh. The clouds really moved in. Good opportunity for me to pack up. Hold on. And this is where it's interesting because I got to go outside in the dark. Out there. So now we're going to put the camera on. Yeah, we got a long week ahead, especially Wednesday night. Later, Fantasy. Oh, Andy says D Live is going downward, so. What the heck is that at this time of night? AccuWeather alert. We got a excessive heat warning. It's gonna feel like 100 today. All right, let's go outside. Yeah, it's cloudy out here now. I mean, it's everywhere. Clouds are everywhere. Everywhere. There's no clear sky anywhere anymore. All right, let's take this apart. Why did I do that? That was not a smart move. Let's take this apart first. The power supply. Bring that in. Okay. Let's bring this in. So this is the Sony A7S III. I've had it for almost a year now. This is a great camera. It's a great camera. There's 50 feet going out of HDMI cable. 50 feet. Look how much I'm rolling up already. The tripod's about 30 feet on my front property. And this is, look how much was out there. So it's out there. Look how dark it is out there. I put 3 solar lamps, posts out there, where the firewood is stacked out there. It's dark out there. And this is the zombie apocalypse lock. Here it comes. Right there. That's what I call it. Justin, where the heck have you been? What the heck is going on with my camera? You always come when I'm wrapping up the stream. Anyway, to everybody watching, have a great night, great morning. Be well, be blessed, be safe. And I'll be back tonight. Because it's... So I'd say about 9 o'clock tonight, Tuesday night. I'll be back. So to everybody that's watching again, have a great night, great morning. And hopefully I'll see most of you tomorrow night. Till then, good night.